RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
Well, good morning, and welcome to sunny Barcelos in Portugal. And it is sunny, and it is hot, but luckily it's a nice fresh breeze for us all to enjoy. We're just coming to the end of Heat 2 qualifying. One today, of course, is qualifying day for the 1/8 European Championship. You're aware of what you're watching. Just want to say hello to everybody there. Hello to invisiblespeed.net, who are the title sponsor, and hello to S-Works, RCGP, our friends at Control, and our friends at Red RC. We are RCTV. I'm Nick Damon. Next to me is James Parry. On the camera at the moment is young Zach Fenning, and we'll pick up some action quite soon. Today sees 3 rounds of qualifying, not always in actual order. So if you want to, and it's going from Heat 1 to Heat 12, with the top drivers liberally spread amongst, I think, the top 3 heats rather than the top 5 as it used to be. But we'll talk about that as we move forward. There is, and the other thing to remember, of course, is they are actually being mucked about with. So it doesn't go 1, 2, whilst round 1 goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 12 to 12. I think round 2 starts at round 4, Heat 4. So you'll need to be careful to, well, I'll tell you when the top heats are going back on again, but you'll need to know. Hello to everyone who's already waiting for some action. There's lots of you got on board. Hello to Techno Grupa. Hello to Chris Vegas. Hello to Hung John Doe. Hello to Little Bigson. Hello to Porna Bound. Interesting. And in fact, hello to Emil Magnussen, Doug Heisenbach, Paxido, Ollie Christian Stoll. The usual RC broadcasting day. We want us to come on professionally. Hello, Norbert Mohammed, and congratulations for your great result last week in the 4-wheel drive up there in Retford. Okay, so the next thing up is going to be Heat 3, and we'll cover that with you. We're doing quite a lot of other things. The broadcast is a little bit different this year. We're doing a lot of work to provide a very, very comprehensive finals day service. So that means that the guys will be off doing filming during some of the heats. So we're not going to have moving camera for every single heat. We'll have moving camera for a couple of heats now, just so we can all get used to the environment. And obviously we'll have moving camera for all the top heats. Naturally, but there will be some points where you're just going to have to listen to me and look at a static camera and want to claw your eyes out, probably. Or claw your ears off, really. The eyes will be fine. So we are still in the process of getting that going, but we are promising you a pretty impressive finals day program. So don't miss that, because it's going to be, we believe, probably one of the best RC presentations you've seen, certainly from EFRA, as we are trying to do things a little bit different and trying to make the finals day the big day. And in fairness, we normally get 5 times people watching on finals day and do one, but you're the fans, and that's who we love, who are watching us now. And hello, Chris Vegas, and thank you for £1.99. It's very sweet of you. So they've already been here for 2 days. They've had a selection of practices, or practice-i, which is sort of left with the usual suspects in the lead. I think Robert Bataille was actually slightly faster on the fastest 3 laps run from Juan Carlos Canas. If we are, Danny Boy says, can you follow Mitch Booth Heat 4 car for my hero? Yes, obviously, if we are live on a heat, we will follow the drivers, and at the top heats, we'll try and get to see everybody. But just to remind you again, we won't be live camera. We'll be live. The camera will be up at the time it'll be up. You'll see what's going on. I'll probably wittering on. But we won't be live moving camera for every single heat. We'll start with this one so we all get an idea of what the track... I mean, I need to know what the track like. I've not seen what the track looks like from Zach's camera yet. So that's an interesting point. We've got a second camera up at the moment, haven't we, as well? So we'll get the excitement of seeing that at some point. I might even see it. Oh, they're off and running. Let's see if we get this second. So who is in this? It's a 3-minute warm-up first before they actually do anything important. So we have Almeida Fernando from Portugal on 1, Resiartes Thomas from Austria on 2, Fernando Almeida on 1, Thomas Resiartes on 2, that would be weird, Remy Barbillon on 3, Fernando Cabrera on 4, Costas Agafotos on 5, so that's our sole Greek entry. Jose de Silva Daniel on 6, Nunes Thomas on 7, Raul Infante on 8, Sergio Gonzalez on 9, and Serafim Kota on 10. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these guys are qualified for the over 40s, which is actually was 2/3 of the people in our group are qualified for the over 40s as well. And there is your runners and riders up on the screen now, if you want to read them in a better style to which I did. There's actually quite a long bit of practice before 5 minutes of qualifying, and that qualifying, as always, in this EFRA format for 1/8 buggy, it's kind of done so what actually happens is that they just start whenever they start. When they cross the line in that 5 minute period that starts, then they will run through. So no need for fuel stops. We look down the pit lane. But so they get this 5 minute, I think it's 5 minutes, so it's about 6.5 minutes worth of timing. Fast laps here, 33, 34 seconds. I doubt we'll see any of those, and this is just heat 3, when it's sort of like the bottom section of people who qualified yesterday. Just not the water for the second time. It's impressive stuff. So we're all still getting quite used to the circumstances. Okay, let's pick somebody up. Now, what Zach's done is he picked someone where I can't see what their number is. So Zach needs to pick people up as they come past me. That's it. This is car 6 going to the pits. Didn't see that one. Someone's not going into the pits would be great. So you've got 8. Oh, no, the one who didn't go to the pits, I didn't see who that was. Marvellous, isn't it? It's going very well. We started straight with bad inability to identify numbers, which is always great. So we're following a mystery car. It's orange and yellow. Number 1. It's car number 1 of Fernando Almeida we're with. Lucky they've got some. They're putting numbers on the wings, which is great. So we'll do. Fernando's going to be our guide round the track. It is, as you can see, very jumpy. There's very little flat out stuff. That's where our second camera is, I think. And they roll round and back. And this is underneath where we are. So we're just where that you see that chair out there. Plunging down the main straight, left hand. This jump looks like, whoa, I'm going to really go for a triple, but no one does, not even the top guys. Everyone trickles over that first jump. And that sound was meant that the 5 minutes has started, so the next time that Fernando crosses the line, his 5 minute section will start counting. One thing I would say is the camera is absolutely flattening the track. It is very, very up and down. There is a drop probably of 20 feet, 7 or 8 meters going down to the far end. Did you say, James?
Yeah, about that. Helps if I turn my mic on. There we go.
Yeah. And it's, you're climbing and falling the whole time. You get the impression, but it really is. Those of you who saw RCGP in Italy, it was a very flat track. There was a lot of flat sections where you were just battling against a few bumps, but you were really just on almost an old-fashioned off-road circuit. This one's kind of an interesting amalgam of American and European tracks. But certainly, as you can see, it's a lot more aerial. That's the kind of the top rollers. And again, coming to where our second camera is. Honestly, I promise you've got a second camera. Those 2 green lines are actually both are the 2 loops. So there's 2 loops. There's a main loop and a backup loop, and they're shown by those green lines. That's timing and scoring. Big climb to the tabletop there. And there's kind of a skippy bit here before they come in. There's a massive switchback. 1, 2, 3. This switchback here. Climb up again, and they're going to drive across in front themselves on more of a flatter section for a very, very sharp right-hander. So they're constantly moving the whole time. Just the idea that in terms of the first, we see a 41-second lap we were seeing there, so it's all running relatively okay. Everyone drives on. So what we'll do is we'll carry on learning. We're learning the circuit together, by the way, because this is the first time I've seen it in anger with a car going around it, so it's always a bit of a laugh. That's the eye buggy signs there. Hello to all of you joining us. If you want to sort of join the conversation, because we're now on so many places. We're on EFRA's YouTube, we're on Red RC's YouTube, we're on EFRA's Facebook, we're on our Facebook. But if you want to join the conversation and comment, just come onto the RCTV YouTube page. That's which one we watch the whole time. And I'm afraid you have to subscribe to comment. That keeps most of the bots out. Otherwise, you'll be reading nothing about how you can have a good time for cheap with more explicit language. So we managed to get the bots out by effectively saying you have to subscribe to comment. Though, in fairness, it doesn't actually cost you anything to subscribe or mean anything, really. It just means that you are in the gang. So, wait now for the next car, Zach, which is this green machine, car number 7. And that is Thomas Nunes, another one of our Portuguese, I say local drivers. Portugal's a big country, but I'll say it's local. It's more local than most other people because he's actually from the same country. There are obviously some elements of Spain are actually close to, quite close to this part of the country. So through the switchback, climbing up and over, dropping down that almost hairpin, and fly, and then come over the back rollers. Oof. There's no real place where you get obviously a lot of speed down here because you get a downhill run into it. Everyone does that. You think, oh, go on, try and do a triple, and no one has so far. I've watched some of the heats yesterday. You are absolutely working the whole time around this track. I think drivers we've spoken to are very fond of it. I think it's a good circuit. Be interesting to see how it races, to be honest. I think qualifying, it is a absolute test of precision because at no point really can you relax. Well, you've got about 2 seconds in front of the rostrum as you stick it on full throttle, but the rest of the time you are constantly doing something. For the S-bend, if that's to the commentary corner. Into the big single, which everyone does. Oh, I'll just get over that one. So the best lap we've got so far, I think, is a 37. Yeah, it's a 37.5 actually. So no one's going any faster than 37.5. In the blazing Portuguese sun. Temperature expected to be 35 later today. So certainly the heat wave in Europe following us around from when we were in Italy a couple of weeks ago. Which is the 3rd stop on the EFRA Euros tour. Oh, there we are. Time's finished, and there's your result. Thomas Reditz. I think that's come too early. So the actual result there was actually Fernando Almeida was the 8-lapper in 5:05. Then Thomas Rezaditz, you can see that it's in the top right-hand side. That has the correct times. Costas Agrafotos, Remy Barbignon, Daniel Jose da Silva, Raul Infante, Thomas Nunes, and Sergio Gonzalez. And as I say that, we move to the next heat, which is heat 4. So that's Nuno Casaribel, Jerome Sartel, blimey, Zacharias Villabia, something we've moved to people I've heard of, Mitchell Booth, so that's Portugal, France, Spain, Britain, Oliver Fischer from Denmark, Patrick Bremstaller from Austria, Alejandro de Haas from Spain, Pablo Menez from Spain, Samuel Marino Silva, I think, from Portugal, and Matteo Boxy from Belgium, the lone Belgian who had to walk around on his own during the opening ceremony yesterday. And you'll see highlights of the opening ceremony on Saturday. Exciting. Oh, someone's decided they're not getting quite enough of the cool weather. So, let me see what's going on in the wonderful world of comments. Crunchy day. Oh, gosh, you've been very busy. Here we go. Okay, so Frank McKinney. Oh, good morning, Frank. Hi, Frank. Hello Subpar Golf. Hello to Rackers TV. Hello Praxido. Hello Virginia Velu. Hello, are you? Hello Chris Vegas. Matt Guppy. Hello Matt, how are you? Hello Doug Heisberg. Matt Guppy over 40s is where it is. I'm not wrong at Matt. You know, I personally over 50s in a couple of years' time, over 60s. Hello Crunchy 8. Hello Timothy Ball. Yellow, brown, and red colour theme looks nice here. So yes, it's actually interesting because the red is just very heavily sprayed sand, isn't it? It's kind of this whole well, rocky sand sort of compound. The track itself is white, but it's held together with glue. Literally, they're re-gluing it every night. So it's a solid sealed surface, and then the outside is sealed as well, but sealed in red. I have been walking around the perimeter to try and get some cameras put up, and I actually managed to put my foot through it. So there's a bit over the back which is now very white. There's actually a couple of bits because also with the access for the marshals is that as well. Who's your tip for the win? Says James Douglas. Well, don't know. It's a long way to go. I probably favour because I think you're a bit mad to bet against him at any point. I'll just go for David Ongaro because he wins everything these days. But in fairness, both Canas and Battle look very, very strong, and Robert, you know, is a master at the longer final. Frank answer me a question. Nick, is the track big or the same size as Redovan World? No, Redovan is massive. Redovan is the biggest track probably we've been to. Redovan lap times are around 50 seconds. Lap times around here around 33, so it's much, much bigger. Matthew Gerard, how many heats are there? There are 12 heats. The top guys in 9, 10, 11 and 12. And God, Danny Boys, we're obsessed with this. At some point we need to find. Well, we need to find car 4. Hello, Carl Marsden. This is morning, Nick. Great work, the coverage of both your events, and good luck to Team Kyo. Team good. Thanks, Carl. I was even slightly involved in last week, so I can say well done. So this is the last heat we're going to cover with moving cameras until the top boys come on. So we'll have some locked off cameras and we'll timing and have a chat. But that's the last bit of that because there's some editing to do for people, and I know that James is still running around desperately trying to sort out the bits we haven't managed to get sorted out the previous 2 days we've been here. So they're all kind of so like the race announcers kind of moved out in front of us. I don't know what he's doing. He's moved out in front of us, which is a bit confusing. So what we need to do is find car number 4. And car number 4 is just going down the main straight, actually. We have got car number 4. This is specifically for Danny Boy 19805, who has 3 times wanted us to make sure we followed Mitch Booth. So we're following Mitchell Booth. There he is, going through the switchback. Up and over and round. Crunchy Day, is Lee Martin there, and did he bring the newish buggy? Yes, he's certainly there, and question B, I don't know the answer to, but I'm sure we'll find out during the day. I'm not sure, they're still building that thing. It's the issue they've got, they've got prototype parts in it still, which obviously aren't very tough, because they're all like 3D printed. And when you get to a big event, you don't want your arms snapping in the middle of long races, so I think they're slowly adapting it. They're very confident about it, so you kind of think, they should launch it at some point. Anyway, there's Mitchell. No, he hasn't actually started yet. We're actually watching him on his warm-up. It's going to be a lovely warm-up. Nothing much happening. Well, Frank's getting involved in a personal conversation with Carl Marsden now. Not Carl Marsden. Carl Marsden. Talking about pictures they're taking of each other. A bit worrying, to be honest. Not sure we should encourage Frank to take pictures of people. Okay, it's about to start, so we'll let Mitchell do his first actual real, half lap. So that's the internal skippy bit, then through in the central switchback, and then turn onto the lower tabletop, and then come to the almost hairpin. And that's quite a steep drop down. It's a hairpin off a tabletop. It's the infield. And then over the back rollers. And down into the S-bend. And it's commentary corner. And the pit straight. And they come sweeping around down there before the big single. And they go off up to the bottom of the track tabletop. And that's kind of skippy bit there. And fly through again. So it looks like a lot of track. And it looks, when you're here, it looks massive and condensed, but they're still flying around it really quite quickly. So I think it's deceptively actually, it's one of those places where they've actually got the maximum amount of circuit, the minimum amount of land. But these cars are so quick now. The top guys are still doing it in 33 seconds. Timothy Ball getting some lovely air off those tracks. So track speed is where it's at. James has misinterpreted my why has the air conditioning unit got warmer hand features for, actually no, I was just, there was some massive technical issue. What we have got is Portuguese tarts, because we're in Portugal. We had to stop a little earlier to get some water, and we're all tarted up. So I'll be handing the commentary over to James in a minute. Anyway, back to the story again. That's definitely warmed up for some reason. Yes, we're sitting in air-conditioned luxury, but it's still 30 degrees in here. New reason I feel sticky. So Mitchell comes down the main straight, second for this particular lap. It's the last lap round. I'll give you the massive information you require at Mitchell Booth's last lap round, which was, just pressing the wrong button on the screen, was a 35.6. There he goes. So he's now coming. Just let him go now, Zach. Now, someone said he wants to see Oliver Fisher, who's car number 5, who's about halfway around the lap now, I think. So he should be coming into view at some point in the near future. Who knows? He may or may not. It's all exciting, isn't it? So car 3's gone past me. No, car 5, the middle of those 3 cars, Zach. That's great. This is Oliver Fisher. What is it? They plunge into a real shade as far as our camera's concerned in front of the pit lane. Up and over on the tabletop. Just to remind, this is the last one we're going to follow like this for a bit. We'll pick up again for heat number, what are we now for? Probably about heat number 9, so about just shy of 50 minutes time. But we will have the timing up, and we'll have the screen up. And that's not gone well. Powering down the straight. So Fisher's last lap, which had that accident in it, was a 44.0. So this goes to show you don't want to hit anybody. Rather unsurprisingly, is Jerome Sartell who's leading this in the number 2 car. Not sure what Jerome's doing in such a, he's over 40 now, in such a lowly heat, but you know, former European A finalist. We have every single European champion, I think, from 2007 onwards here this weekend, which is remarkable. I mean, a lot of them are still active. Obviously, Robert Bataille, who won in 7, and we'll run through the winners who are here later. But it's been quite surprising they're all around. The air conditioning just decided to act like a Dalek for a while, which is slightly worrying. I think it's going to exterminators, but it's it's almost like a living human being, our air conditioning unit. It's very important, otherwise we will melt and all the equipment will break down. But apart from that, it's also just like... So they come to the end of the run there. It's Patrick Bremstaller who's won. Oh, isn't it? It's Jerome Sartell. Right, so Sarto got that one from Alejandro Darras, from Patrick Bremstaller, Nuno Casabel, Mitchell Booth, Pablo Menendez, Oliver Fisher, Marino Samuel Silva, Matteo Boxo, and Zakaria Villabayas. Yeah, you kind of need to work out where you think your best locked-off shot is there, Zach. Whether you think it's to the right or to the left, I don't know really. Probably that's got quite a bit of track on it. Yeah, go left, keep going. Actually, go straight out because there's quite a good view of the S-bend. It's quite try and get that whole section. You on zoom out a bit? Well, you're out as far as you can go. Okay, I'll just lock that off. So the next few heats we're just going to have a bit of us working around. So back here with the later heats. This next one is heat 5. So we're only just paying for 4 or 5 heats. We're back for the top heats. Problem I've got is I want to eat this tart. It's very difficult to eat a tart and talk about action, if there were any. Dave, Chris Vegas, Mugen Matthew will make it. Okay. Timothy Ball, does each car have a sensor in the body that triggers the lap time new to racing? Yes, it does. They have what's called a transponder in them, so there is a loop, and that's those green lines you were seeing to the left of the screen we have now. They have literally a loop of wire, which is connected to a decoder. There is a little transponder. It's a tiny little thing. It's about 7 grams and the size of about 2 centimeters by 2 centimeters. And it sits in the car, and it's constantly saying, I am this number, 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 I am this number. And what it then does is, when it goes over the loop, it's like, I am this number, I am this number. The loop goes, oh, you're this number. And it goes, oh, you've crossed the loop, and it takes the number that way. So obviously the numbers and each transponders are unique to each car and driver. Hello for drilling rig in Canada. Blimey, hello Tyler McKenzie, how are you? What are you drilling for in Canada? I don't know whether you're allowed to drill for oil in Canada anymore, I don't know. Tyres and combo make or break your final even more steel. It is a deceptive track because actually, interestingly, it is a solid track, so it's not, weirdly, you'd always think that a solid track would wear the tyres more. It's not necessarily true because it's spinning the tyres, and there is actually quite a bit of grip on this track because it's a sealed surface, so that's how it goes. So who do we have here? The air conditioning is about to take off again, always a worry. Alessandro Scaramuzzino in 1, Matu Benettin in 2, who's a junior. Iker Telenez is also just for top 3 juniors to start with, Italian, Slovakian and Spanish. Julius Ciclodi, who's Austrian, Michael Lewis from Britain in 5, Lewis Jones in 6, John Hageswood in 7, so 3 Brits in a row there in this heat. Then it's Alexandra Vidal, Luis Rodrigo, and Manuel Perez. As you can see, with all their nationalities, they fly in on the screen, just as though I'd said it and done it myself. And don't forget to subscribe. And don't forget to talk to me, because I need some company whilst we haven't got the camera moving. There's Raceway 1. Good morning, RC. You like buses, don't you see, for racing twice in a week? Well, 3 times, really, because we also did the 1/10th event from Slovakia, didn't we? So we actually ran 9 consecutive days of broadcasting, and then we have had a couple of days off, and now we're doing another 3. And there'll be a couple of days off, and they'll do another 3. Because don't forget, this is the middle of the European Tour. Next weekend is the 1/5 large-scale on-road from Fiorano, so it's actually from right next door to Ferrari. Then we have the following week after that, we have the large-scale off-road from Fairing, so great combination, large-scale off-road and Fairing. So I'm not going there, which I was, plenty of Punta Gama. Then we come back to Gubbio for the 1/10 IC track. Then I think we got a week off or 2 weeks off. We're not forgetting an event here. Then we got a week off though, but then the following week after that we're at RCGP for RCGP UK. And then we go back on the EFRA Tour the following week with the 1/8 track. Then we have, I think, 2 weeks off before we do the Hearts Grand Prix on UK Bank Holiday weekend. And then the week after that, we go doing this event called the EFRA World Championships from Redovan in Spain. So, yeah, so then we go and run the whole thing through. So we are then going, and then we actually, following after the week, we do the EFRA World Championship 1/10 electrics. It's quite busy, really, over the next couple of months. Tim Simpson, please, can we follow car 6 or 7? No, we're not actually doing follows in this heat. So we've got some. There's still quite a lot of work going on for the shows we're doing later in the week. So we're just doing some prep and everything else. So we give you a couple of heats to show you what's going on. We're back with a moving camera for the main heats a bit later on. So hang on, we will be back with moving camera. Oh, that's the other camera shot, which, oh, you've moved it. Oh, say, look at that, improving my shots for me. I'm sitting there thinking about shots and it gets improved. Yeah, we had a couple of little technical issues yesterday, so we weren't quite able to get it set up as we wanted to today, but we are now up and running quite well. Still to get the third camera out, but that takes a little bit of a couple of items being delivered. So in the early running on this, which is heat numero, where are we? Heat numero 5. So you got Michael Lewis leading on with 36. So we're just in a 35, 36, 36. There's all 36s apart from Matu Benetin, who hasn't really who hasn't gone particularly well, and Iker Teles from Spain, who didn't take the start. So that's their first non-starter so far. Hazewoods and well, actually, because they're all off kilter slightly, it's very difficult to say who's where until they've completed their laps. But it is at the moment, it's Alessandro Scalamazzino, the junior from Italy, who's leading with John Hazelwood in second. 3 minutes ahead of time, they are showing off. So we'll pick back up again at about 11:30 with moving camera, which is about 40 minutes time for the last 4 groups, and then there's a lunch break after that. And then to give you an idea, the top groups are back out at 2:20, and then in short order they're back out again at 9 minutes to 5. So the racing goes on till gone 6. So there's a lot of racing going on in qualifying, but it's the way they alternate it. So for example, the top groups, which are 9, 10, 11 and 12, so the first round starts with group 1, second round starts with group 4, third round, you're getting a clue here, starts with group 7, and then the fourth round, which is tomorrow, we'll start with group 10. And then usually the last round actually runs in complete reverse order, so goes 12, 11, 10, 9, whatever it may be. So, and then after that, we have some lower finals. Not quite sure. I need to just check on the time schedule. Whether our lower finals, we've lost a couple of drivers. I'm just wondering whether we've got less lower finals. Yeah, we have. We've lost the 512 final. That's gone. So some lower finals tomorrow. So as you know, they are going. The final round of qualifying does go back to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So interestingly, the gap between this is tomorrow. The gap between when Group 12, the fastest, well, one of the 3 fastest qualified group comes out for the first time. They actually hit the track. Oh my lord! Got to start 8:30 tomorrow. Yeah. Starts with the top 8 at 8:30. So that group then goes out, and then they don't go out again until 1 minute past 1. So, and then we have a very long gap of an hour and 45 minutes before the finals. There's a bit of space in the heats and the races, but we'll try and cover every single heat at least once with a moving camera. In addition to the top heats, we'll cover them every time they're on. Still doing name a corner on the bike. If you want to name a corner on the bike, give it a go, because I've kind of just sat there. I've only got a couple of places named. It's more difficult to tell at the moment because I can't tell you as we go round. But I've got commentator's corner at the moment, which is basically the last corner for the main straight, which I've got basically because that's where we are. Really like James to take over and talk for a second, because my flan is sitting there going, eat me, eat me, eat me, and because you won't say anything, James, I can't scoff it, and it's like, it's just not fair.
It's really nice as well. I had
helps.
mine.
Oh,
yeah,
have
so
you?
it's a taster.
Is it?
I need to go some actually, so.
Oh, do you?
No, I'm joking. You know I can't talk. I really can't. I just sit here and have nothing to say.
Well,
I'm not a commentator like you.
But you do nothing but talk over dinner.
Oh, that's different. I'm not talking to the world.
I see. We're not talking the world now, mate.
I can talk to people I know over dinner, but talking to viewers on YouTube is a very different thing.
That's the whole point. The whole point about this whole gig is just pretending you're just talking to somebody. You're talking to a couple of people, your friends. You're telling them what's going on. Imagine you're on a phone call to Jen and she wants to know what's going on.
Oh, great. You've just revealed the name of my wife to all and sundry. What if my identity gets cloned?
I can't help feeling there's better identities to clone, to be honest. Shall we clone? Whose identity shall we clone? Let's go with James Perry. Now we know his wife's name.
Now they know the surname as well, Nick. You're making it worse. You're digging a data cloning hole for me.
Yes, which your Facebook profile doesn't.
It does not. No, it doesn't. I don't use it. Oh, thank you all for joining us anyway whilst Nick eats his Portuguese flan. I will find something to talk about. We are RC Racing TV and Control. Thank you for joining us. We're here in Portugal for the 1/8 European Buggy Finals. It's extremely hot here. I'm very nervous that the equipment's just about to die. It's so hot. But awesome, beautiful surroundings. We'll get some shots of the track for some VTs for later in the week, which will be on Saturday for the final show. Something a bit different. Rather than just covering all the races in the usual format that we do, it's going to be more of a show. We're going to be talking to people online from around the world. I did read the names this morning on my phone and I've forgotten, so I will prompt you to go to the EFRA Facebook group and have a look at the post that went up there today. It tells, I know we're speaking to Lefty and we're speaking to a few other people, so head over there and you get a bit more information about Saturday, where we'll be doing things a bit differently. But if you haven't already, obviously if you're listening and maybe you've stumbled across us and you've never heard of us or seen us before, then head over to YouTube, head over to Facebook, check out us. We're RC Racing TV, Control Sport, and also check out the EFRA, who are the governing body, there's only one of them, that look after all of the races that we cover for them over the European months. As Nick was mentioning, we've done the 1/10th Buggy in England, in Retford, last week. Weather was very different, but equally as exciting. It was great racing. I think I've babbled enough. What I will do, just to give Nick some more time, you don't need to turn your mic on, I'll turn it back down, is it gives us a quick opportunity to hear from some of our sponsors.
RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
How was your tart, Nick?
Do you know what? You can ask me that with impunity. It was a marvellous tart.
It was lovely, wasn't it? It was very
35
sweet.
cents well spent, that's all I can say.
It's the best Portuguese tart I've ever had. No pun intended. Much better than the ones back in England, I have to say. You'd hope so, though, seeing as we're in Portugal.
You would hope so, wouldn't you, really?
Right, I'm going to pop for a natural break. I will leave you in the capable hands of Nick Damon.
Blimey, that's not. You don't normally hear that comment. The capable hands of me. Blimey. I'm really not sure that's a great idea. So we are now just waiting for the start of Heat 6. Now, did I miss the... No, here it is. So it's Kevin Michaudet from France, Iago de la Iglesia of the English, Iago of the English from Spain in 2, Danny Vega in 3, Hal Rodriguez in 4, Tommy Sano in 5, Joaquim Moreno in 6, Felipe Numo Ferreira in 7, and then we have in 8 Ilari Langoja from Finland, Christian Villar in 9 for Spain, and Freddie Thompson, the junior, number 10 from the UK in Heat 6. So this might want us to get going. Thank you all for watching. If you're watching on Facebook, be it with our Facebook or be it with the EFRA Facebook, if you're watching on with EFRA's YouTube or Red RC's YouTube, and if you have joined us on the RC Racing TV Facebook page, start again, RC Racing Facebook, no, still YouTube of course. That's the one which I actually can and see what people are saying. So we'll do a couple of races where we just do static camera, and then we're back on with moving camera in about half an hour as Zach comes back. No idea what he's doing. He's running around. It's always a good thing to see. I like to see him. So, we are just getting to the point where they're going to start. They have actually started now. They are running, so that's good. They're all running nicely. As you can tell, we're doing 3 things at once here, so I'm just trying to sort a couple of little things out. Oh, right, so the ad volume is way too loud. Thank you for that. We will. That's something I shall pass on to James when he comes back. Apologies. It's one of my pet hates when you've got a nice, comfortable listening style, and the ads come on, they're too loud. So we'll just we'll sort that out for next time round. It's quite hard to balance, to be honest, because obviously we don't get an output from the ads. They just and also the ads are recorded at various different levels. But yeah. We can call them down. It's fine. We'll sort that out next time. Jared meant how many heats are there? 12 heats, which are going 1 to 12. Carl, we're not following anybody in this one. I said to be up, but we will follow people once the we get back on with the moving camera. Because I can't really follow someone with a static camera. I go, all that's in, and we can go, oh, we can do that kind of as we're doing now, a little auto swap camera, but we can't follow people specifically. We will show every single heat live at some point during the weekend, so we won't just always skip through the 8 or 9. We'll show a couple of heats from the various groups. Just keep in note, we've shown 4 and 5, or 3 and 4, and we'll make sure we show the others as well during the 5 rounds. Has there been a track walk done, says Laddie Little Star RC? No, there hasn't been a track walk done. The track walk is going to get done at lunchtime, which I'm looking forward to doing. But that will be for the final show. Keep up with this final show. We are really trying to give a focus to the meeting. because there are two types of RC streaming fans. There's you guys who are listening now, who are, I suppose, very much more me, because I'm an RC fan myself, and the rest of the commentary teams. The commentators, all, be it James Stewart, be it Matt Guppy, be it whoever, Frank, because he'll be doing a couple next time. We all live and breathe RC. We want to see every single moment of racing and every single moment. We don't care if it's some guy who's 50, like me. We don't care if it's some useless mid-50s, a bloke from Milton Keynes running around, or if it's David Runnerfelt. We want to see exactly all. We want to see the racing going. But from many years of studying our numbers, and also from looking to make it to produce a program that appeals to a more general, we're trying to make a little bit of a focus on the actual finals day, when it stops being it actually counts. This is the thing. The problem is with EFRA qualifying is I understand it, and most of you guys understand it, but to general motorsport fan, it doesn't make an awful lot of sense, because it's not even qualifying as you would understand it in Formula One or something. It's not like a half-hour session where everyone goes out and qualifies. I mean, you can't, because there's 120 people. But so we're trying to make it so it's an accessible program, and therefore, we are putting together for this event and also for the next week's event in Tirana, a kind of a properly produced program around the finals, around the semi-finals, the finals. So we'll probably we'll be on for the semis and the last chance qualifier and the build-up. But it's going to have features build up. There we have, as James said, we're going to have also going to have people coming in and being chatted to, and it's going to be actually being run from there's kind of a broadcast centre here, obviously, which we're in, which we're desperately trying to prevent going over 40 degrees. And then there's going to be a broadcast centre in the UK as well. I mean, it's just trying to do. You got to keep pushing the envelope. I mean, there's a lot of EFRA obviously are trying to do a lot of clever things with media, in conjunction with the control boys of Matt and Frank and James and that gang. And it's just trying to bring it to a wider audience. It's trying to expand it by trying to make it an interesting, bite-sized program you can show your mates. Really, this is what it is, and here's a proper clip, and you look at what Sky would do. They'd be throwing in items and clips and interviews and that sort of thing, and so padding out. It's not padding, but padding out the actual racing, and that's what we're going to be doing on Saturday. I mean, lots more details over the next couple of days, because we're still finalising the exact time we're going to start with that. But it will be, it'll be pretty interesting, and it's, to be honest, I have no idea if it's going to work. So that's even more the jeopardy you can add. You can add extra jeopardy. Will the whole thing actually work? James has turned up to have a quick word with James. I've told him about your earphone issue, Cat Clappen 23. I'm going to get this end of heat graphic sorted. It's coming in too early, so it's not catching it, so we have to ignore it. They're all fired automatically from Sweden. Oh yeah, we are international. So we're back in 25 minutes with moving cameras. So 2 more heats, 7 and 8 we won't move, and then we'll move for 9, 10, 11 and 12 this time round, and you'll get see the top people in their first qualifying round. So one of the things you probably can see, actually, looking at the left-hand side, you can see that the flags of the nations, they've been battered and bruised, I'm afraid, over the last couple of days. A lot of them have folded up inside themselves, but there was all the nations of who are members of EFRA. You're on that backtrack now. What he is telling you is there's a very pleasant breeze. It's a quite consistent breeze, actually, blowing from left to right, so it blows effectively up the main straight, because obviously what can be a major problem for these cars is gusts of wind. Once they're in the air, they don't want wind gusting everywhere, because it obviously affects how they're flying through the air. Someone just stolen our chair. Did you see that? That marshal just stole our chair.
Why was it our chair if it was out there?
It's our chair. It's our third chair. I took it out there to cool down the cameras when they were melting in here. There's been some actual chair theft. Well, that's going to have to get reported to several people. Not quite sure who. My Max, we're not following. We can't follow Will Skidmore on this one. We'll follow him in the future one. So who is it outside of Will Skidmore? Who is in this race? I hear you ask. No, actually, you say that. I now need to press that button to find out. Okay, so we've got Aleix Montero from Spain in 1, William Skidmore in 2 from the UK, Ryan Majibi from France in 3, Ari Heinen from Finland in 4, Alex Valls in 6, Jessica Paulsen qualified quite a bit lower down than I would have expected from Sweden at 7.6, Andres Meyer in 7, also not quite as high as I thought in Austria, Manuel Iniesta. I see what's happening. Yes, so they've obviously divided it into groups of 3. So effectively the first 3 heats were the lowest quarter. The next 3 heats were in the 25 to 50th percentile. The next 3 heats, which this is 1, 7, 8, and 9, are the up to the 75th percentile, and the top 3 heats contain the 75 to 100 percentile. So they haven't massively. It's just the mix in Heat 7 is the same as the mix in Heat 9. There's no difference in qualifying performance between 7 and 9. So just to tell you, we're currently at 8 minutes past 11. We're going to have 2 more heats where we're just looking at this, and then we'll be up and moving the camera for about best part of an hour. Then we have to go and do the track walk. It's lunchtime for you, so we'll lock the cameras off for lunchtime with a sign saying lunch. And at some point, you'll see me running around the track like an idiot. And then we'll come back with a bit more locked off, and I think we'll then pick it up again for the main heats in the middle of the day. So it's going to be it's a long day. We're only just tipping 11 o'clock, and we'll be here broadcasting till 6. Now we may, towards the end of the day, we might just ease it off a bit, because we've got some stuff to set up for the end of the day as well. Now, what I was talking about earlier was the fact that we've got an absolutely vast number of European champions here. Due to, I don't know, just the fact that people never retire, due to a number of points. Oh, I haven't got my important plastic bag. I haven't got, never mind. So, I now need to find my second version where I saved it. Second version. Okay, so, the first European Championship was the official one was in 1982. 1981 was a Grand Prix, and they're kind of sort of counting it. But give you an idea. So we have the 1999 European champion, Danny Vega. He's here. And then we have 2003 champion Miguel Matias. He's here. And then we have every single person from 2007 onwards. So it's Robert Battle won in 7, Renaud Savoy won in 8, 9 and 10. Robert Battle won in 11. Darren Bloomfield, who was a person I thought might not be here, is in 12, but he's just come along for sort of a guest bit of fun. So Bloomfield's in here as well. Then you've got David Ronefalk in 13, and he won again in 14. Then Elliot Boots won in 15 and 16. Rob Battle won in 17, so he had a 10-year split between his first and his third win. Bruno Coelho, of course, won in 18, and last time we were in Portugal in Freixedas. And our current reigning European champion, who's been reigning champion now for 3 years thanks to circumstance and COVID, is Ricardo Berton. So Ricky, who won in that amazing wet-dry event at Ongaro, Sicile, Ongaro's home track. And the thing you must remember is that despite being comprehensively, I would say, and I think I would say comprehensively the best driver in Europe, probably for the last 4 or 5 years, David Ongaro has never been European champion. He was he's reigning world champion, of course, from 2018, but he's never won the Euros. Obviously, in Portugal in 18, he was absolutely the class of the field, was leading the whole thing, and then he had a problem on the second or third lap of the semi-final. which took him out. He qualified 13th for the last chance, and then qualified back into the back of the grid. But never quite managed to get. He worked his way through, but never quite managed to get back up and get anywhere near Coelho. And it's a big surprise we didn't see Ongaro win that year. But Bruno added it another one of his European Championships. Bruno's won. Starting to Bruno actually briefly visited Retford for the two-wheel drive off-road Euros last week. I had a chat with Bruno, and he's now won 5 European Championships, which is nothing, which is great, but he's won in 4 classes. So his 1/10th electric touring car win was the first one he'd won twice. Because he's won 1/10th electric touring cars, he's won 1/10th IC track, which he won in Turkey years ago, under very controversial circumstances. And he, nothing to do with him, it was to do with timekeeping. And he also, of course, obviously won the 4-wheel drive Euros for, I think in Italy, for electric. And then, of course, in his own home country, he won this 1/8. So he's obviously making a bid to try and be the most versatile racer ever. Well, at least it's at Tsuchihara, who still, I think, is the most versatile racer. Man who for 2 years entered just about everything, every F-mile world championship in a 2-year span, so it's just everything, and was always on the podium. And is an actual world champion in touring car track and 1/8 nitro. He's so close in both of the nitro track versions. Oddly, never really got that close to an electric off-road event. He's been obviously was a top racer, but he never quite got there when it came to that. So that's what's going on with the European Championships. And we hope to talk to a lot of those European champions of the past, and we've already spoken to one of the present over the course of the final. Just so you'll get to hear from all of them, and we'll try and bring back the glory days. And we're still trying to work out how to do it in a way that isn't incredibly unwieldy, because there's so many of them here. So, but that'll be a little feature that'll be going out on Saturday as well. We have a quick chat with them all. So this one's being led by, I think William Skidmore is leading. He's done a 34.9, a couple of 34.9. So William is certainly the fastest person in this heat. Looking for other lap times. Yeah, best time 34.6 for Skidmore. It's moving around the whole time. I'm trying to find someone as fast as 34.6, but they aren't. Quite a few have managed to pick in a 34. Majubi and Powelson have both done 34s, but it's the fastest lap I saw yesterday during qualifying. I think that Robert Batard just clipped to 32.9. So that's the fastest lap. But of course, we were seeing 3-lap qualifying, or 3-lap seeding, effectively. And it's obviously very different doing it over 3 laps than it is doing it over what would be 9 laps. I don't think people won't get 10 because they're over 30. So in a 9-lap qualifier. That's right, yeah, 9 laps. Or can you get 10? Well, I'm second guessing myself now. So can you do 10 laps? No, I suppose actually you've got to finish your 9th lap prior to 6. I'm going to work this out. Right, so you've got 300 seconds. Here we go. So I think actually I'm now going to, you will see 10 lappers. I'm going to completely contradict myself during the answer going on my calculator. Yes, well, actually, it's quite hard. To get a 10 lapper, you have to average better than 33.3 seconds a lap. James is gobsmacked. He's just looking at me like he doesn't know what's going on. It's always worrying when he hasn't got his headphones on. I could say anything now. I could give out his PIN number. I'm not sure really whether we should make our target for this week to get James' identity stolen, but, you know, we made the start. So it's a little bit early, just need to wait for that to get sorted out. So they are coming across the line now to wait for it to all pass by. Look, I'm going to sneeze now. Press the mute button. Well, lucky I muted that. I've literally blown all your speakers out. So it was William Skidmore in the end on that one from Jessica Powson. Both did 9, 5, 17, which shows you how far they're away from 10s. It is a real arse to get a 10 this weekend. Andres Myers third, Ryman Tribute is fourth. Alex Viles was fifth. Manuel Iniesta was sixth. Hal Lopez was seventh. Jose Thomas Escudero was eighth. Aleix Montero was ninth. And then we had Ali Heinen and Hugo Ibanez. Yeah. So just to explain to you, we're not having a moving camera because people are joining all the time. We haven't got a moving camera for every single heat, though. Actually, this is the last heat. This heat will be static, and then we'll be moving for the next 3 or 4 after that. As we are building up to the top heats in the first round of qualifying here at the European 1/8 IC Off-Road Buggy Euros. Oh, it's called it's called Nitro Buggy Off-Road. It's called a selection of weird names, to be honest. But it's basically IC Buggy, isn't it, really? I'm not sure whether Max heard this. Max, when we start moving the camera after this next heat? Sport RC and live stream and show appreciation with a thumbs up. Says 2-stroke for me. Well, I'm not sure what thumbs ups do, but thank you very much. See, we can't see the dislikes now. I used to occasionally say things get disliked. What can you do? Okay. I think I've got some sort of hay fever now. It's gone worse. Sneezing. Look, I've got a mute button now. They're doing some strimming of some. It's very agricultural around here. They've grown some excellent corn, aren't they? There's some top-tastic corn growth. That's all I can say. If you need to buy corn around here, they have a lot, and they've got grapes as well. Very verdant.
Lots of corn. You imagine lots of grapes.
Mm. Lots of farm vehicles. Some of them blocking your way.
Yes, we had to go the long way round.
And back again.
Which is why we were late going on air today. We'll use that as the excuse.
Yes, the sewage machine stopped us.
In a very small lane.
Yes, we couldn't get past it. We reversed a long way and turned around, which wasn't particularly what I wanted to do down very wide. There's a weird situation around. Interesting, when you travelled, if you travelled to Barcelos, in the sort of the surrounding villages which we're in, they don't actually have tarmac. Everything is cobbled. Not the really violent cobbles you see in English towns with the kind of the curve on the cobbles like 2 or 3 centimetres, but it's just like almost like if you imagine a stone that's about 10 centimetres by 10 centimetres lie down like a really like you bought yourself a really expensive driveway 70 years ago,
like small handcrafted bricks
all in there, but it gives the whole thing like a really put it this way, there's no way I would ride a motorcycle on that surface in the wet.
No, I wouldn't ride a non-motorised cycle. It's very warm.
So Thierry Lemery, Mathieu Chaffredon, both from France in 1 and 2, Adrien Parente in 3. Martin Wallanka back. Hello, Martin, after his self-enforced exile. He's back, the Austrian. Obviously used to be very much a front runner. Next up, is David Todd from Spain. I love David Todd. He couldn't sound less Spanish if he tried.
No, sounds very British.
There used to be a centre-back in Argentina who's called Brown.
Oh.
Did you know that Argentina has the biggest population of Welsh people outside of Wales?
No.
Yeah. There's parts of Argentina where they actually speak Welsh.
Oh, never knew that.
It was a massive exercise, I assume, at some point, 200 years ago.
I learn something new every time I work with you, Nick.
I know. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, so there's a kind of like some there are enclaves of other countries in all sorts of countries, and that's just Argentina happens to have Welsh people. Marco Natale is studying in 6th. Gabriel Astorino is in 7. Jorge Sella in 8th. Goncalo Melo is in 9. Jürgen Trieb is in 10, and I think it's Nikolai Johannes Lambert in 11 from Denmark. So this is Heat 8, and if Zach remembers, we'll be moving the camera in a few minutes.
Don't forget, we are broadcasting to many different platforms this year. So if you're watching us on one of our partner channels and you want to join in the chat, then we tend to monitor the RC TV Racing YouTube page. That's where the majority of people are. So we tend to watch the chat channels in there. Occasionally we look at Facebook. But if you want to interact with the other viewers, you have any questions for us, we'll endeavour to get them answered. But to do that, you will need to head to the YouTube, Facebook. Oh, I can't get my words out today.
Do you know, I did exactly this. I tried to have that exact conversation with the audience and managed to get Facebook and YouTube mixed up 7 times as well.
Yes, I think it's my age and the heat.
Oh, I did point out that bill was quite strong last night.
It was very strong.
It's very nice. It's very cold, was my key point.
But yeah, any questions, head over there, give us a shout out. Say hello. Join us.
Lateral style. No, Birmingham. Hello again. Welsh and Argentina. There we are. Told everyone now. Well, Frank says there's a community of Swiss fans in Japan with Swiss-style houses holding even speaking the language.
Oh.
But they're fans, whereas by the way, first of all, that's brilliant knowledge. Thank you very much indeed. But that's like that kind of obsession element that the Japanese get with certain things, isn't it? Where they take it so into themselves, which is quite impressive. But the Welsh were just there because they went to do the farming. And they obviously didn't want to speak Spanish.
No.
So Rally RC, who's winning overall? No one, because it's the first round of qualifying, and we won't have a list for you.
Frank, obviously one of our control colleagues.
He is now.
He does. He covers lots of races for us, so I'm surprised that he's sat there listening to us all day. He just can't get enough of RC racing.
Just can't get enough. Just can't get it. Ali Mellon, how do the heat starts work? Is it a rolling? Yes, it is. It's not like electrics where they call you off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's just a rolling start. So the buzzer goes, and wherever you are on the lap, it may be 15 seconds before you actually start your 5 minutes, or maybe 2 seconds, or it could be even in extreme situations, it could be 31.5 seconds of a 32-second lap. So it's just, it goes, and you then start your own separate 5 minute. Little's asking who's the current 10 so far. Not overly sure. It does, though. I'll have a look. I'm happy because I've got plenty of time to press the buttons on my RCM and see if I can find a sub list of the current running order. My guess is no, but I'll give it a go. It's exciting, isn't it? Nick presses buttons live on air. Ranking list, here we go. Quality. Thinking about it, there we go. We have got it. So currently, there we are. After half the event, William Skidmore from the last heat is on top, with Jessica Powson from the last heat second, Andres Meyer from the last heat in third, and Ryan Majubi from the last. So the top 4 is Skidmore, Powson, Meyer, and Majubi, but it doesn't mean anything because we've only had 1/3 of the first of the batch of 3 for this 50 to 75th percentile.
I understood that.
This is sounding like an open university broadcast, not an RC event, but it's the way it's done. So, yeah, so at the moment, William is the fastest of those who've gone out, but I expect that time may or may not get usurped later on.
So when we start moving camera again in a few minutes' time, I will actually message our
erstwhile camera person, who's also doing a huge amount of work editing stuff. So Martin Valanka, the Austrian, who I think, I'm absolutely right, Martin Valanka was runner-up in the European Championships in sand. But I can't quite remember. It was a 2011 or I think it was a 2014 edition. He was there.
Is it? Sorry to talk technically. Is it after? What group are we on at the minute?
It's for the next one, so it's in 4 minutes' time. We're going to try and get everyone at least once during the Fang. And this is our warm-up to the top 3 heats coming up, you see. So let's run this. So currently it says Walanka leading by. He's on for a 9.5. He's on for his forecast, which is a 5.15. Is a little bit quicker, I think, than what we saw from. I haven't got Williams' time from memory. I think it's a little bit slower, but he's also up there with Gabriel Astorino. Who's also forecast for a 9.5.15, 9.5.16 forecast for Goncalo Mello. Had our second on starter in Nikolai Johannes Lamberts from Denmark. Things can go wrong in warm-up laps.
Are we allowed to take shifts sat next to the aircon?
Well, is he not getting to you then?
No. I'm cooler than I would be, I appreciate that. But I'm very jealous of the hairs that are standing up on your arm.
Well, I could probably do that.
Thank you, that's better. What, not sit in front of the aircon?
Well, I haven't got much choice, really. You've moved it once already. To be honest, my leg's a little bit chilly. My body's still very hot.
Oh, dear.
Basically, it's that thing where it cools the blood in my legs. That kind of gets me the rest of the body slightly chillier. I think the biggest problem was that this room was sitting in the sun all morning and it got to a 1.7 million degrees before we opened the door.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm talking 1.6 million degrees. I've overestimated. Yeah.
Don't overdo it.
So, oh yeah, that's worked. Oh, it hasn't quite worked, no.
What?
It needs a bit longer. Better.
Longer delay?
Yeah.
We're talking here about the on-screen graphics. We have to tweak them slightly for each event. And thank you to Stefan, who wrote the timing system. No, he didn't write the timing system. He wrote the on-screen timing system for us.
He's a bloody genius when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Very, very clever man, and we can't thank him enough. And he's given us a little page that we can tweak all the timings just so we're not...
Tune them all up. Okay, well, we are back now. Because lovely Zach is up there. To prove it, he's going to move the camera now, just to prove the camera moves. He's looking like a madman.
Oh.
Look, there we are. The camera will be moving. Okay, who have we got in this one? Elliot Marcon, Jordan Lott, Tom Rabat, Wesley Van Helmen, Darren Bloomfield, your 2012 European champion. Jerome Aigon, your 2004-5 European champion. Maxime Noble, man, running down. I won't do that running, it's too warm. Maxime Noble, Marcel Tribe, Ivan Navarro, Pierre Aboulant, and James Lapevaux, the Guernseyman. What's your jerseyman?
You can tell Zach's a cinematic cameraman when he's not doing this, can't you? Look at him picking out the beauty shots for us.
That's right.
The establishing shots, telling us where we are.
That's good. Where are we?
Portugal.
Oh, thank you. That's the Euros too. I could be anywhere. Don't know what you're talking about. So you're not going to give me this praise. He's very unnatural. Great job, Martin. There's Tom L. Let's go Bloomers.
Thanks, Zach. Just confirming. Now with the flag on screen, we are in Portugal.
Live timing site will be fun to watch in the background. Well, you just go to the live timing to meet the bill is myrcm, myrcm.com. Or just put it's not .com.
Not .com.
It's what is it?
myrcm.ch. And then on that page you'll see a list of live events, and if you click on Barcelos, and then you can click, I think it's online streaming.
Yep.
In the middle, and that will give you one of the screens we look at, which is the live timing as it's happening.
Yeah, all the information I just gave you about where people were, it's all available on that on myrcm.ch. MYRCM.
We don't mind telling you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Maybe people want to hear it from you.
Well, yeah, but they might do. Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? Is that a look at the driver's chin shot or look at the agricultural shot? I think it's an agricultural. Focus. Oh no, he's focused. I don't know now because is he focusing on the steering pistol grip wheel or is he trying to focus on the agriculture behind it? Given the fact that there we are. It's a pull focus.
Oh, very.
Should have got Ash to do that, shouldn't we?
Ash is a better cameraman.
Ash is a better pull focus though. You don't insult the cameraman before his shift. Hello, there we are, waving. We're waving and melting. The mechanic, we didn't get a Guernseyman's mechanic trip. That's unfortunate. Now you can look at the track again. If you've got any decent ideas for names for bits of it, you're going to have to point out, you can't just say the big thing. You have to say that bit of the track, there. We're going to call it Brian or something. But I've only got a couple of bits named so far. So who are we with? Let's pick somebody up. That one. That was great. I love it we picked up and I haven't had a chance to see who that was, but hey ho. My guess is who is it? My guess is it's number 2. I don't know, we're picking someone else I wasn't looking at. That's your list of runners and riders again. And don't forget to subscribe. Right, so we were with this lovely yellow and black winged machine. He's going back round the. Let's come to the corner. He's gone in the pits. Take the 0 down the Spain straight. White car. That's the 0. That's the Pierre Rabulon machine. Up the tabletop at the far end of the circuit, over the skippy bit of the track. It's very skippy, that part of it. Simple double in front of it, and then into the switchbacks. That's the corner table, and this is the not quite 180, which is much more up and down. It looks like on the camera. The camera right in front of it is really flattening it. Then they go over the rollers. Almost go over the rollers at the back. And then drop down again. Those drops are quite large. Come into the S-bend, and then he'll go past commentary corner. That's us. Hooray! And into the pits. Those 2 green stripes are the 2 loops for timing and scoring. And there's no cars. Just at the next one who goes past me, Zach, which apparently is no car at all at the moment. Here we go. It's car number 3. He's got in the pit. No, he hasn't. He's got in the pits. Oh, dear. Where's the dedication to actually driving somewhere? Oh, I missed that one. So busy looking at the cars, missed out what car number that was. So they haven't started yet. This is all like a bit of a practice. Oh, that's Tom. Is that Tom? Tom Robin. It's got a blue and white aesthetic body. I'm not, obviously, he was running that last time I saw him at RCGP Italy. And thanks to RCGP, S-Works and InvisibleSpeed.net for sponsoring this event with us. But obviously that might not be his normal shell because he was running a team shell. That is car number 5. That's Darren Bloomfield. We've picked out the 2012 European champion. He is not. Josh, I realise that's Darren's colours, the blue and white. That's the colours that he won the championship in Fairing in a epic battle with David Ronefeld. And actually, in 2012, became the first ever driver from Britain to win the championship. And that had been after nearly 30 years. He then, of course, didn't have to wait long because in 2015 and 2016, Elliot Boots won it. So that's the way it goes. You wait like a London bus, the European Championship. You wait 30 years, and then 3 turn up in 5. In between those events, we had championship wins for Ronefalk in Sand and in... Where else did he win his championships? I don't know. Well, it's Sand, that's for sure. That was a very, very dominant victory. It was actually dull. It was so dominant. And he won again the following year. Nick rapidly can play this part. He won it in Sand. I won it in Reims, of course, the first time. that was a good race. We just held off Savoia for the championship. It's a pity there's no tracking camera. With a tracking camera now, Martin Pearson, name the corner where all the crashes happened, Westminster. It is a car crash at the moment, in fairness, but that would be a very, very parochial UK joke, but thank you very much, you've made me laugh. So let's see if we can, let's drop back one, that's car one's an accident, that's the X-ray of Elliot Marcon, Frenchman, up over the skippy part of the track. Small double. That's a switchback. And there's a lot of. I think it's quite. I do quite like the way that a lot of tracks do this. What tends to happen is because of the combination of the colour of the track and the way it wears out, those white lines delineating the peaks of the jumps disappear. So you get an idea of how many times these cars are going up and down and how many little jumps they've got. He's constantly battling an aerial battle. So currently it's not really, it's a Bloomfield, it was leading, but actually he's the only person who's done a lap of any sort. Oh, someone's doing his television, that's nice of them. So, getting a technical delivery. And what we need to do is we need to see if we can find, I'll try and find him. We've been asked to cover James Le Pivot, who's the 11. This putting the numbers on the wing is, here he comes now. He's in the purpley white car coming down the main straight. That's Pivot in a purpley and look to the car. It's going crazy now. We've got ventilation as well. Suddenly we've got everything. We haven't got everything we need. We've got a lot we need. This is going to help a lot, but it's going to be there is a bit of an issue with putting it in. So we're talking about ourselves here. We've had a couple of deliveries that might make things a bit easier for us to do what we need to do at the moment. So Pivot running in 6th. That big single where they go, oh no, I won't quite do that. I'll just kind of sneak over it rather than anything else. Timothy Ball, Westminster, that's in Abbey, I assume. Yeah, that's the one. Can't see bothered about Westminster Abbey where you are. So yeah, some very important rearrangement of power going on here. The power dynamic within the team is not being rearranged because James is definitely in charge because he told me where to put all the bits and bobs. So coming to the end now of this one, Jordan Lott with a 5.12, Bloomfield with a 5.16. Jerome Igon just beaten by 8 tenths. Tom Roban with a 5.17. Couple just finishing off. Remember with Marcon and everyone else. Okay, right, we're now sort of moving up a gear for the next one because we're moving into the top 3 qualifying heats. So as set by the the practice yesterday really, and the sub-qualification, everything else. Martin Pearson, do the cars have brakes, which is engine braking? No, they have brakes. They have very adjustable brakes as well. They're not actually on the wheels, so they're not outboard. So you haven't got kind of disc brake inside every wheel on the side. They've got brakes on the drivetrain, so the drivetrain has a centre diff. And there is a brake that brakes the rear of the car, and there's a brake that brakes the front of the car, but obviously it's not then subdistributed left and right, but there are brakes. Hello to Keenan, it's No Name Podcast. So, who is up first is the question. And we start with, as you can see on the left-hand side of your page, if you are looking very carefully, the first 2 people you're going to see are European champions. But that's going to happen quite a lot, to be honest. There's a lot of European champions. So, let's have a look. So, we've got Bruno Coelho from Portugal in 1. He was obviously the 3rd fastest qualifier. Yesterday, David Ronefeld in 2. Burak Kilic, the older of the Kilic brothers, in 3. Oscar Baldo. I don't know whether Oscar or Brian's older, actually. I think Brian's older. The Baldo brothers. Then Daniel Parente, the youngster from Spain. 6 is Lee Martin. 7 is Renault Savoia, who's a triple European champion. So there's 7 European champions in this team, in this event. You've got Jorn Neumann, who's won lots of European championships in different classes. We've got Ricardo Montero, Hugo Tavernon, Miguel Matias. Miguel, of course, also a former European champion. And then Joseph Corgreen, who's not a European champion, but is part of Invisible Speed, our sponsors. Hello, Invisible Speed. Hello, Joseph Corgreen. You won't miss Joseph. I don't think, unfortunately. Oh, no, we can pick him up. Get Joseph's head on, if we can, on camera. If we can. Oh, it's not quite working because of the colour. But that you can't tell, but that's bright green. He has bright green hair. No one knows quite why he's done that. It's like, why have you done that? What's the point of that then, JQ? But he's gone for bright green. And I suppose what the point of it is, he's now showing it. Let's go Viking, says Connie Svensson. It's a green beaker indeed, Connie. So, lots of big names. We'll try and get some actual action with all of them, see what they're going to do. You'll see how they run the laps. It's going to be hard to know where to look, really, but certainly with quite so many European champions. If you think about Lee Martin's won 7, I think. Jorn Neumann's won at least 5 European champions, and that's in different classes. There's a lot of people who have kind of dominated Europe over the past 10 years or so, and now there's a man standing in front of my view, which we really don't want it. That's not going to work. It's a good idea having the fan, but that's now turned into affecting the wind of the mic, but there we go. Right, so let's see who we can pick up when they come around the corner after. Who's first person round? Is it going to be car number 1 of Bruno Coelho? Yep, take the first car. That is the orange machine of Bruno Coelho. As always, it's a very, very busy summer for Bruno as he does so many races in so many classes. Won the European Championship last time round. Well, last time it was in Portugal. Here's your list of runners and riders again. Does equal green with the Finnish flag, not with the bright green flag. But Coelho, Ronefat, Burak Kilic, Oscar Baldo, Daniel Parente, Lee Martin, Renault Savoia, Jorn Neumann, Ricardo Montero, Hugo Tavernon from France, and Miguel Matias and Joseph Corgreen. I'm not even mentioning the country because it's all pretty much as they are. Here we go. So, still not quite right, but we get the idea of how they're trying to attack the track, what they're doing, what their ideas are. Coelho actually is seedy positions. Just ahead of Coelho, it's Ronefeld, so they're now dragging each other around, seeing what they're going to do. Almost hairpin, not up and down. So, Ronefeld goes off, doesn't do an awful lot because basically they haven't started yet. But there's a little bit, I think, of willy waving going on there. If we come in for fuel, let's see what happens down in the pits. It's a bit bad for our camera being slightly off camera, and also the colours aren't quite right there. Let's go back up here to the top of the hill and pick someone else up. Zach will pick up whoever comes next, which apparently is a car that's got no number on its wing. That's not on, right? He's not being picked up. He's blown his chance. Next one over is 11 going down the straight. That is Miguel Matias, the tall Portuguese European champion from 2004, I believe. Also nearly won the Worlds around that time. Oh, difficult takeoff and a kind of a squirrely landing there. So most of these people driver will come back in again for fuel, either a lap or 2 laps before. We are going to get going in just a few seconds, half a minute, and I'll get going in the actual countdown. It matters sort of thing. Sprinting down the straight. So no one started anything yet, but they will when it goes beep. So, next one down the straight. Zach's going to make the cut across, but that's Ronnefout. He's missed him. He's at the first corner now. There we go. That terrible camera work is entirely my fault. So there's Ronnefout starting his run. So this stuff counts. Ronnefout through the switchback. Well, of course, with the new Mayarko chassis, which bears quite a lot of resemblance to some of the JQ designs of old. JQ partnering with Chinese partners to be able to put into action his ideas and therefore also be able to sign one of the top drivers in the world. So Ronnefout, nice little flow. And the first lap is a 33.3, which is comprehensively the fastest lap we've seen. But then we'd expect that because these are the top 36 qualifiers. So the first person actually out in those last 3 heats was 37th. It wasn't like 12. But the 33.3, don't forget when that was a magic number, was a 33.3 every single lap. And then he might just clip a 10 through the S. You can tell he's a bit quick because Zach's not used to how well he's going around the corners. Zach's in average Joe mode, not in Ronnefout mode. Flies over front. So another good lap that time round. 33.3 again. Up and over the switchbacks. So it's interesting, it's Bruno who's ahead by 0.3 after 2 laps. Ronnefout does another 33 or 33.8 this time. So who's running well? It's Coelho, 0.7 out with a fastest time of a 33.4. Sorry, 33.3. Parenti third, Kilic fourth. Savoy's fifth. Okay, let's see if we can pick up Daniel Parenti. I think he might be going down the straight now. It's the car 5. I think he's the second of those two about to go in the switchback. Pretty sure he's the second one. I might be horrendously wrong, but I think that is car 5 of Daniel Parenti. Yep. As you can see from the cumulative times, he's about 0.9 of a second behind Ronnefout in this battle for second or third. And don't forget, they're also competing against every other person who's been out on the track so far for round 1. And, of course, the 2 top heats, inverted commas, to come, where we have Canas and Battle, who were the fastest yesterday over 3 laps. Ronnefout has taken the overall lead. Coelho had a small bobble and lost a second that time round. Parenti just holding third from Kilic. And it's Savoia, Boldo, Montero, Matias, Martin, Neumann, Quagreen and Taveron on as they fly up towards the side of the track, you see, after the rollers. Okay. So up the top of the track. I mean, it is. Okay, I'm looking at the track on the screen. It looks like it is outside. You just don't get the idea of how much up and down this all is. So we'll just leave him there, Zach, and we'll try and pick up Burak Kilic. It should be the next car round. He is. That's the 3 going down the straight now. So that's Burak. Well, I'm sure he's older than Birkin, but I could be wrong. I think Burak's the older brother of the Kiliches. It's a constant struggle for me to remember which one's which on the age. Though I can recognise them. I know which one which visually, but I can't remember which one which is older. I think Birkin is older than Burak. So Burak is older than Birkin. I can't even say it. So racing for Germany. Quite a small German team actually. It was quite surprising. You know, one of the powerhouses in the past, but the Germans have only sent, from memory, the Kilic brothers, Jorn Neumann, and I think a couple of others. I think there's about 4 or 5 in their team. Kim Einhardt's running for them as well. I think that might be it. Might be just 4. So, you know, surprising drop-off in entry numbers from the German team. Still, they've got some pretty good races there. Sweden's only got 3, but it's Ronefalk, Berg and Paulsen, so that's a very strong team of 3. So it's coming to an end. It looks like the Ronefalk obviously had a really bad lap in there. So Ronefalk had a mistake, and that's cost him really badly. He was up there level with everyone else. You can see that the situation is that Coelho has basically won this one with a 5.05.4. Kilic, who we were following, got second, 5.06.2. Parenti, who we were following, got third, 5.07. But look at that, 3 seconds wrong for Ronefalk. Ronefalk, obviously, in the penultimate lap, or the ulti-penultimate lap, had a disaster and lost 5 seconds. So that one accident is going to plunge him down the total. So 5.05.4, you have to remember. Yeah, he's remembering it now. So 5.05.4, that is Coelho's fastest time. We'll have to see what happens with the rest of the teams, but we now go to Heat 11. It's quite exciting. Let's find out who's it. Well, that's quite a good first couple of names, isn't it? Okay, so we start. Yeah, these two shouldn't be that close to the track normally. So we start with one Carlos Canas in 1. Probably, you know, 2 of the favourites in the same qualifying heat. Davide Ongaro in 2. He's your world champion, everybody. Juan Carlos Canas actually won the Buggy Euros a few weeks ago, so he's a European champion now. Oscar Navarro in 3rd. Birkin Kilic, you've just seen his brother go really well, which must be a bit of pressure. Elliot Boots, double European champion in 5. Andrea Trevisan in 6. Hampus Berg in 7. And Hampus has looked so improved when we've seen him at RCGP for the last couple of rounds from where he was prior to lockdown. Giuseppe Tesconi, the Italian, is in 8th. Pedro Gomez, the young Portuguese, in 9th. Pele Kumsi from Denmark in 10. Alejandro Perez is in 11. And Carlos Durares from Portugal is in 12.
Should we have a quick word from one of our sponsors before this kicks off?
Why not? There we are. I think JQ is going to come and have a chat at some point during today or tomorrow. Didn't quite firm it up. I know he's been having more detail. There he is. That's his hair in proper colour. Thank you, Zach. So he's
sat there in front of us.
He is. This is right next to us. See, that's our hut. I'm not going out there. It's the air conditioning just about working now. So that's what JQ looks like this time. He seems to have gone for, I don't know if he's gone for a second wash through because it's now lighter on top. Perhaps he's getting sun bleached.
It's 2-tone.
I think it was one bottle, I think. So that is the JQ hairstyle that has been taking the world by storm. Mark Fletcher, are the Hall brothers here? The answer to that is no. Because they do electrics. Now, just trying to prove how clever people are, and that would be mostly Keenan. He actually knows that Burak is 18 and Birkin is 16th. So I said I knew Birkin. Birkin is the oldest, and Burak is the oldest, and Birkin is the youngest. Wish they called them like
Something not similar.
Yeah. So fine, you've got Birkin, and the other one's called Trevor, and it's really easy. But Trevor's the youngest. Obviously, it's very unlikely that a German of Turkish descent is going to call your son Trevor, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's a long shot.
Yeah. Hello to everyone who is watching. It's good to have you all with us. Right. Next one. Here we go. So it's Ronnefout, it's Canat. Ronnefout's having an accident. Coelho's gone well, and now it's down to Canas, Ongaro, and their supporting cars who may end up being faster over the full distance than they are, but I doubt it, to support them in this heat number 11. I'm not sure someone had a bit of a sense of humour putting Canas and Ongaro together because they've had a bit of a feud recently. Been a little bit less. Certainly RCGP a couple of weeks ago in Italy weren't very happy with each other. Well, in fairness, Canas doesn't care, but Ongaro wasn't very happy with Juan Carlos.
Oh.
It's quite funny because Ongaro had an absolute, real major upset, but he was being really political about another one. Pick up that second car going down. I'm not sure that actually is number 2. He wouldn't say what the problem was and who was causing the problem or anything like that. He said, no, I won't say. No, I'm very upset with that man. I'm very upset. I won't say it. I said, it's one car's class. Yes, it is. Yes, it is him. So it's like, so he won't say it, but he's not going to deny who it is. But they have a big row.
Fair enough.
So let's hope that needle's taken into the next part. So we're with an orange car here. I'm not quite sure who it is. I'm sure it's because Ronnefout keeps changing his colours, which is the problem. I'm not sure it's Ronnefout's got a new body shell. It's not Ronnefout. I keep saying Ronnefout. It's not Ronnefout. That is Birkin Kilic. That's the younger brother. The younger brother. Doing a couple of warm up. They haven't quite started yet. They're still about a minute from starting. So they can make your mistakes. You can just get a feel for the track. You can work out what the problems are or aren't. And up over the rollers at the back. So he is probably going to pop in for a bit of petroleum. Obviously it's not petrol, it's nitro. Carlos Gomez chatted to me yesterday explaining that this championship, this Euros, is being run on the new European regulation of 16% nitro. But when we get the Worlds in Redovan, they're going to go the EFRA rule, which is 25% nitro. So I think it's a special dispensation to run that in Europe, which I suppose they've probably got. And interestingly, talking about nitro, for the first time ever, we got stopped at security on the way out here because we failed the nitromethane check. You know when they rub down, they get stuff out your bag and rub it down. And we've been doing this now with these pieces of kit for
long time,
9 years, 10 years. Never stopped again. I've always wondered why we haven't been stopped, and they actually stopped us saying, "You failed the nitromethane check," which is weird because we hadn't been near a nitromethane emitting vehicle for at least a year and a half. So there we go. So we have very sensitive machines. So we go through Stansted, don't take nitromethane. Okay, so this is Kilic actually on a run. So what we'll try and do, actually, I'll try and shuffle this up and see if we can... so we'll leave Kilic at the end of this lap. And we'll try and see if we can pick up after that with any JQ action. See if we can find Mr. Ongaro. I think he's further around the lap than anyone else. Looking for number 2. It's not kind of an obvious number to look at, number 2. There's the 3. There he is, this car now, number 2 down the hill now. You missed him. You're going, that's him. So this is Ongaro, Davide, your world champion, the man who comes into most events as the favourite, but I think already it's more up for grabs this weekend. So, interestingly, they've all gone round the lap and none of them put a 33 in. So none of them are anywhere near the 504.51 after a lap. Elliott's just done another 34. 33.8. So that lap you just saw was Ongaro in the 33.8, and he's now actually, obviously he's done 2 laps, but he's now programmed to go faster than what we saw. And Juan Carlos Canas is, no, just dropped off slightly. So Canas has gone a little bit quicker in that lap. So Canas has done 3 laps. So Ongaro class of the European field for a long time. Flies up and over the rollers. I'm sure he must feel he lost a couple of his best years when he was in his dominating form due to COVID. But we're all back, we're all here, we're all meeting in Portugal. And we're watching once again Davide Ongaro put on a bit of a masterclass. See, programmed for 0.3 faster than Coelho. Okay. Oh, and that's not what you want to do, is it? So he's upside down, and that will cost him. Let's see how much time it cost him when he comes across the line. It wasn't the world's worst mistake, but it was a 35.8, so he lost a second and a half, perhaps 2 seconds, and that's all put the whole thing behind. Now, in some way, Canas must be really quite close behind him because he's picking up his next lap very soon afterwards. So what we'll do is we'll take Ongaro up the top of the hill again, and then we'll be looking for car number 1 of Juan Carlos Canas, who is on for a 5.061, which again is not fast enough to beat Bruno. So wait there, and we'll wait for the car 1 of Canas. Here he is now, going over the green. That is Juan Carlos Canas. Young Spaniard, not young as he was, because obviously he's been a couple of years since we last seen him, but Canas now on the S-Works. An absolutely no compromising racer. But this is qualifying. This is about being clear and clean. Goes for the S-bend. Ongaro still not really able to recover from that mistake, and is actually running behind Birkenkill at the moment, the younger one. Now Canas, actually watching now, has now got on for a predicted time better than Bruno's. What's Bruno's again? 504.51.
505.41.
Yeah, he's on for 504.6 at the moment. Obviously, not even a mistake, a minor bobble will lose you half a second, but that car looks very nice on the front end there as he goes around the S in front of Coventry Corner. And that round with 33.1, so he's pushing the whole time. Comfortably the best lap we've seen by about 0.3. Behind him, Kilic, Ongaro, Trevisan, Boots, Berg. Oh, got away with that. That was as close you get to have an accident without having one. It probably won't have cost him more than half a tenth. He had to just come off the power slightly. 33.8. So yeah, I don't think that cost him the whole half a second. I think that cost him a tenth. He just lose drive. And Juan Carlos has finished. That was his finishing lap. So he's gone over in a 9.504.029 to take the fastest we've seen. So 5.04 flat effectively now. Wait for them all to come across. Not a good last lap for Birkenkill. He's had a 38 in his last lap and dropped way down. So it's Ongaro in second on a 5.05.431. So I can't remember which side of where that was in relation to Coelho. Anyway, Boots is third. Hampersberg again proving how much he's improved is fourth. Burke and that mistake dropped him to fifth. The upset, crashing the last lap's really bad. Then it's Alejandro Perez, Pelicumsi, Carlos Duarez, Giuseppe Tosconi, Andrea Trevisan, Pedro Gomez. And unfortunately, Oscar Navarro didn't make the whole trip. So, 2/3 of the top heat are done. 1/3 to go. There's a few of them who's sitting there going, "Oh, I can't believe I crashed." Well, so there's Ronald Falk who's made a mistake, and there's Birkenkill who made a mistake. So two of them are one mistake away from being quite good. Some of the others suffering a little bit more. Okay, so here is your final. Oof, some interview in this first one. So we have in this final heat of round 1, you've got Robert Bataille, Robert Battle on 1, Ricardo Berton, your reigning European champion, on 2, and Marco Barofalo, who is fast. That's undeniable. Whether it's always pointing in the right direction, who knows. Then it's Hal Figueiredo in 4, who was someone who Carlos Gomez pointed out looked very good. Una Hattinen in 5, Max Gotzel, who I think won the B, didn't he? I think Max Gotzel won the B.
Not sure.
And then Brian Baldo. Johnny Skidmore, reigning UK champion in 8. Alexander Chettin in 9. Pecco Ivan, I wonder if his marvellous mum is watching today. Andre Bento and Clement Boda are the 12 for this one. Our top 3 heats seeded as then they mix them, so they take the 36 drivers and they evenly spread them across the heats. Well, Frank already answered that. I think that's my job. Keenan says they stuck nitro into Peruvian Powerade bottles on their South American tour.
They did what?
They snuck nitromethane fuel into Peru in Powerade bottles.
Why did they need to sneak it?
Well, I assume they weren't allowed to bring it in. There wasn't any in there.
Oh.
It's happening, says Sergeant Scum.
What's happening?
I have no idea. Mark Phillips is a story of everyone's RC career. That one mistake that ruins everything. Yep, that's Ron Falcon Kilich so far. And yes, we all could have been great up to the point where we're not. So thank you all for being with us. However you're watching us, if you're watching us on the EFRA Facebook page or the EFRA YouTube page, if you're watching us with Red RC, hello, how are you doing? And if you're watching us on the RC Racing TV Facebook page, hello as well. If you want to comment, we kind of only follow the comments in one place, and that place is the RC TV YouTube page. There is a link, I think, in the Facebook pages about that, and that gives us a chance to read your comments. So, final heat going out. We'll have a little bit of a break from moving camera after this for a while. Well, we have lunch, a big break. We've got a lunch break next. That's excellent. We've got a lunch break. I think we come back. We'll do a full roundup at the end of the running and riding, the qualifying after round 1, and the fact we're coming back off 45 minutes later. But plenty to do so far as the cars scream out. Go Pecco and Eunice, says Essa Mailamai, who I'm pretty sure has raced in Euros, I'm going to say in the large scale. So, who do we need to pick up? Well, the answer is the top drivers. Still 2 minutes before they get going. Oh, look at that. Close-up shots. Here we go. He's going all arty now.
Is that time for a quick advert then?
Go on then, yeah.
RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
And I would sign up for that event. I'll be there. We'll all be there.
Yes.
And it'll be good fun. And it's going to be covered super duperly by us in the bestest way we can. I mean, I was all for the bit showing all the lovely beer. I wasn't sure about showing all the lovely food, but you know, you go, oh, it's a little bit kind of tenuous. You know, but then we have stolen the best cuisine from around the world. You know, we'd rather bother inventing one of our own. Okay, so we need to pick up a car. What car should we pick up? They're all going to the pit, which is very irritating. Apparently they want fuel to start this. Just pick the next one up, actually. Next car up, this one here, which is car number 3. Oh, look at him go. He's trying to start the race. That is Marco Barofalo. I really shouldn't say it in that way, because A, I deafen the audience, and B, it sounds like I have a favourite. So, Barofalo. Take a very straight line there through the switch. He hasn't actually started yet. He will just about clip the timing next time round, because only a few seconds to go. So as he turns left, hop and left up and over the the switchbacks at the far end. There we go. That's the timing signal saying we've all started. And now, bang. So Buffalo, off he goes into the dark. You're completely losing the camera. He goes in that shadow in front of the fueling area in the pit lane. Over the skippity-dippity bit. And it's the short double before the switchback. Little tabletop, which just really rotates them in towards the, not quite a hairpin, but it's a massive drop there. And that's the big sharp jump. Can't see it there, it looks really sharp from behind me. Drop down the rollers. I think this is a track where you need to be good on the brakes in many ways. And Buffalo does a 34 flat, which is absolutely fine for the first lap, but you do need to start creeping into 33s to really trouble the scorers. Figueiredo 33.8, Burton 33.9, Brian Bardo 34.5. So those are the faster. Robert Buggy has not crossed the line yet. And Battle's one of the last people over. He's on a 34. Well, Battle's not started well. He's on a 34.9 to start, so that's not a great start. As Buffalo crosses the line. Okay, it's 3 cars. See, 3 cars got. I'm just watching this. What Buffalo's done is he given himself a really nice open area of space. He's not giving himself a situation where he's got to try and overtake other people. He can just concentrate on his own world. So at the end of this lap, Zach, I think you just need to wait 1 car, and it should be Ricardo Burton, I think. No, it's how Figueiredo actually. Well, it's fine. There we go. There's Burton. I hope it's Burton. I think it is. With the Infinity chassis now. We chatted to him yesterday, and you'll see that on Saturday. Your reigning European champion, of course. But it couldn't be much more different conditions where it was absolutely chucking it down. Oh, on that roll cost you a second, and that's a second you can't afford to lose. No one's on to really pushing the time of either Coelho or Canas. Come down the straight. And that time for Burton, wow, that roll was a 34.5, so that's not that bad. But he is in third behind Buffalo and Figueiredo, who's going really well. The Portuguese driver on a 5.04.1. Oh, no, that's a mistake again. So Burton's having a bit of a dodgy couple of laps. And those dodgy couple of laps are not helping him at all. But, yeah, early leader is not exactly a surprise, but not entirely what we expected. It's how Figueiredo goes. Figueiredo, I think, actually at the moment, it might even be on for pole, which is quite remarkable. So what you need to do is you need to go forward a couple of cars, which is quite difficult to do, really, isn't it? Yeah. We'll stick with those two. I'm not sure. We're looking for car number 4. It's down the straight now. It's just one back. There we go. That's Figueiredo. That time round to 33.8. Figueiredo on for a 5.03.581. Kyosho driver. Wrenched by Mick Craddock. Obviously, this is not. It's obviously his home track, which helps. But just knowing where you are doesn't do you that much good, especially considering the fact that they have completely redesigned the track for this race since the warm-up. So a bit of home field advantage, but still got to lay the times down. I think it might be some atmospheric advantage. You're used to the weather, you're used to the way you are. So Figueiredo, that time round to 34 flat. Nearly 3 seconds ahead of his next closest rival, which is Marco Buffalo. Pecco Ivan doing well in the middle of the field. Now this is where things get more tricky. He's now got people in front of him. The referee will normally try to help tell him to get out of the way when there's a faster person. Figueiredo 34.3. Yeah, his times have just dripped off, and I think that's pretty much because he's hit the back of this traffic now. And the referee should be saying to the other car, who I can't see who it is, to get out of the way. I can hear some announcements going on. But the damage, I think, as far as... yeah, let him go eventually. But I think the damage as far as round TQ has been done here for Figure 8, I'm afraid, because it's so close. The fact he's almost certainly lost... Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. That was not really on. And that's really bad luck for Figueiredo on the last lap to lose 4 seconds. He's still top. He's still top, but he lost 4 or 5 seconds. And, yeah, you've got to say that's not what should happen at this level. I don't know whether that's drivers not letting him out, whether it's referee not doing a good enough job in telling him he was here. But that's disappointing. And what's actually happened is we haven't mentioned him. We've not shown him. But Robert Battle's gone and won the heat. So you kind of go... How did that happen? So Battle is the winner. Figueiredo is second. He's going to be absolutely livid with that. Absolutely livid. He wasn't going to top the round. The back marker issue, and that's one of those things. But without that accident, which was entirely avoidable. Third is Marco Barufalo. Fourth, Ricardo Berton. Fifth is Una Hatton. Well on Una. Sixth, Pecco Iveland. That's good for Pecco. Alex Sanchez, who's virtually got 2 legs back round, is seventh. Max Gotzer is 8th, Andre Benito is 9th, Johnny Skidmore in 10th, and Clement Boda is in 11th. Right, so now I'm going to try and interrogate things and see if I can give you an overall run for today. On the ranking list, here we go. Hopefully I'll give you an up-to-date thing. Just making sure there's people... Okay, so here we are. This is your overall scores on this round. So the winner of round 1 was Carlos Canas. So Canas wins. Bruno Coelho scores 2nd. Davide Ongaro scores 3. Burak Kilic scores 4. Rob Battle scores 5. Danny Parente is 6th. Hal Figueiredo 7th, but he should have been 2nd. That's really disappointing. Marco Barufalo is 8th. Ricardo Berton, the reigning European champion, is 9th. Elliot Boots is 10th. Ron Falk, despite that big mistake, is 11th. His Mayako teammate Hampersberg is 12th. Burke and Kaliko also made a mistake, is 13th. Una Hatton is 14th. Oscar Baldo is 15th. Jordan Lott, good result for Jordan there, is 16th. Pecco Ivanen is 17th. Alejandro Perez, the junior, is in 18th. Alex Sanchez is 19th. And 20th place is Renault Savoy. Just looking for any obvious people who had nightmares. And there aren't any. People are around and about from then. So that is round 1 of 5 in the books. Juan Carlos Canas has taken it. And we now have a lovely lunch break, which is always something we want to have. Officially, we are back at... That's the wrong day I'm looking at, so that's a bit of a problem.
13. I'm talking off mic. I put 13:20 because Group 4 Qualification 2 goes out at 13:23.
Okay, so we're back in an hour. I'm probably back with static camera, but you're listening to my old voice. No fun for anybody. So, very, very interesting first round of qualifying. You got those final 3 heats, and you saw so many people making that one vital mistake, or having that one vital mistake made for them. But Canas has really rubbed in, and he has that pace that we thought he did. I'm already really looking forward to round 2. Fantastic stuff. See you all in about an hour's time. Enjoy your lunch. Bye-bye.
MotoGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
Hello everybody. We are back, well, I'm back from lunch, and we'll have a lovely chat between ourselves. Yep, we need to move that fan slightly because it's blowing on the thing. Hello and welcome back to the F1 8th Off-Road Euros 2022 from the IBC Buggy Arena here, well, near Barcelos in sunny Portugal. It's great to have you all with us. Hopefully you all had a pleasant lunch as well. I know I did. So we are back with a little bit of fixed camera stuff. And the timing obviously on the right hand side. I need to ask a quick question to Jay. You just press one button and change my life. So, hello to everyone. So, no, it's Boda. It's Clement Boda apparently who was the person who didn't sort out the first round kerfuffle with young Mr. Figueiredo. Anyway, so we've gone through the whole of the first round. We're starting the second round. This is the first. It says Heat 4, but this is actually the first race of this one. They haven't started yet. We're going to have a while of this. The top heat is in about top three heats. There isn't a top heat. Its top heats are 9, 10, and 11. And we're going to have a little bit of a top heat-tastic time. So just to give you an idea what is going on regarding I don't know, I should really give you like positioning things like time scales and all that sort of stuff, because we're back after lunch. Some of us had some food, some of us haven't, you know, it's the way it goes. Right, so where we're at now is we are now starting qualification group 4, and it's round 2. So I will give you the results of round 1 again for those of you who weren't there a while ago when round 1 ended, obviously, which is when you tend to need the results of the race after the round. And so here we go. So we are now starting it with group number 4, and they're absolutely on time, to be honest. I think perhaps a couple of seconds behind. Let's have a look what they say they are on their diversion to schedule. They are now, seem to think they're about 2 minutes ahead. I think they're actually on time. So we're starting with group 4. And then we run through to group 12. So the actual top heat, 10, 11 and 12 are back out at 2:30 approximately local time. So 2:30 local, which if you're in mainland Europe, of course, is 3:30. Then they're out really quickly again, actually, because they're then back out again at 4:30. So due to the vagaries of everything, they're actually kind of out twice really close together. And then tomorrow, we actually, the key thing to set your alarm, because tomorrow we start with the top heats. So the top heats are 1, 2 and 3, and they start at 8:35 local, which is 9:35 in mainland Europe. But it's yeah, it's quite it's quite interesting that we're having to start so early, because it's obviously for us it means that we have to get everything up and running. But you need to remember that, because it's starting with the top heat, so you really need to be absolutely on it, to be honest, tomorrow. Mr. Audience, please, whilst we go for it. Oh, that's not very good news, is it? Why is that not doing what it should be? Right, I've got a slight issue with the timing. I've just noticed that while I was talking to myself. There's a slight issue with the timing. Let me see if I can work out a way of solving that in some method. Which might be more difficult, I think, 'cause it's not actually something I'm massively... This particular version of the system is not one I'm totally used to, but let's see if I can chunter our way through that. What has gone wrong there? Yeah, sorry about it. You seem to have a bit of a timing glitch at the moment. I shall try and get my my team to sort that out. But for some reason, it's getting some information about the timing counting down, but not the information of who's doing what to whom, which is very strange. So at the end of that one, who has won Heat 4 is the question we need to ask ourselves, because due to the fact I haven't got the timing working, I know I should have myself severely... it's Nuno Casa Rebel who's looking at a 9.522, 9.523. We're just waiting for the rest to come through, including Mitchell Booth. Yes. So that is the end of that one. It was Mitchell Booth who was in second, Alejandro Darras third, Jerome Sartell fourth. So, coming up for the next one, it is Alessandro Scaramuzzino, Matu Benetin, following up that one. So then it's Ika Tellez, Julius Cicolodi, Michael Lewis, Lewis Jones, John Hazelwood, Alexandre Vidal, Luis Rodrigo, Manuel Perez. Which is slightly interesting. 77. Okay, so it's picked that up. Now it says it's Q2 Heat 5, so we know it's Hazelwood, Jones, Lewis and the gang. Here's your entry again. Don't forget to subscribe. Obviously, normally I say more than this. When I'm trying to, on my own, sort out this little timing issue, it could take a little while. So it's just a bit of time while we're doing this. Say thanks to invisiblespeed.net, thank you to S-Works, thank you to RCGP for sponsoring this event. Oh, it's slowly running out of anything resembling internet at the moment, which is exciting, isn't it? sure actually whether the timing's not coming through quite right from some of the others. No, here we go. It's linking back up quite nicely. So they're carrying on doing some laps, and we seem to be up and running again, which is good news on the timing. There we are. I knew if I press enough buttons I'd mend it eventually. It says possibly. So, as you can see, we have Alexander Vidal leading Manuel, Alexander Sermon as they run through. So you've got Michael Lewis and Lewis Jones, which is slightly confusing for the UK fans in this one. Anyway, so those of you just joining us, we ran through round one, of course, already. And just to give you the top few again, it is Juan Carlos Canas, who took the first round. Bruno Coelho was second. David Algaro was third. Burak Kilic was fourth. Robert Bataille was fifth. Daniel Parente was sixth. Hal Figueiredo was seventh. Marco Barufalo was eighth. Ricardo Berton was 9th, Elliot Boots was 10th, then it was Ronald Falcon 11th, then it was Burke and Killick 12th and 13th, Una Hatton 14th, Oscar Baldo 15th, and 16th was Jordan Lott. Pekko Ivanen was in 17th, then it was Alejandro Perez and Alexander Chatin 18-19, and your 20th qualifier, though I don't think it's a 20th important number, I think about it. I think it's straight in the semi-final, I think it's 16, isn't it? It's Renault Savoia. That's one round of four. And obviously they've got drops and everything. So that was the opening salvos of everybody involved. Checking we've got everything running now. It appears to be. Anyway, so as I reset my brain after lunch, everyone's saying well done to Noah Ben Mohammed. Are these electric brine coil? No, they're nitro. 3.5 cc or 0.21 of a cubic inch are the engines in these things. Nitromethane mixture that's gradually been reduced the amount of nitro within it. Years ago they were only 40% nitro, now it's down to just 16 for Europe. So obviously it's an explosive, it's a dangerous substance, and they're trying to limit its use in the EU. So the European rules are quite a bit less nitromethane in the fuel than other areas of the world. Obviously nitromethane gives you power, but it also helps cool the engine as well. So not having as much nitromethane is quite a major situation. Okay. So this is coming to the end now of Heat 5. Not quite that near the end. John Houser not making the trip in that one. And they all go. All of them are finished now. So next up, so Luke. Whinging by the referee from what I can hear. So next one round, and we have taking part in heat number, I think it's 6 now, isn't it? Yeah, 6 is Kevin Michelday, Iago de l'Inglesia, Daniel Vega, Hal Rodriguez, that's France, Spain, Portugal, the Finn Tommy Saarinen, Joaquim Moreno from Spain in 6th, Nuno Felipe Ferreira in 7th, Ilari Lanjaoja in 8th, Christian Vilar in 9, and Freddie Thompson in 10. They are your runners and riders at the moment. Bit of a chance to talk to you about our sponsor, well, our key sponsor, this title sponsor of the event, invisiblespeed.net. Don't forget you can get hold of them on invisiblespeed.net. Makes it quite easy, really. Invisiblespeed.net, you just go there and it is on the net. Obviously the Invisible Speed RC Facebook page as well. It's worth going to see them because that's how you learn how to get quicker, and you learn from some of the best. And as often, the greatest drivers aren't always the greatest coaches, but sometimes they are. One of the coaches, of course, being Rob Bataille, and of course we've got JQ as well. JQ says now has books in English, Italian, and Spanish, so the language is easy to find. English, Italian, and Spanish language books, and it's the only driving setup community on Discord, and the videos, of course, available as well. Videos are in English and Spanish at the moment. I'm sure they'll be coming out in Italian as well, but it means you've got a multilingual chance to actually see how you make it. How wide does your car work? How do you make your car go faster by setup? How do you overcome those problems that can occur within a race meeting? Now, if you are going to think about joining Invisible Speed, and we'll be speaking to JQ himself a little bit more during the course of the next couple of days. There is actually 20% off this week only for the full course, so the full course is now 20% off. For everyone buying the course this week, there'll be a 1 week live catch up on the course. So effectively, yeah, you can. And they've got time to join the 2nd week long session of live meetings. So it's not just a book. If you take part in Invisible Speed, you have that interaction you need. I've got this problem. I had this problem last weekend. I've had this. I'm going to a track where I've got a problem historically. What can I do to solve it? How can I help? That sort of thing. So all that sort of advice is available from the best. So the 2nd week long session, it's time to join the 2nd week long session of live meeting, including 3 top Euros contenders for an analysis of the race as far as driving and setup goes. So you've got you've got the book, you've got the online course. The book's in 3 languages: English, Italian, and Spanish. The online course is in the videos are currently in English and Spanish, and then you of course have all the options of the on-live Discord and everything else. So you have no excuse not to improve your setup knowledge and your ability to have your car at least set a way which gives you the greatest chance of success. And it does come down to your thumbs in the end, though. But if you've got an ill-handling car, you're never going to get quick. It was quite interesting. When we were at RCGP in Italy a couple of weeks ago, we did an item called RCGP Loves RC2, and RC2 are the non-pros. And what they did, they took the 6 slowest RC2 qualifiers, so the guys who are having problems whose cars look like absolute pieces of unpleasantness, and they paired them with one of the RCGP drivers. Now, it didn't always work brilliantly, because sometimes you have people using controls in it, pistol controllers using sticks, but it was pretty good. And they effectively, the RCGP guys, the top guys, your Ongaros and your Boots and everyone else, they effectively just picked up the cars. So they weren't given any separate. They just turned on the cars as they had been put down by the RC2 guys, the slowest guys in RC2, and they just drove them for I think for 6 laps. I can't remember how that was. I think it was 6. It was 3 laps. 3 laps in the warm up in a Super Pole format to see what best lap time they could get. And then they had a chat with the RC2 guys and said, "This is what you can do to slightly improve it. This is what you can slightly do to that might improve your time." And then the RC2 guys set a time. And a couple of remarkable things happened out of that. One of the things which we very much expected was one of the slowest drivers in the RS2, the RC2, found a second and a half by just having the car that was handy. But apparently the car didn't have any front brakes at all. It was just set up appallingly. And they found a second and a half just by someone going over their car and knows they're talking about making a few. These adjustments were made within 20 minutes. There was no great amount of time in between the two halves of this program. The other thing that was remarkable was that Davide Ungaro borrowed an Italian's associated car. The guy I think was the second slowest qualifier, and he then proceeded to put laps in with this guy's car that were within half a second of his best race laps. So it's one of the situations where the guy actually had a fantastically set up car, but was just slightly lacking in the driving confidence. And it was so good that Ongara actually asked him what his setup was, and apparently was trying a few of his set of ideas. So this guy had obviously been and got the setup books and everything else, and set the car up perfectly. Unfortunately, the thumbs failed him, but as we all know, at least he had a platform where he could improve. And in fact, on the second day, he really did improve. And it's interesting, we have both ends, an obviously very badly set up car which was sorted out, and a car that was really very good, not being driven correctly. That's the thing, not being driven correctly. That's something you can also be sorted out with coaching. It's not just about toe in, toe out, is it? I'm just trying to carry too much speed. Am I being too timid? Am I doubling what should be a triple, or a single what should be a double? Or is it me, or is it in fact I've got my car set slightly wrong? It's not putting enough punch off the corner to be able to do a double when it should be a single. So that's all available in the invisiblespeed.net course. If you go to invisiblespeed, the good thing about invisiblespeed.net is you just go to invisiblespeed.net and you can find out all about it. And like him or loathe him, and I know people are on both sides of the JQ camp, the fact is he does know an awful lot about setting up cars. He's the only one of the top drivers out there who's built and run his own company, his own chassis, and in some way managed to make it, and has managed to make it a success. Now, of course, it's being reborn as Myarko. So going back to this next one, we got Kevin Michudet, Danny Vega, Christian Vellar, Hal Rodriguez, Freddie Thompson, Ilari Langarena are at the top. So coming to the end of heats. Well, I think we're 2/3 of the way through. It's not really the end, is it? It's not the end. It's never the end. So I think this we're gonna go moving camera for just heats 9, 10, 11, and 12. And what we'll do is we'll then carry on with some more heats after that. So we'll have a bit of a long run at it. Might run all the way through to the next set of top heats. Might be an idea. So we'll be back on with moving camera. Let me just get the timing up. So I hope it's working very hard at the moment. So back on with moving camera at about 4:15. I can't be right. Sorry for frightening everybody. About 2:20. So about half an hour. Actually not 2:20, 2:30, sorry. So, just arranging things. So, yeah, so we're going to come on for the top 3 heats, and then we'll stay on after that with moving camera and try and pick up some of the other lower heats so you can see the other competitors and your friends and everyone else, and you can ask for us to follow people. So we'll do that during the afternoon. Have a nice afternoon of live moving camera from 2:30 to about 5 o'clock local time, which is 3:30 to 6 o'clock if you are in Central Europe. What better way to spend a Thursday? There's saluting going on in the mainstream. So, now get ready for heat 7. Now let's have a quick look at the riders in 7. So it's Alex Montero, William Skidmore, Ryan Madubi, Ari Heinen, Alex Vowles, Jessica Paulson, Andres Meyer, Manuel Iniesta, Jose Thomas Escudero, Raul Lopez, and Hugo Ibanez. Now, where are these? Are any of these people showing up particularly in the overalls? Now, I'm pretty sure that from memory, yeah, William Skidmore was in 32nd, and Jessica Paulson was 37th after the first round. So they're currently aiming for that would get them into the, 16. So that would actually just on the cusp of the quarters and the eighths if you're 32nd. So that's where they are. Because what's happened, obviously, just to explain to those who are just joining us, that we had a couple of days of practice, including a proper seeding qualifying practice, when they basically the last 2 rounds were counted, but basically looking for the fastest 3 laps of each of the drivers. Now, what that meant was that they obviously had a different sort of mindset, but they then counted them all up and they put the top 36 in the top 3 heats, the next 36 in the next 3 heats. The top 3 heats were 12, 11 and 10. Then the next 36 in the next heat, which of course is heats 9, 8 and 7, which is where we are now, running in the first of the 50th to 75th percentile. And then heats 4, 5 and 6 had the guys who qualified from 73rd to, maths here, 118th. And then the rest were in the bottom 3 heats. I think they may have spread them out a little bit more evenly, because it obviously isn't exactly enough to fill all 12 heats with 12 drivers. They may have thinned them out. They have, as you can see, they've got 11 in some of these heats, but they evened it out, so there were 4 quarters effectively. Had a few no-shows the event, which is unsurprising. People are booking a long way in advance, and a lot of things have happened since then this year. Obviously, there's people who were, when this first announced, we didn't know the world was going to be as open as it is, and then of course there's other people who are still testing occasionally positive for that unfortunate disease, and it's a very, very good turnout here, and more importantly, every single one of the top European names is here. Every single one of the ones you would expect to have a chance of winning. In fact, in many ways, I can't really think of many guys who you'd expect to make the main final who aren't here. Possibly Neil Cragg, but that's possibly. Craggy had quite a humbly experience at the Euros. He admitted himself as the young guns in the electric Euros just wiped the floor with us old boys, but you know, that can all change around. Next year we could go to a different circuit where experience is key, and we may well find at that point that suddenly it flips all around and suddenly the more experienced older guys are right back at the front again. But certainly the 2 years off has managed to bring forward a new generation of young off-road drivers. Not really seeing it here. If we look at the top, I mean, Juan Carlos Canas, certainly prior to the pandemic, was all over the top level. Coelho, Ongaro. The Kilic brothers have moved up, but they were always, that was always kind of on the cards. It's not a surprise. They were, I think pretty sure that Burke made the main final, may even have come third in the main final, that very wet main final 3 years ago, and I think Burak was the junior champion, so that's not really a surprise either. Danny Parente, he's certainly one of the ones we didn't really know much about prior to us all being stuck at home for 2 years. But then you got Figueiredo, you got Barufalo, Burton, Boots, Ronafalk. They're all been around for the Hampersburg in 12th. He's one of the youngsters who's come forward in the last couple of years. But there's not that massive change in the guard that we saw at the electric Euros. You know, when we saw both the. I'm pretty certain that neither of the guys who won the A final, I'm certain in Marcus's case, Marcus Carob says, but I don't think either of them had even made a main final in Europe. I'm not overly sure. Tony might have done it if they'd actually done a Euros. Be surprised. Marcus was been quite young. He might have been at Europe. He said that he didn't make any impression in the last one with Pinarello. And the Halls again also may have gone for the trip, but it was that massive. And then behind them you have people like Noah Ben Mohammed as well, who's, I think he's only got 13 or 14. It's ridiculous. He was crowding out his erstwhile team leader Bruno Coelho. So yeah, I think Paul Worsley told me that the A final was about the average age of the A final was about 20. But that included Neil Cragg, who was 40. So he took him out and it became 17. It's just ridiculous. It's the youth that's come through in the electric off-road world. Not really replicated so much in the States, where it's still the same old stages. But there's the thing. It's by old stages, people who are probably in their late 20s. But it is that sort of thing where you expect to see a number of things change. There was nothing new in the touring car. It was exactly the same people at the front we expected it to be, which is Coelho, Hagberg, Volker, and Reinhard. I mean, unfortunately, due to the tyre issues, we never got a clear. And there's a lot of issues with that last Euros, which I'm not going to go into, to get myself in trouble. The electric track Euros. So we didn't really get a proper view on what was going on there. I think that's the most polite way of putting it. But then, so what you've got basically is you've got this kind of is the young blood coming through, and I think perhaps not so much in Nitro, which makes me wonder. And I'd be happy to take people's comments. is this the case that the youngsters are going into electric off-road rather than coming into IC off-road? I mean, obviously the key thing about electric off-road is it's much, much easier, and you can race it all year round in Northern Europe because there's a huge amount of indoor racing of electric off-road. I mean, it's massive in the UK. I'm sure it's the same in the Scandinavian countries everywhere else. You know, it's a Brit and a Scandinavian who won the European Championships. Is it the case that that's what the youth do? The youth guys, they have the much easier setup. Their electric motors are so much easier. The cars are much smaller. There's an ability to race them. Well, if you want to, you can probably race them 3 times a week, actually. Even during the summer, there's a lot of indoor meetings that carry on. Is that really why we've seen that push of the youngsters going there, or is it just coincidence? I haven't been to any British Championship meeting. I don't know, but perhaps it might be that outside the usual suspects, the top. I mean, obviously, the Skidmores are not exactly old. They're certainly making waves for the first time at these events. So, I'm not sure what Williams doing this one. Is there out you go to the Skidmores and you perhaps have Lee Martin and everyone else out there is like 19, but what's it like in the other countries? I think perhaps Nitro needs these showcase events. I think it's it has been for how long? I suppose Nitro probably since about 2006 onwards has been the undisputed premier class. Prior to that, the early days of RC, it was 1/8 track. It was absolutely the premier class, and then we went through the 80s and perhaps early 90s, and most of the 90s it was electric off-road, which was the one which everyone did. And then we had a brief period, perhaps no more than 6 or 7 years, when electric track was the thing to be, and that's where all the investment was, and the sponsorship and the numbers and everything else. And then we really came out, certainly from, I'll say 2006. It may even been earlier than that. Absolutely, this is worldwide. This is not just in the States. This is not just in Japan. This is not just in Europe. But worldwide, this became the premier class for competitiveness, for investment, for sponsorship, for all those sort of things. Now, it's a cyclical world, and it's very likely that might change. But I kind of feel we have, with these big premier events now taking place again, because there hasn't been this is the first properly televised major European event since 2019. The Americans have been lucky enough to have a few big events, but even they were slightly crowd-shouted by. There's a big event in America I think later this month called the RC Visions event. That's a special invitation event, which is there's a lot of traction over there. We've obviously got RCGP, the various rounds, US and Italy, and that's on a slightly different model at the moment, but that is a big event. And of course, we roll this all up into the World Championships for this event, which will dominate a week of September, and the whole world will come and watch it. But at this point, will this be the last time that this is seen as the biggest class? And will we find that because the youngsters a bit elsewhere, it's moved to the electric? I don't think so. I think there's several more years in Nitro. But if you look at the massive meetings they have over in the States, they get all the attention. They got 1 million entries, whatever it is, but it's actually the same people entering 4 cars. So actually, there's only about 150 or 200 people there, but they're doing Buggy, E-Buggy, Truggy, and E-Truggy. So half of the races are electric. But I've spoken with a lot of people, a lot of manufacturers, obviously, over the course of lockdown and as we come out of it. And on the whole, the manufacturers did okay. The manufacturers did okay because people had money to spend, and they actually did things like completely rebuilding their cars or buying a new car or buying a retro car. Had the same conversation with a couple of guys, both big hobby club owners and social owners, and I had a chat with Robin Schumacher, and it's the same thing. Some manufacturers might claim they're permanently in poverty, especially they're based in Slovakia, but in reality, it's been quite a good time for the manufacturers of kits. And by that, I mean that kind of through 20 and perhaps into 21. obviously with the lack of racing, then began to be a bit of a problem. It has always been a problem for the clubs. It's been a problem for the fuel suppliers. It's been a problem for the tyre suppliers. It's great building a shelf queue, but it only needs one set of tyres, and that's all now picking up again. So the hobby probably, I don't think it's noticeably suffered from the lockdown, but it certainly hasn't noticeably grown. I think we've almost been on a 2-year pause, really. Everyone desperate to get going, but it's mostly the same people getting going. And hopefully these sort of events and the growing profile of everything we do on social media will start attracting the youngsters back in. But then when the youngsters do come in, are they going to come into 1/8 Nitro? That's your question. My feeling is it's difficult for dad and lad. It's fine if your dad did it before or your mum did it before. It's not an issue. But if you're going to start, it's much easier to start with electric. So anyway, Bengen Carlson says that judging by the Facebook post in Sweden, there's tons of youngsters in Nitro Buggy. Well, this is what I only have a very limited view from the UK and from the events I do internationally. So it's really great to hear what you guys think around the world, because it's different in every country. It's for all I know, there could be 25 fantastic Nitro youngsters in South Africa. I wouldn't find out unless you tell me. William says Vision says I think a dozen top Americans competing in the invite class. Yeah, well, I think it is. I think it's designed around the invite class, to be honest. I think they really want to get all the big American names for TV. RC Quinn, you sound like you're hating the US races and how we do things over here. Don't be so jelly, mate. No, not at all. I've said this on many occasions. I've complete respect for the things that the big events do. Drive Time and everyone else. What I would say is there's two things that I don't doubt the competitive nature of those big American races, and I don't doubt the quality of those American races. There's two things I doubt. The first one is when they say they've got 1,000 entries, they haven't got 1,000 people, and that's the point. You go, 1,000 people turned up to, I think it was Silver. No, it wasn't Silver State. It was the one which was run by. It's like a Nitro Blast. There are 1,000 entries. So 1,000 people turned up because they had 1,000 entries. But it wasn't, because people were on the whole were averaging 3 classes. So, right, you're still great, 300 people. But, it's not unique. We had 260 or 280 people entering one class in a few years ago in the Neo Buggy events in the big shed. So that's not really the thing. It's, and then I kind of understand, to me, it's all about runtime, isn't it? And if you only enter one class in one of those 1,000 people's entries environments, you're going to get, I don't know, one practice, that's 8 minutes on one day, and then 2 runs, so 16. So you end up being there for 4 days for probably 32 minutes of running, which to me, running 4 classes, you've got 4 hours, or 2.5 hours of running. Obviously, I'm not talking about the guys who make the main five, you know what I mean? And that's the thing. I think it's also for courses. I think there's a very different attitude within the way the Americans race. And having done a number of RCGPs in the States, it's the whole concept of how the Americans go racing in the semi-club level is different. It's great. It's different, and there's nothing not hating on it. It's just different. They have a different attitude about what they're expecting to get. We've had, we've done RCGP, a couple of rounds there, and we've actually had complaints from drivers they're getting too much run time. Having to do too much run time. It's interesting. It's so what I say, what I would say is I have nothing but respect for what the Americans do in the American racing scene. And the American racing scene drives the European scene as much as the European scene drives the American scene. It's noticeable what's happened, I think, over the course of the last certainly 4 years, perhaps prior to being the last 6 years, perhaps if you take the 2 years out. Is it we're not really being driven from the Far East anymore. It's there aren't any really top drivers out there. So no one expects a Far East driver. I mean, it might be proven wrong, and sometimes the Japanese have got some fantastic drivers in their pockets who no one knows anything about. But no one is expecting a Japanese or a Filipino driver, basically a FEMCA driver, to win the Worlds, because their organisation of the meetings has kind of been most affected by the combinations of downturns and changing priorities and everything else. Whereas both the American and the European scenes are exceptionally strong, and it'd be very interesting to see what happens in Redovan. Hopefully all the Americans come. They've got a couple of, concerns they say about the Redovan circuit. I think one of the major advantages with Spain no longer insisting that you're vaccinated, that might help, because obviously a number of the Americans haven't, I've been told, been vaccinated. That was causing a problem why they couldn't actually get to warm up. But you know, and there's a statement it's a permanent track, and nod. But you've got to race what you're there for. So Ben and Carlson says, us Swedes are a bit special. Yeah, that's no surprise there. Can't argue that point. The Swedes are a bit special. No, I've been to Sweden a number of times. Very nice, actually. I do like Sweden. Unfortunately, I've never been to Sweden in the summer, apart from when we did the Euros back in 17 or 16. We did the Euros there. That's the only time I've been in the summer, and obviously I was working the whole time. I've been in the winter a lot. It's quite chilly. Hello to Ivan Berthlim, and Keenan's agreeing with me, I expect, or not, I don't know. Keenan has strong opinions on American and British racing and the way people race, and he's got even stronger opinions on the world. And luckily, if you want to hear those strong opinions, just get the No Name RC podcast and listen to any particular edition of the No Name RC podcast. Though I particularly recommend the one from about 6 weeks ago, which I'm on. That was, in my opinion, the best ever episode of the No Name RC podcast. Though apparently, surprisingly, accordingly to Keenan, didn't get the highest listening figures. I can't believe that people would rather listen to, Ryan Mayfield or Roy McLeod or David Bonifat than me. Shocking. Luckily, of course, you guys have got no choice at all. That's interesting. Bit of interesting information. BJ Williams says the Dirt Nitro Challenge earlier this year had 380 drivers spread across 972 entries. 380 drivers, that's a good event. So 972 entries mean they're averaging 2.5 each, weren't they? Which is fine. But the Dirt Nitro is an amazing event. I'm not sure. Someone once said to you, you Live RC cover it very, very well. So would you want to cover it? And I said, well, not really. The track's running about 20 hours out of the day. I'll be very, very tired. So I think we'll carry on seeing what Joey and the team can do. But there's nothing against the guys getting in their hauler and driving to the events or flying, and I think it's a very different thing in America. And the great thing, obviously, was that the Americans were able to continue doing all this when we were obviously starved of international competition in Europe, because of course you couldn't cross national borders. Luckily, you can cross state borders. Not in Australia, you couldn't cross state borders either, of course, but in America you could cross state borders. So they've not had that dearth of high level competition, not the highest, because obviously I think the Americans admit themselves, they like it when the top Europeans come over, and on the whole, it's only been the Dirt Nitro Challenge that has happened on, where you get some Euros. The Europeans don't tend to do Silver State or Psycho Nitro Blast or those sort of things. That's not good nor bad, it's just how it fits in with the European calendar. Berg and Carlson, summer in Sweden is a one-day thing. Oh, so yeah, I don't know. I've got a number of Swedish friends who disappear off to their cabins in the lakes for about 2 months. So I always think it must be more than just one day of decent weather up there. Hello, RC Jude 57. Hi, it's great to hear your voice. How many heats? There's 12, and 10, 11, and 12 have the top drivers, and we'll have moving camera for that. We'll also keep the camera moving after that as well. So we'll try. So we're probably going to show. We're going to try and get everyone at least once. So I think it restarts at 7. So we'll do that 7, 8, 9, and then we'll show those ones as well, and then we'll show another round of the top, and then we'll try and pick up the lowest heats. We'll pick that up for tomorrow. So we will. I absolutely guarantee that every single heat will get moving camera, but obviously we'll focus it mostly on the top 3 heats where the top 30 people came from. Just so we're not doing. So Reinhard, we're not doing moving camera for this one moment, which is heat 8. We'll pick up at heat 10. Let's go Santa Barbara, California. Hello, Ken Caniff. How are you? Morning to Dan Jones. Keenan says from the NRC podcast, which had their best episode ever only a few minutes ago when I was on it. TM. I agree with you, Nick. People complain about too much track time. It's a good thing. Well, yeah, we do. I mean, it's I don't know. I think people go racing for a number of reasons. Sometimes they go. Obviously, the racing is a focus point, but sometimes they really want the social atmosphere, the mixing in the pits and everything else. And so, if they got 2 hours between runs or 4 hours between runs, they enjoy the social interaction. Personally, I'm a bit selfish. I just like to race. I mean, I've never done 8th Nitro. We did one. We won't talk about that. It was one event I did on television a long time ago. We never want to talk about it. But I've obviously raced electric everything over a number of years, and I find myself getting intensely bored. I'm about 25 minutes off. I finished marshalling. I'm not back on again racing again. So perhaps not best attention span on these things. What is the track crew? RC Quinn says, what is the track crew using to keep the track together? To me, they kind of... I don't know whether you have white glue in schools. It's just the glue that kids are supposed not to eat when they're 6. So this is white. They seem to be constantly re-gluing it back together again. It's a totally sealed surface and a glued surface. And what happens is obviously the top surface gets worn away occasionally, but after every round, or certainly every break, there's a couple of people, I assume they're a couple because she's sitting on his lap the whole time. I don't want to assume anything too much. And they will come and paint all the places where it's been to break up just with this glue, and it sticks it back together again. Peter Williams, Dirt Nitro returns one of what I call the Triple Crown events in America, and it's really a top event in the world. I think it's probably... we don't have... you have 2 events three events, because you have the FEMCA Championship, you have the Euros, and you have the Raw Championship. They are the only officially sanctioned events of that style, so they would always, to me, be the top events in their regions. But of course, they are very much regional, so it's one person to each region. What you say as the other events which are big, I mean, we haven't had a chance to have much massive in Europe. I think one of the biggest problems, and I completely agree with you, the Dirt Trans one is probably the biggest independent event in the world at the moment. But the problem is that whilst the Europeans, or certainly the top Europeans, are relatively happy to travel to the States every now and again, not really the same with the Americans. We've had a couple of big events in the past. I mean, since the 2017 Neo Buggy, there's not been any event that's had a lot of Americans at it in Europe. So we had a couple at the 2018 Neo, but that was it. And then, of course, when we went to DXR, and there were a couple again there, but there wasn't a huge showing. The Americans are much more reticent to come race in Europe than the top Europeans are to race in America, and that could be because the events aren't as attractive to Americans to come over, or more importantly, their sponsors. This is the thing. In America, you can make a complete career, and you can raise money for sponsors and represent sponsors without ever leaving the country. It's more difficult, obviously, in Europe. One more thought from Ben and Carlson. Do we also see stagnation in different classes where youngsters drop from electric because the pro scene is already set? Electric TC has had the same driver's ratio. I mean, I can only speak for the highest level of electric touring car racing, and I think Bruno joined the top echelon in about 2015, may have been 14. And ever since that, if they've turned up at the same meeting, it's been Ronald versus Bruno versus Alex versus Mark. Now, Mark Reinhardt's been a top touring car racer since 2004 when he won the World Championship. Volker certainly has been a top racer since 2008 when he was second in the world. Hagberg, again, probably about 2010. So you've got, people who've been at the top of that class for between 18 and 8 years, and there's been no one who's come through to challenge them. So that is the top level. And I was actually looking at the BRCA Nationals, and the top 3 there are also people who've been racing for many, many, many years. So it's it's interesting. I think there is a lot of youngsters knocking around, but it does seem the breakthrough has been in electric off-road, and that's obviously not just the UK, because we've got Noah Benhammer from France, and we've got Marcus from Denmark, and we have some very good Swedes. We've had some good Finns and Swedes for a while, they've been younger as well. So it's interesting. I think the thing is, I think there is an advantage to being young in RC, and that's your hand-eye abilities and your reaction. But also, as the cars have got more sophisticated, there's a big advantage in experience with setup. RCG, Matt Dixon here from Ontario, Canada. Good day, Canada. Oh, Canada, as they say. It's a work of art. What type of glue are the of them? I don't know. I'm going to say Copydex, because it's the only brand of white glue I know, but it is a glue of some sort. yeah, RC is something you can stay close to for 10 or 20 years, absolutely. Look at the top Americans. Cavalieri's been at the top for at least 17 years. Tebow, similar, 16, 17 more, 18 years. Mayfield, I think he's at least 12, if not 15 now. It is what it is. Yeah, we look at Ronefat. Ronefat's been at the top. He's not that old, but Ronefat's been at the top in Europe for 10 years now. Time flies when you're having fun, Jolly Green Giant, where is this track located? It's in Barcelos. Barcelos is it's about 15 minutes south of Barcelos. Barcelos is a small town in northern Portugal, about 35 minutes northeast of Porto. I've heard rumours that flying from US is exceptionally expensive compared to flying to US. I don't know the answer to that question. I'll ask some American guys. Is it very expensive to fly from America to? I don't know. I'd be surprised if it's more expensive to do a round trip from America to Europe from the other way around. But obviously there are different taxes everywhere else, so no idea. RC is for life, not for Christmas. And also, hello to David Isherwood, or should I say, hello, boss. But not today, because my boss today is Matt. So my boss in a few weeks' time will be David. I've never seen James look more confused and more wish he had his headset on.
It's because you include me in the conversation when I've not got my headphones on.
I know, it's one of my favourite things.
So I don't know what you've said.
I just said hello to David Isherwood. I said hello, boss, because he's not my boss, because Matt's the boss this weekend. So.
Oh, is David online?
Yeah.
Hey, David.
Hope all goes well for EFRA host and media. Good luck to everyone. Of course, David, of course, is the man behind RCGP, the sponsors of one of the sponsors of this event. And the next round of RCGP is at the Nemo Raceway in the UK on the 5-6. Oh, yeah, go on. Let's do that. Excellent idea.
You completely crashed into that. As you were just finishing your sentence, I was about to say, what perfect time as they've either just finished or about to start. Let's hear from our sponsors.
RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
So this is the last heat which won't have moving camera. Go moving camera. I'm just looking at see where. Oh, he's getting ready. Look at that. He's very good.
He's getting ready, and he's told me I'm very high pitched.
Oh, hello. By the way, David says hello to you. You can say hello back.
I just said hello.
Oh,
we're just going to keep playing hello tennis.
Yes, can
hello, and then David in a couple of minutes
love.
after the 30 seconds delay will go hello, and then I'll go hello, David.
Hello. Adds RC Racing, RCGP2. RCGP loves RC2 is a great idea. I had hampers driving my car and helped my setup. My fastest lap was 35 plus on the Sunday. After changing, he helped me. I managed a 33-second lap, and the car was great. Thank you so much for that, because I was actually talking about that earlier. I thought it was a brilliant idea. It worked really well. I know that we're preparing a video on it, which I'm not sure. Hopefully, will go out before the next event. But it was great. But the funniest thing of all was the guy who was the second slowest gave his car to Ongaro, and Ongaro was only less than half a second off his best lap with it.
What?
And then was chatting to the guy about how he set his car up, because the guy was a technical genius but had thumbs of rock.
I have always wondered that if you gave the worst car on Formula 1 to Hamilton,
no, we've done
how
it.
would he perform?
Well,
I never knew that. I didn't know that had been done.
Yeah. Raceway 1 says you can fly from LA to Madrid for about $640, which I suppose is well, the exchange rate's so bad now, that's 500 and something pounds, so it's not far off actually. I think we paid. Yeah, we pay at least that. Well, we paid. I can tell you right now. When we went out for RCGP, we flew to Charlotte, which isn't a main hub, but even so, and we paid $740 each for those. I mean, it's a bit cheaper if you go to New York. Obviously, probably a little again. Even though LA's further, it's probably a little bit cheaper again. So it's actually no more expensive then. Head to RC Quint again. Which one? November Hammett is on there.
Okay.
Keenan wants to talk to you. Keenan wants to say he really enjoys the toilets in Italy.
Can I just confirm that wasn't the reason I didn't attend
Well,
RCGP Italy?
Well, you know, that's not what we thought, because you made a big stink, literally a big stink about it. I'm here all week.
I just can't use those toilets. I heard Keenan got on with them very
He
well.
loved them. He decided it was the way of flushing himself out in a special way. And he's now. I'm not sure the to engineer one over in Dominica, so Dominican Republic for him. I've no idea.
It's not for me. I'm glad people enjoy them. Not for me. Thank you.
Brian Crawley says, as a newcomer to the hobby, it was brilliant to be able to see racing live each day at Robert Hood Raceway last week. Yeah, it is great. I mean, it is fantastic. I mean, I don't suppose we're talking to many people who can come to this event, but really, if there is a large event near you, pop in and see it. The good thing about popping in and seeing it is you only have to be there for a couple of hours. Or if you're loving it, you can be there for 6. You know, it's the way it goes.
Uh-huh.
Benjamin Carr said he did the same thing. He did a I'll see if I can help you with your car with Hampers when Hampers was much younger, and then he beat me. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it, really, about youngsters? Yeah. BJ Williams, if near Buggy DXR Dirt Kings, I reckon some top Americans will fly to London. Unfortunately, I think that's very, very. I would love to get it to happen, and someone should get it to happen, but it is a financial nightmare because the college has very unrealistic expectations of what they can charge, and the college was genuinely the perfect venue for that. So, whilst the DXR team were looking, there was supposed to be one in 20 that got cancelled because of COVID. But the team has said to me, after having explored it for future years, it's just not going to happen. It's just financially not possible, which is sad. And obviously, Neo Buggy is no more. Phil is now running a. This is genuine. If you don't know this, what Phil Mortstead who ran Neo Buggy for so many years, Phil Mortstead is now the owner and running a 6-star hotel in an exclusive island in Barbados. Because that's what you do, isn't it? After writing an online RC page, you then go and run. Well, he's not running. He's not the manager. He owns it. So, if you ever go to a hotel and everyone's wearing pastel pink shorts, that's the one Phil owns.
My friend's been to that hotel randomly.
Was it randomly nice?
It was amazing. She was telling me all about it, and I went, "Oh, it wasn't the such and such, was it?" And she said, "Yes, it was actually. Why? How do you know?" I went, a friend of mine owns it.
Yes.
Went, what?
I know. You sit there going, this week I shall photograph Marcy cars. Now I shall run an exclusive 6-star hotel resort. Hello to Robert Cockcroft. It was good. It was great. Good to have a chat with you as well. It's great. And I'm looking forward to it. Well, obviously, I'm hoping your car's is mended. That's all I can say. So anyway, I'm just looking around a bit now, because we're getting towards the end of this one. So, will Bloomers win it? Not sure. And Robert says, Max Hess was a great sport in driving my car in RCGP, loves RC2, but he'd never driven sticks before. And he didn't mention that to me. I was wondering why he was going so slowly. He's never driven the sticks.
Who's that?
Max Hess, one of the RCGP. Max Hess is, we hope we've got enough time before we go live. Max Hess is amazing because Max Hess is a BMW junior driver.
Oh, yes,
and
I know of him.
You know, so I was speaking to him at the Nürburgring to take on the 24 hours. He'd just come back from doing a 6-hour Paul Ricard where they came second or third. Yeah, he's absolutely someone who's got a long motor racing career ahead of him in sports cars, where most people who make money actually apply their trade now. Most professional racing drivers, that's the guys who get paid rather than pay. Most of them are in sports cars. Yeah, there's only 20 F1 drivers and 3 of them are bringing money. So only 4 of them are bringing money. It's only 16 actually getting paid. It's shocking, isn't it?
Only 16 getting paid?
Mm-hmm.
I never knew that.
Latifi brings money. Joe brings money, though he's actually doing very well. Obviously, Stroll brings money by being his son and his dad, who's got all the money.
Yes.
Actually, the way Albon brings money, because he's actually his driver's been paid for by Red Bull. Okay, right, we're getting ready to do the top 3 heat of round 2. So the camera's going to start moving. I shall save all your. I should say Chris Circus is waving us. He's waving. Right, there we go. So this is the chance to put behind you a bad first heat, if you had a bad first heat. And I'm looking at you, David Ronifalk, who made one 5-second mistake, and that was a big mistake. So who do we have in this Heat 10? It is Bruno Coelho, David Ronifalk, Burak Kilic, Oscar Baldo, Daniel Parente, Lee Martin, Renaud Savoia, I've got fast and too little water in my mouth to Jon Neumann properly. Ricardo Montero, Hugo Tavernon, I've not heard of. The rest of these guys I know very well. He's the Frenchman, so I'm interested in what he's doing. Miguel Matias, and then the green-head monster himself, Joseph Quagreen, king of Invisible Speed. Don't forget, go to invisiblespeed.net for invisiblespeed.net, and that'll give you all the information you need about how to log on for the courses, and you will learn how to make your car handle better. To go faster, you need to drive better as well, but it's easier to drive a better car quicker.
Is that your theory with hire cars?
Yes. If I've got a better car, I would drive it quickly, but I've got this small woman who keeps screaming in this passenger seat. Okay, little smile there from Zach, who knows what I'm talking about. So just waiting for these guys to rev up and out. Heat 10, 11 and 12. We'll stay on air with moving cameras until they repeat round again. Because we got, you have heat 1, 2 and 3 and then 7, 8, 9 I think. And so we'll pick up most of the heats we've not seen, which is the key point, to try and show everyone at least once during the course of this event. Just time to say thank you to S-Works and RCGP, who are also our sponsors with the Invisible Speed gang. Gang of Speed. So just waiting for the marshal to get into place in that sort of 3-minute warm-up before they release the hounds of the cars. Track now open, and out they all go. If you only joined this afternoon, it's your chance to get to see what the entire track looks like rather than just a bit in the middle. I have done a track walk, which will go out in our Saturday programme. Now, if you are a long experienced RCTV viewer, you're probably wondering why you listen to me whittering to a static camera. It's because we're planning something big for Saturday, isn't that true?
It is very true. We're doing things slightly differently. We're having a studio show.
Yes, based in good old England. And I'm the remote end.
Not only will you get all the action from the track, but you'll also get to see Matt and Frank in the studio, and there'll be interviews with external people brought in live.
And we've made some features. You know what we're like, feature making. And right now I'm looking at the shots. That looks good, that. Looking at the shots which James was doing whilst I was struggling with the timing earlier, which was some drone shots. So they'll also go in to our little... day. And don't forget to subscribe if you're watching, because we could do with it.
It's like eye candy around here. Just look at that. It's just beautiful everywhere.
Right, Zach, pick the next car through, which is JQ. Let's give JQ a bit of camera. So this is the man who will tell you how to set your car up. So he goes up to the very, very tall tabletop. We haven't started yet, so all green, obviously white wheels. You see short jump that one, and through the switchback. And this is another slight climb up before a very high tabletop on the not quite hairpin. That jump there looks incredibly steep from behind. It's really flattened by the camera. Over the rollers, to the far left of the circuit, and he comes back through the S-bends and goes up past Connor's corner. You can see that little hut, that's us, the man's walking by, and into the pits, which isn't really working particularly well for our camera because of the massive difference in light and dark. But what you can see quite well there is the pits actually, it's not a flat road. They've got lots of little bumps in them. That's it. I didn't realise that until I looked there earlier. So actually you can't just gun it because the thing will eventually spring itself into a definite depression. Okay, 50 seconds to go. Let's see. Oh no. Just pick up the next person who doesn't take fuel. 2, 6, no, 2. And 6, so it's 2. So we're going and 6. There's 8. They're all taking fuel. That's very naughty of them. So we get to see cars just limping around for fuel. There we go. And of course, I wasn't looking at what that car number was, but it is an amusing shade of light orange. So that is the 7 car. It's Renaud Savoia, your triple European champion from 2008, 2009, 2010. So another driver who's been at the absolute top for 20 years. So Savoia through the S. Hasn't started yet. He's starting his first lap now as he goes over the time machine. Plunges downhill. Brakes hard because even that single looks like you want to take a massive jump to the far end. Just isn't in the right place and hasn't got the right angles. They all go crawling over the single and then taking a little hop double into the tabletop. Switch back. Got a car following him, which isn't a problem. But, you know, what can be a problem, you've got cars in front of you going a lot quicker. We did see that how Figueiredo got completely stymied by back markers in the final of these 3 top heats for the round. So what will Savoia turn as a lap time? And the answer to that is he's turned a 34.7. We're seeing high 33s from Burak, Kilic, Rafał and Cahello. So slightly off the pace of the very fastest for Savoia, and behind him is Ronefalk. So we'll just take Savoia for the rest of this lap, and then when you get to the usual place, Zach, just let him go and pick up the car immediately behind him, which is Ronefalk. So up at the top of the circuit now, and the Shark, Frenchman, who's lived in America and Australia, definitely being closed down quite quickly by Ronefalk. Ronefalk on for a 0.51, though the fastest person at the moment is actually Burak Kilic. So Kilic looking particularly strong. Kilic brothers have used the 2 years of isolation well to get a lot better, a lot bigger as well, in fairness to them. But they've also just been taller. I don't think they've put on a huge amount of weight or anything. But they got a lot better as well. So Ronefalk now, what Ronefalk doesn't want to start doing, and he shouldn't do as a top racer, is start pacing himself against Savoia, because Savoia is, I reckon, half a second off where Ronefalk's pace should be. Ronefalk comes across in a 34.2, and that appears to be what he's doing. He needs to actually, 2 wheels up, so his pace drops slightly there. Not noticing any particular difference in the pace of the track. It's a bit warmer, and my guess is it'd be very, very slightly slower by that, and I think that's been borne out by the fact the times are, on average, about 3 or 4 tenths of a lap slower. Just the extra heat that's in the track now. Now, Ronefalk coming right up to Savoia, and Savoia very sportingly moves out the way. So that's the way to do it, and I think it was Clement Boda who took out Figueiredo. Nearly needs to have a little bit of a lesson there from his fellow Frenchman. But that was still will cost Ronefalk a bit of time, but great work by Savoia. Okay, where are we now on the track? If we can drop back 2, I think we should get Bruno in the orange car. Yep, there we are. That's Cahello. Oh, there's 2 orange cars. That's a nightmare. But it is Cahello, who is your has won 1 European Championship already this year, which was the TC Championship in the Hoodie a couple of weeks ago. Came second in the 4-wheel drive last week in the electrics, despite being the top favourite, but youth got the better of him with Marcus Kerlup. And now, as you can see from the screen on the side, he's running in 3rd. I don't think any of the later starters are actually bumping to the top. So Ronefalk, Kilic, Coelho. Ronefalk on for 5 flat at the moment. Kilic is just about scored ahead actually this moment. I think Kilic and Ronefalk are separated by theoretical thousands, and actually they are separated by less than a tenth. That's Coelho, who last time round we were watching did a 33.4, so he's actually found a little bit of pace and up to almost, again, that pace I said we were doing earlier. So perhaps there's a situation where they're just finding their feet for a couple of laps, and now they'll be able to put the 33s back in again that we weren't seeing at the first part of this race, which made me believe, I still believe the track's a couple of tenths slower. So, you know, yes, you can get a 33 and you get a good 33, but if it had been earlier, you could have got yourself a 32. Coelho does another 33.4. He's done 2 in a row, and his predicted time is now up to second. Interesting, Ronefalk and Kilic are both predicted to be faster than the pole we had last time. Now, you're doing clever here and finding a way to get into car 3. So I'm going to tell you, so do you want to position yourself at start-finish? And I will tell you when car 3 comes. We're going to have a quick look at Kilic before he finishes. Oh, hang on, where's he gone? That's gone badly wrong. We've missed him. Where is 3? A chance to have a look at the pit lane. I think I must have looked up too late and he'd already gone. It's going to get me a... It's the first time I've managed to. Oh, have you found 3? This is why he gets paid the big bucks. If this is car 3, this is going to be a massive early bonus. It's not really. We might get a second can of Coke or something. So this is Kilic, who's, as you can see, scored back at the lead again. Coelho and Ronefalk are turning around. But if you have Burak Kilic in your who's going to be top of this heat list, you've done particularly well. And I think on the accumulator, and Kilic is indeed top. So Kilic has won this round. There's been another bad lap in there for Ronefalk somewhere with about 2 laps to go, and he's dropped back again 3 or 4 seconds. But with a 5:04.442, Burak Kilic takes the heat. He's taking it by less than a tenth of a second from Coelho, and then 3 seconds-ish from Ronefalk. So it's now 5:04.442 we have. But really, to get a pen and piece of paper, it makes it so much easier to have a pen and piece of paper. I've had a piece of paper. You got a pen?
Yes.
Oh, can I borrow it, please? And I can write down 5:04.442 rather than just saying 5:04.442 incessantly all day. So Kilic there. His brother was very, very quick in the heat he was in, but then loused it up with an accident. But Kilic now has kept it 4 wheels down for 2 heats. So it was Kilic from Coelho, from Ronefalk, from Neumann, who's showing quite well. 5:04.442. 442. There we are. So I now have the thing I should have in the first place, which is a pen and a piece of paper, and we can start to get excited about the next one, which has some bloke called Davide Ongaro in it. Apparently, I've heard of him in some way. I think he's quite good. I'm not sure. Who can tell? So back to the. So there's a couple of conversation. I'll pick up this conversation you guys are having about sticks and wheel after we've seen the very top heats. McKinney says Kilic for top 5 in qualifying. That's not exactly Mystic Meg, is it? We've just done that. Oh, I see him in the top 5. Yeah, I mean, a little bit more impressed, Frank, if you actually mentioned that.
Come on, Frank. Get with the game, Frank. Come on.
No, I know what he's saying. It's we're taking the mickey out of him because we love him, but yeah, I know what you're saying. There's every chance he will be. Well, there's every chance to be in the top 3 actually at the moment because he's beaten Coelho, who's my tip. But of course, there are drop scores, so not every round counts. So Juan Carlos Canas with Davide Ongaro, Oscar Navarro, Burke and Kilic. So Burke are now under even more pressure because of how well Burak just went. Andrea Trevisan, Hampersburg, Giuseppe Tascone in 8th, Pedro Gomez in 9th, Pele Kamsi in 10th, Alejandro Perez in 11th, and Carlos Durares in the 12th spot. JQ in front of us. His hair's definitely getting more two-tone. It's getting bleached by the sun as we talk. Need a camera shot, please. We need to look a bit more at the. That is getting much lighter. From where I can see, it's now sun-bleached and green. Obviously, checking up on invisiblespeed.net, which you should go to if you get a chance. And sign up for one of the packages. So they're out now for their warm-ups. Let's see if we can pick up some we wouldn't need to pick up. So let's try one of the lower drivers. That one, that one, that one. Number 9. Nope, didn't work, did it? You what I was saying then. I went number 9. You didn't even go, oh yes, that's the one I recognise, the blue one, but I'm just going to nip off without it. So if I say next one, I'm going for fuel. It's always the way it goes. There'll be an accident in the middle of the track. I'll just pick a car up and I'll work out who it is next. Just go for this ability to try. That's the one.
12.
That's 12. That's another all green car. That's Carlos Suarez. So I'm not sure whether he just borrowed JQ's colour scheme or JQ's. Oh, that's gone well. Oh, no, I thought we cursed the commentator didn't then because he was testing his brakes. He hadn't flamed out. Well, I will say so far, I don't want to kind of curse everyone. We've actually not seen a lot of retirements from this track. So I think the track is quite safe. They're not flying off it in various areas. We obviously can qualify, but we've not seen many retirements. Seen a couple of cars, only a couple of cars not make the trip. In for fuel comes Carlos. Oh, everyone's coming for fuel. It's that time again with 56 seconds before they get going. And there go the... Have you repurposed my camera? Yes. We'll put the third up tomorrow. So there you go. That's your mechanics. You can see Mr. Ongaro on the side. Just take this next car. This bloke called Davide Ongaro. And that was just luck because I wasn't actually trying to do that at the point. So Ongaro, who's this is his new paint scheme, which he's proudly professed after changing his paint scheme many times. This is the one he's going to use forever now. Forever's a long time, Davide. That's all I can say. Obviously not at RCGP, because RCGP they run team body shells. Him and his team associated teammate, which has been Tom Robin at Ospi team in Italy. They both run the blue and white associated, but associated Scampi Rossa, of course. But now he's up and rolling. And these laps really do count. Was not in the top few. I love that. He's actually in the air turning. It's almost like he's four-wheel drifting in the air as the car turns round. So he's had a sighter run, and now it's when it gets serious. 33.9 for Ongaro off the bat. Canas is a 33.8. So we did see that in the last heat though, that the cars actually got a little bit quicker during the course of the run, which makes me think the tyres perhaps are just coming in a little bit. They're obviously running with fresh tyres. They may have a little bit too much spike or a little bit too much bite, but the times got better during the run. Burke and Kilic, keeping up the family reputation, is now leading overall in this one. Ongaro's a 33.8 again, so it's two 33.8s. Canas is another 33.8. Kilic is a 33.7, so it's Kilic actually is leading this at the moment. Who'd have thunk it? Kilic brothers absolutely killing it. That's a copyright, that. So if we just drop back one when you get past me, Zach, and that should, I'm just thinking that should run to Canas again. I'm not guaranteeing it. Here's Canas. So there goes Canas, who's quicker than Ongaro by the princely time of 1/10 of a second. Oh, Kilic made a mistake. So Kilic has made another mistake, and that's cost him... where is he? It cost him 4 seconds and dropped into 8th. Nope, dropped into 9th. So one mistake really is 0 to 0 here, isn't it? Oh dear, I looked up. Oh, another, yep. Oh, he's broken it. I've just said that everyone's reliable, and Canas, who won the first round, has broken it. Wow. Let's see that again. So he goes out and bang, and he clipped the edge of the chair, I think, and that's broken the rear end entirely. There's a drive shaft falling out there. So unfortunate landing. Canas out. Ongaro 3 seconds faster than anybody. And Elliott Boots now taking up the challenge. Let's see if we can find car 5. I think car 5's about to go in front of you. It's kind of red, pinky and white and orange and white. I think that's Boots' car. So Elliott. There he is, thank you indeed. Zach picks him up, so that's big. So that was a very delayed curse to the competition, wasn't it? I just said how we've seen so few cars break down. Took 2 or 3 minutes, but I managed to get Canas. Bucharest has 1 win and 1 DNF now, so that's not great stuff. Okay, so power on down. At the moment, Ongaro is not even close to being on the predicted time to beat Burak Kilic. Birken's blown it again, which must be annoying for him. So Burak at the moment looking quicker. Ongaro's not doing badly. He's on for within a second of that, but it's it's strong points. No one's saying that Ongaro's not going to go straight in the semi-finals, but we're looking with Boots. Boots running second, 1.5 seconds behind Ongaro. I mean, for a lot of these guys, some of them are chasing. Obviously, they all want to win each round, but realistically, a lot in their mind, all they want to do is qualify straight into the semi, because they feel that as the race duration gets longer, it plays more into their strengths. Now, just a quick point: the final is only 45 minutes on Saturday. Traditionally, it would be an hour because it's a World Championship year. Because of the differences in the way the World Championship run with 25% nitro rather than 16% nitro, they decided it doesn't matter. So they're going to actually have a 45-minute final as per Euro's reason. So the only hour final people get to run in will be that World's final on September the 10th, live on RC Racing TV. We are the exclusive live streamers for the EFRA World Championships. Ooh, that must have been quite nerve-wracking for Elliot there. See a man sprinting off his marshalling seat. So the S-Works Reds engine. Elliot Boots over the timing and scoring. This will be his last lap he's starting. Ongaro is about to finish his run. He's been getting quicker and quicker, actually. Oh, no. That's what you don't want to do your last lap, is waste 2 seconds upside down. Because those 2 seconds, I think, might get Birkin Kilic back into second, actually. Oof. Now you've got Marshall. It's always 2 or 3 seconds to get Marshall, because how quick their reactions are. They have to see you upside down and turn you around and pick it back. But it's the worst place to have the accident. On the last lap. Across the line goes Boots and end up third. So Davide Ongaro with a 4.969, so not as fast as Burak Kilic, is second at the moment. Birkin Kilic did a 5.08 despite that error. Sorry, did a 5.09 despite that error. 5.11 and a half for Elliot. He'd be disappointed with that. He managed to get 500s faster than Andrea Trevisan, which is going to small comfort after losing 4 seconds on the last lap. Pedro Gomez is fifth. Pedicumsi is sixth. Alejandro Perez is seventh. Giuseppe Tosconi is eighth. Hampersberg is ninth. Oscar Navarro is 10th. And it's gone away before I could read out who the 11th person was. Do we need to love any of our sponsors now?
I think we should.
RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
And if you are thinking about umming and ahhing about joining us at the Nemo Raceway, I'd stop umming and ahhing, because you too can moan about having too much run time if you're in RC2. We'd love to see you all. I've got a feeling it's going to be quite a good event. And you can go to Gaydon and go to the British Motor Museum, it's really close to it.
I've not been.
Oh, it's amazing. If you like old British cars, which any sensible human being should do.
I'm afraid not.
Right, well, that's a bit depressing straight away.
I know. Modern ones, yeah. Old ones, no.
Okay. I've got unsolicited text.
You've got what?
Oh, okay. It's my dentist
Oh.
telling me I need to go there. Very exciting, isn't it?
Very exciting.
So don't say we don't give you all the top news from the European Championships. Not only have we discussed that you should enter the Nemo event, you also find out I've got a dental appointment next week.
I know.
It's going to help instill your identity, isn't it?
It will.
Yeah.
It will.
Now you know both his wife's name and his surname, and Amigo the dentist. You can put those three things together, probably take over the world.
Exactly.
Well, there's a vacancy for Prime Minister of the UK anyway, so you can have a go with that one first of all. So, who we got in this one? We have Robert Battle. We have got to decide my own brain what I'm going to call him. We have Ricardo Berton. We have Marco Barofalo. We have Hal Figueiredo. We have Una Hattinen, Max Gotzel, Brian Baldo, Johnny Skidmore, Alexander Chetin, Pekko Ivanen, Andre Bento, and Clement Boda, who was a very, very naughty. Well, he wasn't. He was just made a mistake and didn't let Figueiredo through. So Figueiredo, possibly the favourite for this. Not sure. He's must be quite disappointed. His best chance has already gone. Well, a very good chance is gone. I think he was fine until he hit traffic. He's just a bit too far. So Johnny Skidmore, the British champion in 8. It'll be interesting to see what he can do. He's not looked quite on the same form internationally as he is at home. Ricardo Berton, of course, is the European reigning champion. So Rob Battle actually won this one last time round, but was only 5th overall. So after this, we will do a sort and see where everyone is championship-wise. We'll carry on with the moving camera with the lower heats because they need love as well. And so if you have a friend in one of the lower heats coming up, please drop us a line saying, "Oh, I'd like to see Brian," or Pedro, or whatever it may be. So they've done the fuely thing. We are still a minute and 2 from the start. They don't do 6 minutes. Nope. They hop about down the pit lane. Okay, so remember that these top heats again, start really quickly. So they'll the top heat, this is the last of the top heats, but the top heats are back on again at 4:30. So it's only about an hour before they're all back on again around the quarter. So 4:30 for the top heats. Actually, 4:25, sorry, local time, 5:25. We'll get them all back on again. It all counts. Now pick up a car, any car. This one here, number 5. Here he comes down the heat, and that is Una Hattinen, the Finn. Another one, the all green. Apparently, obviously, your finish, you have to have an all green car. Green, I think, has become more popular over time. There was a time when we used to go to these events, and everyone had a flory orange or a flory green or a yellow car. It was just really depressingly similar. I mean, I know that's a good idea because you can see them, which is obviously always a key point. But it was just too many of the same. So Hutton goes across in a 34.4. It's a good opening lap, but you need to start clicking off 33s if you're going to get yourself anywhere near the very top of the timing sheets for this round. Just managed to skirt the... it's more difficult, that switchback's more difficult than it looks. It's completely downhill, steeply downhill. So you are kind of actually climbing up whilst trying to stay as close as possible to the markers. So Hutton takes his second lap, and this time it's 34 again. So no, it's 3.8. So this is a much slower heat than the others. No one's really busting a gut at the moment. Burton is in second. Robert's not doing an awful lot at the moment. Let's see if we can find Figueiredo. So far behind everyone at the moment. I don't know what he's doing. Figueiredo's the last person across the line, and he's the fastest person. Interesting. Just drop back one. And it's the 8 car of Johnny Skidmore. So he's Johnny there or thereabouts. And if he put this run together, he'd have a right in the middle of the pack where you're sort of 16th to 18th. So you watched happening earlier, you saw there's a lot less, that switchback, there's a lot less movement of the rear end, much looser rear end on this car. So different balance for Skidmore's X-Ray. And Hatton's missing. I assume he's unassociated. So the British champion Donny. But there's a huge difference between the British tracks and these big, dry, that's the key point, hot Southern European circuits. Again, look at that. It's a lot of swish and swoosh at the back, rather than just sitting down. I'm not saying one is better than the other. It's just very different. Different lines as well coming out that downhill from the not quite 90. So Johnny taking a different way around some parts of this track. And cross lines. Okay, let's leave Johnny now. Let's put the next one up, whoever it is may be. It's the 2. So this is Ricky Burton. This is your European champion from 2019. Ricky currently at the top of the timing with Battle. It's now Battle, Burton, Barufalo, Hatton, and none of them though anywhere near Burak Kilic's time. So Burak Kilic at the moment looks very much like he's going to be a surprise surprise round winner. Deserved it. It's just a surprise to us, but both the Kilic is going well. What the difference has been is that Birkin has not been throwing it off the track, and Burak has not been throwing it off the track. And Birkin in both heats, despite being quick, has had a mistake. So it's speed and precision against a little bit more speed, but not quite so much precision. And so far, the former is better. So a lot of shuffling about. Figueiredo, very much the last person over the line. And this is bad news, because not for me, but this is bad news for Kilic, because Figueiredo suddenly is on for a better time than he has managed. So we're going to have to try and work out where Figueiredo is and follow him through, because last time he was doing exactly the same thing and got scuppered by back markers. Is he going to be unscuppered this time? So car 3. So it's the orangey car. I think it's the all orange car going underneath you now. The 3 car, that's the 1 car. It's the 3 car we want, really. I'm not sure where he is. I'm running out of time to find him, but where's that naughty 3 car? Just complete another lap. See, now what I've told, this is where things go wrong when you listen to me. This is Marco Barufalo, by the way. But of course, as everyone's shouting at the screen, Figueiredo's car number 4. So when you're looking for the wrong car, you very rarely find the right one. It's horrible. But no, you do if you're the world's greatest cameraman, who isn't involved in a professional focus pulling course at the moment. Well, who's that then? We got 4. We want 4. That's what we want. I was talking about that. I was on the wrong one. We wanted 4. We're fine. It's all going well. Figueiredo. We haven't got to see an awful lot about him. And he's gone to the top. And he's taken the round. Got there in the end for the big finish. Yeah, I misread the number. So this is all on me, by the way. So you have to sit down and go, oh dear, Nicholas. That really wasn't very impressive. So how Figueiredo has won the... Oh, no, he's not. Sorry, I do tell long. He had a problem the last lap and didn't get the round. Do apologise. This is getting even worse. No, the round has gone to Burak Kilic. Kilic has got the round. I read the estimated time, not the actual time. So Figueiredo is 4.76. then it's Buffalo second on 407.829. Then Hatton 478. 409.84 Skidmore, and then Burton 409. So the big news is, by my now quite ropey reckoning, Burak Kilic has won the round. I can see you're excited about that.
Are you sure he has?
I will be in a second. Just give me a chance.
Come on.
Well, I got confused.
Got one job.
But no, I haven't. That's the point. If I had one job, it'd be fine. Many jobs. Okay, so it is indeed Burak Kilic who picks up the 0. It gets more complicated now to work out who's done what, because it's actually just I've got a combined top. So Kilic did get it. Figueiredo was not even second, actually. So it's okay. So it's gone. Kilic, Coelho. Coelho was second. Ongaro was third. Figueiredo was fourth. Ronefalk, despite that mistake, was fifth. Buffalo was sixth. Hatton was seventh. Eighth was Neumann. Ninth was Birkenkilic. 10th was Ricardo Montero. Johnny Skidmore was 11th. And 12th was Ricardo Burton. Which means after 2 rounds with 1 to count, it's Burak Kilic from Juan Carlos Canas. Coelho's in 3rd. Ongaro's in 4th. Figueiredo's in 5th. Ronefalk's 6th. Battle is 7th. Barufalo is 8th. Parente is 9th. Hatton is 10th. Jorn Neumann is 11th. Ricardo Burton is 12th. Birkenkilic is 13th. Elliot Boots is 14th. Montero is 15th. Johnny Skidmore is 16th. Hammersberg is 17th. Oscar Bauer 18th. Pekka Ivanen 19th. Jordan Lott 20th. And Andrea Trevision 21st.
Are we going to lock camera again?
No, we're going to show all these for a bit. Because we're going to make sure everyone gets one go.
That's fine. I just wonder why Zach was still stood there, but that would be the
Because
reason
he's
why.
very lovely.
Right, I'm going to get a shot for Matt.
Oh, you can go and do all those sorts of things now. Just give me a camera shot, which is actually the track. Oh! So if I press that, do they swap them back again? Oh, that's quite good. I can handle that. Oh. Yeah. Blimey. This would be fun. Couldn't go to replays as well. So we're at the bottom end of the qualifier again. It's the first heat. It's Hugo Cueno in 1, Vladimir Santos in 2, Jose Miguel Alejandro Ribeiro in 3, Jan Eichhorn in 4, Sergio Gomez in 5, Bernardo Neto in 6, Sergio Bamonde in 7, Marwin de Groot in 8, Jose Ribeiro in 9, Paolo Almeida in 10, and Thiago Cajelo in 11. So obviously officially Birkenkilic is not actually yet the fastest, because obviously somebody in these top 3 heats could beat him. It would be a little bit of a surprise, to be honest with you. If I'm honest, it would be a big surprise. So. Oh, blimey, this is good. Well done, Burak, says No Name Archives. How far away is Lee Martin's heat? Well, Lee Martin, I think, is in heat 9, so his heat is about... well, so basically what we have now is we have Q2 heat 1, then 2, then 3, and that's the end of Q2 ends after heat 3. Then Q4 starts with heat 7, so we have 7, 8, 9, and then the top heat's 10, 11, 12. I think Lee's in 10, so it's about 6 races away, which is about an hour and 6 minutes. Good morning, Tim Lime. Hey, Tim, how are you doing? Was it good morning and Tim Lime? Who knows? You might see who is the crew this weekend? It's young James Parry and even younger Zach Fenning with me. And then we have a massive crew back in the UK preparing for our fantastic Saturday show. You are not going to believe it. And I've not been told about it. No, you're not going to believe it. It's going to be pretty special. BJ Williams, Nick, I hope you invite Scotty to be part of the broadcast team of the Worlds. He is outstanding. Scotty is outstanding, also out of our budget. Robert Jacks, is anybody running the Schumacher 1/8 car? There isn't a Schumacher 1/8 car, Robert, in IC. There will be more prototypes for their e-buggy over the course of the next few weeks, but there's not currently there. James Douglas, do you think any Brits will make the A main? I think it's unlikely, and if they are, it's only going to be Johnny. But he's struggling for the semis at the moment. But once you get in those longer races, anything can happen. So we are with... they have actually started now, and this is car number... Well, I'm going to say 5. I could be wrong. Or if he crashes, but I can see... Don't crash where I can see a number. No. So you kind of go from one end to the other of the talent pool. It's 8. There we are. Thank you for that. That's de Groot. I'm not sure with any relation. Marwin de Groot. So we've already lost 2 cars in this one, so it's kind of a bit of a war of attrition. Drop back 1. Yeah, and this now is car number 2. That is Valdemar Santos. Are all guys supposed to be running EU spec fuel, or will there be any rules? This is Clackham. The rule for non-locals like Worth of Worlds. Everybody here is running EU spec fuel. Obviously, it's European Championships. They are running at 16%. When we get to the World Championships in Redovan in September, they'll be running the IFMA rules, which is 25% nitro. So that'll be international spec fuel. Oh, he's also the hinge pin that fell out, not the drive shaft. Oh, I don't know why. It looked pretty big for a hinge pin, but I'll let you take that one. I always like to, if you're going to up an accident, so this is about Canas's accident when the rear end collapsed, or was broken in half, you've always got to kind of big up, oh, it's all full, everything's fallen off, the entire car's destroyed. Even if it's like a little nick on the side. Yeah, you've got to build your part, build the program. PJ, we've noticed no one is throat punching on at this race so far. Well, I hope it stays that way. Robert Jacks has seen the one can paint job team, absolutely. Connie says that Ronafat would have taken this round. You better pay some killets. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a few of us who could have actually taken the round, but you need to do it first. Crunchy Day says Paul's camera work was good last week. I don't know what that means about Zach's camera. I think that's good as well. You think? Oh, do you know what, Crunchy? That's really good. You think Boots will get there? It's a really good point. I completely forgot. This sounds awful. I completely forgot that Boots was British. I like Elliot very much because he's always in Italy these days. I always think of him with the Italian gang. So yeah, Boots. I think Boots should make the A final. Dear oh dear, I have to apologise to everybody. I think this carries on. It's so we've got a minute and 39 of this heat. No one's asked us to see anybody in the. How many actually running still? Eight are still going, I think, or is it 7? A couple of one's come back from the dead. That's why it's completely out. Next one, just wait for the next one. See who it is. The car will come eventually. It's car 6. Oh, there's 2 of them in battle. That's Neto, is the 6 car. Bernardo Neto. Look at them battling away like this. Oh, we got overtaken in the air nearly. You don't really want to see that happen, do you, really? But let's see it happen again. So he's up in the air, and that was actually not a bad movement. I love the way he added insult to injury there by punting him off slightly. As well, as he landed on his roof, and then he goes, I'll just punt you slightly further on from there. I think it's interesting seeing this contrast between the top heat and one of the more beginner heats. Effectively, you can see where the difference is. I mean, most of these guys can jump and they can fly, but it's the breadth they give the apex. It's look at that carve in those corners, not just running the line. That's how you really tighten up a second or 2 seconds a lap. Oof, blimey! I think the ref must have told him to get out of the way of that one. It was a massive avoid by the 6. I know Kieran is going to win this one, but the winning time's only going to be, I think, an 8-lapper. Might even be Santos who gets it in the end. There's 3 of them. So, interesting, because the way the pit lanes run, you can actually end the race in the pit lane and pull off as you go. You wouldn't even lose that much time, to be honest. So it's 3 Portuguese in the top 3 places. It's Hugo Cunha in 1. And then it's Valdemar Santos in 2. Sergio Gomez in 3. Just wait for the very late starting part of this race. There we go. Looks like it's Sergio Bamonde in 4th. And is Tiago Gahello going to get past Bernardo Nieto? It's very exciting to find that one out. I see. Gahello is starting very late. That's the problem. I'm not sure they're going to let him finish another lap. So, Coelho started late and ended up with a time that's under 5 minutes. Still running at the end. And that is the end of Heat 1. Okay, so we're now getting ready for Heat 2, and that's Joel Suarez, Kim Einart in 2, Carlos Fonseca in 3, Juha Salomon in 4, Luis Reis in 5, Yuso Tuinen in 6, Hugo Prata in 7, Goncalo Costa in 8, Kin Middlecop in 9, and Nuno Vieira Fiera in 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Portuguese drivers. And we've got a German, a Finn, for German 2 Finns, and a Dutchman. And of course we have a German lady, so it's Kim. Crunchy, Nick, do you have to use nitro in the fuel? Yes, because it wouldn't work otherwise. And nitro engines. The nitromethane provides a lot of power and also provides a lot of cooling, which is one of the problems why they keep reducing it. It's obviously got oils and other things, and I'm pretty convinced there's actually no petrol as such in this fuel at all. It's not like a two-stroke mix. It's not like you've got petrol and you run some nitromethane in it for the mix. It's actually a completely different base layer with the nitromethane and some of the major power providers. Is Nick going to do a pit walk? Don't know actually. I've done a track walk. We are trying to do a few interesting things here. We're going to give you guys what you want, which is a nice long run of live coverage, and then we've got James is even doing it now. I got a replay off, by the way. There we are. I'm just showing off the teacher now. I've done really well, sir. I've managed to get a replay and everything. Yeah, it's quite easy. In fact, I don't belittle it. I was quite pleased. He goes, oh, it's really easy. All right, I find it's easy, but I did it myself. No help. Awesome, right. I was watching two cars go past the commentary corner here, and neither of them decided. They all decided that four wheels on the track was not what they were going for. I get the impression this could be quite a messy heat if they don't calm down. They've managed to put less. They've obviously decided to de-weight. That's the right word. The bottom of the heat, so they're only running 10 cars in these lower heats. Let's pick somebody up. Let's see, it could be anybody. Next car along, who could it be? Here we go, it's number 7, which is Hugo Plata, one of the over 40 drivers. All of them, be you in the lowest heat or the top heat, they've been very circumspect over that big jump. There's misunderstandings, rain here. Ooh. Wide berth by Hugo on all those corners. Well, this is free though. Doesn't start his time until he gets to the green stripes in about 2 seconds. There we are, and go. Right, this now counts for Hugo. Down the straight he goes. Turning sharply. Off that drop, which is much bigger than you think it is. Off to a little bit of overrunning. This is the point. A lot of it is about. A lot of the lap time is how you control being slow, to be honest. Because sometimes you just need to control being slow. So it's actually not overshooting things on a downhill slope. And Hugo does a 40.4. So in a track where he's made no mistakes, really, he's sort of 6 seconds off what we were seeing at the top here. That's nice. Flew over the top there. I need to shorten this one up dramatically. Yeah, that's much better. So those all sections of the track so far been much better. So Hugo, as he had a 40.4 first time, and he's blown it. It's going well till then. He's got to wait. I think he doesn't really wait long enough to see what time he gets on this one. I guess a 40.7, that's fine, because he was actually doing better there. Well, that didn't go very well, did it? Should we watch that again? So what happened to Hugo there? I just slammed it down. It was the up rope that didn't work, but then second time in a row, landed all Phil Wills down with his accident. Okay, when he gets to the commentator's cabine, as such, coming in the corner, can you just leave him and then pick the next one? Actually, it's just dropped back one, isn't it? And now with car 1, and that is Joel Suarez. Oh, he's got 2 cars crashing in front of him as he moves on. So Suarez doing 36s. Oof. Slight misunderstanding, but that's fine. Just getting the flow over the top of the hill there. And then dives down into corner 1. Keep it tight. The tyres that are marked, so you can see some tyres marking the inside. They're kart tyres. Like old go-kart tyres. I mean, they've been painted them up. They've re-blacked them. Go-kart tyres are actually a very good track marker. I'm surprised they're not used more often. Because they obviously, whilst they have the same sort of height, the same sort of width as a car tyre, they're actually much smaller, so they can be much more precisely positioned. So another use for go-karting is their tyres. Quite a few good go-kart circuits in Portugal. I mean, championship level, not you muck about with your mates. So Suarez, who we're watching here, is leading. We'll let him go at the end of his lap. Oh, it's never going to end the lap, so that's that one then. No, I've got the end of the accident there. Failed my test. I've got the man actually rescuing him. Pick up the next car. It's car 8. And that is Giancarlo Costa from Portugal. It's like unsure at the top of the hill there. So and there you go. That's quite good. Quite aggressive from Costa, wasn't it there? 41-second lap. Wasn't letting that get in the way of a good time. Oh. Well, it's all right. You finished the race now. Doesn't matter. I don't think he knows he's finished the race, but he has. Actually, no, he hasn't, has he? Oh, no, he has. No, Giancarlo Costa has finished. He's the one person who has finished the race. The others are all finishing their last laps. We've got Fonseca, Turinon, Sam, and then Will Kimeinhop. Where's she going to go across the line? She goes into second. So it's Suarez from Einhardt. Then it's Jusso Turin of Finland, Carlos Fonseca of Portugal, Louis Reis of Switzerland, Juha Salmon of Portugal, and then Prata Giancarlo Costa, Nuno Vieira Fiera from Portugal, and Koen Middelkoop in the picking out his look at that. It's on a motorbike, the chicken. There's a lot of chicken-based motifs around here. I mean, if you're from the UK and aware of Nando's, which I think everyone is, this is very much the area of Barcelos. It's very much the region where it all comes from, the Barcelos chicken and everything. I think that's where the original what's the word for it? Fable, parable about the chicken that got up and it decided not to be dead because it was going to save the life of a pilgrim. I think that's what you want to know the full story. You have to read it on the side of a wall of a Nando's, the famous peri peri chicken restaurant. But it's all over it. Peri peri chickens, the whole Nando's signs, they're all very much, you can't avoid Nando-esque logoing. So that's come to Barcelos for where Nando's. The odd thing, of course, is Nando's South African, so it must have gone from Portugal to South Africa and back to here again. Since the F3D pylon racing, they don't use nitro at all. Okay. Hello, Grimster. How you doing, mate? Methanol. Ah, John Clark. Yes, it's no petrol. So nitro is fuel, oils, and methanol. And nitro brings the boom. Because methanol is what they run Indy cars on. So methanol is not exactly lacking in bang. There is just one cam. Well, actually isn't. Look, I've got a second cam here. There we go. Look. Ooh, that's interesting. And I've got a replay. That's interesting. I shall tell the boy that. There's a second camera, it's not working, man. There'll be a third camera tomorrow. Is the track dirt? Well, it's sealed dirt, so yeah. Remember to drop a like, everybody. Yeah, it goes to like. I've got 107. I want more. I want more likes. Like me more. Love me for who I am. 152 likes now. I've refreshed it. Very exciting. So, getting ready to get underway with Heat 3, and this will be the end of Q2, so we can officially say that Burak Kilic has TQ'd round 2 at the end of this race. Then immediately going to round 3 with Heat 7. So we have all the mediumly good people. That's 8, 9, 10, and 12. So it is Fernando Almeida on 1, not in pole, because he's in the final. He's just number 1. Fernando Almeida. It's Thomas Rezaditz, Greni Barbillon, Fernando Cabrera, Costa Agrifota. So we go for Portugal, Austria, France, Spain, and Greece. Then Switzerland with Jose de Silva Daniel. And then we have our first repeat country. It's Portugal, and 2 more Spaniards in Raul Infante and Sergio Gonzalez, and finally another Portuguese man in Serafim Cota. This is another one. I think we had this heat before. It's very, very biased, not biased, angled in the over 40s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 over 40s in it. So good on them. I would imagine the next heat being Marshall may get people going out with their walking sticks and with a bit of a lumbago, but there we go. There's JQ. Oh, JQ's coming in. Hello, JQ. How are you? Well, you can't tell because there isn't a camera in here, but the green-haired man is with you. How are you, JQ?
Doing good, thank you.
So, first of all, I need to talk to you mostly about how's your racing going 2 rounds in?
My racing, my personal racing?
Yes.
Not too good. I tried some tires for Ronne Falkner. Now we know that he shouldn't run them.
Right, okay. So David, yeah, I mean, obviously you're doing a lot of development work for the Mayako team. David's been quick, but he's made a mistake in each heat. That must be frustrating.
Yes, because he just has one bad lap. All the other laps are good. TQ pace in both rounds, but then he makes one mistake and that's it. So he has a 5th and an 11th, but the pace he has is good. So not really making big changes. He's going to run a different engine now just to cover all bases, and yeah, hopefully no mistakes.
So if you were, you are obviously invisiblespeed.net, and thank you for sponsoring the show. Would you say if you were taking some of your pupils, would this be a good track to learn setup on, or is it too consistent? It's a single surface, isn't it? Is the fact that it's so consistent good for setup learning, or the fact that it's so consistent bad for setup learning?
Yes, I think it's really good for learning setup because you can really tell the difference. Because if the car isn't handling well, you'll know, because you'll be flipping off the track or you'll be really slow, but it feels good. So a track like this is very good for learning the basics of what everything does.
Zach, can you do a cameraman's choice and just pick up a car? See, listen to Zach. He's disappeared on me. Cameraman sat down. He thought we had an interview now. What is he doing? Come on. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, some things are interestingly though opposite, because let's take anti-roll bars for example. The normal general rule is when you go to higher grip, you go to a thicker anti-roll bar. But then when you come to a track like this, which is super high grip, it's too high grip, so then it starts going the opposite way. So you want to go normal roll bar or softer roll bar. So it's interesting how in off-road, when you get to a track like this, which is smooth and really high grip, some of your basic knowledge doesn't actually work.
Okay.
So you start going in the opposite direction to what you normally would.
Right. I'm going to ask you to do something really difficult now.
Okay.
We have this orange car on camera. I'm saying this orange car, I don't know who it is. When I find out who it is, I'm going to ask you to tell me if you can see anything that needs to be done.
Okay.
Is that a challenge you can accept?
Well, hopefully I can see something interesting.
Well, that's too
purely
easy.
line choice. That's what I like to do.
Okay, so the car we are looking at is car number 1. So that's a good start, which is Fernando Almeida from Portugal, over 40.
My old friend from back in early 2000s. I know him. So on this track, when we first arrived, a lot of drivers were struggling with the car's traction rolling. Now you can see Fernando's, he's Portuguese, so he's been here tons. So his car is actually handling well because he knows what to do. The number one thing that all drivers who got their cars handling well did was run low roll centers. And later on we have some pre-prepared video that we'll check, not now, but maybe tomorrow. And then we'll explain what that means when you run a low roll center and why you need to do that. But that's why Fernando guaranteed has that on his car. And when he drives into the corners, you can see there's no tendency of it traction rolling.
So why would you have, because no one ever wants to have traction roll, so why would you run with a high roll center? What sort of track requires you to have a high roll center?
Well, see, it's a bit of a trade-off because you can introduce a sort of initial grip to the car with a higher roll center, and that's needed for looser tracks. So when you have lower grip, you somehow need to give the car more grip, even though it's just momentary grip for turning into a corner or the rear gripping as it gets loaded.
And number 6 is this number 6 with now, which is Mr. Silva.
You need
got a replay of him having a crash. Was it just an accident, was it?
Yeah, that's just when you don't jump far enough. I've done that too. So if you don't jump far enough, your car bounces, catches because it's so grippy and flips over. So yes, as I was saying, on lower grip tracks, you actually want the car to grip more for a moment so that you can turn it, so that you can accelerate, so you can get it under control. But that's actually what causes problems for us here because the track surface is so grippy.
So it's a grippy surface. Is it high tyre wear, or is the fact that cars aren't spinning means that actually the tyres last well?
Actually, this is a much lower tyre wear than for the warm-up for some reason. Maybe because it's hotter and more cars. And when we run nitro on a track like this, what happens is all the fumes and oil from the exhaust, they gather on the track, and it kind of gets it gets looser and what's the word?
Slicker.
Sort of, yeah, greasy almost,
slick,
the surface. So, yeah.
It's not done that so far. No, we're something different now. Again, the biggest problem is I have old eyes. So though I'm very impressed by they put the numbers on the wings, which the organisers decided to do. It gives me some sort of choice. But this is the Lilac car of Mr. Lilac or Ms. Lilac, I don't know. We'll find out in a second, because the good news is it comes in front of my eyes any second now. It's number 9. So this is Sergio Gonzalez.
Speedy Gonzalez.
Speedy Gonzalez from Spain. This is his last lap. Oh.
Nice.
Got it back. So we've had a bit of a conversation actually going on earlier. We're talking about what we did in Italy a couple of weeks ago with RCGP Loves RC2.
Right.
The sharing of cars.
Yeah.
And there's a couple. We had Robert Cockcroft on and said, he found an extra second and a half. And I was saying how the most remarkable thing was that Davide Ongaro, someone else associated it was better than his. Even the guy was 4 seconds a lap slower normally.
Yeah, and I asked David, and he actually did try something from the setup of that car, because he felt something that was really good on that RC2 driver's car. So he tried it for himself, and he liked it.
So so if you were to say you go to a club meeting and you look at the 10 least quick guys, what's the most common error they've made?
The most common error are just the very basics. So literally radio endpoints, throttle linkage, brake linkage, ride height, droop, camber, everything moving freely, the shock oil being the correct for the temperature. Just the very basics, not even making changes, just making sure that the basics are right.
So give us an idea of it. So I'm me, so I have a basic understanding of RC cars, but no understanding of the intricacy of nitro racing. I sign up for your course. How do you take me through?
Well, the way the course is structured is it's really good for any level of experience. So completely new people to RC, it first introduces our hobby, all the different classes and all that. If you already have a car and you race, it helps you from the first lessons onwards, where we talk about radio settings and just driving and car preparation, all that stuff. But then if you're more advanced, even world champion or European championship level driver, it can still help you, because it goes over the theory of different setup changes and then how they affect the car on track in practice. And then there are also case studies of different types of tracks, and we have live meetings also with top drivers like Robert Buggy and David Ronnefalk. Kyle McBride has been on there. So we have live meetings, the pre-recorded videos, and also downloadable documents that you can then spreadsheets and stuff that you can study. So it's when it says it's a full course, it really is.
And and you've got a Discord as well. So is that sort of like a Monday full of people going, I did this and this wasn't working, and I wish I'd done that? Or
yeah, Discord is like a modern message board, I would say. So it's a forum style application where you can have live calls and video calls, but you can also we have different topics, and people can post pictures, text, videos there, ask questions, and then we make sure to help all the students as much as possible.
Good stuff. So we're about to go leap up to the level below you with Heat 7. So it's the 50th to 75th percentile, you see, as I've been whittering on about from the qualifying. So we've got Aleix Montaro, you've got William Skidmore, Ryan Majuba used to drive for you, didn't he?
He did a few years ago.
Ali Hennan, Alex Vyas, Jessica Powson, who surprised she's down this low, Andres Meyer, Manuel Iniesta, Jose Thomas Escudero, Hal Lopez, and Hugo Ibanez. I mean, obviously this is the second three. I mean, were you surprised to still be making the top three heats?
I was actually a bit disappointed, because I'm in the same race now with David, so I can't watch his car. I didn't expect to make the top three heats, so that was a surprise.
So how different is your... obviously, I'm trying to think back in... Last time you had a stupid haircut, which was Reims, was 2013. We had your checkerboard haircut.
Maybe.
And at that point, you were still pursuing glory as a racing driver rather than as a chassis manufacturer or a lecturer. So how different is your approach to the actual racing part now than it was back 9 years ago?
Well, my personal preparation is much worse. Like I arrived here and rebuilt my car at the track. so the preparation was very much non-existent. That's one big difference, and that's just because my preparation is more focused on making sure that David and the other team drivers have everything they need and that the car is good for them. So that's my preparation now.
You can wave now, you see. Well, I like it. You've got the Belgian flag flying in your head. It was a Romanian flag, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's definitely different, but it does help that I still drive because then I have a better understanding of what the track is like and what sort of changes could be needed for the car. If I just watch, it's a lot harder for me to understand what's really going on.
So when you were at the top level of racing, which is 7 or 8 years ago, did you understand as much about cars then?
No.
So if JQ of 2022 was helping out JQ of 2013, do you think that would have been the push you needed to actually get those winning results?
I don't know about wins because even back then that sort of the winner was all usually just exceptionally skilled and talented and ahead of the rest. But for sure I would have had better results. I would say even without that knowledge, I was already fast enough for podium pace at Euros. It never happened, but I think it would, because with that knowledge, I would have made sure everything's good and I finish. And the biggest thing actually is engine tuning, because even that I've learned now in the last few years, because I sort of took the time to actually learn it, study it, set your idle gap, start the tune from there. There's a video on YouTube.
I knew there was a reason.
I
knew the reason I liked electrics.
Yeah, so that engine bit, that's massive. If you just take the time to learn how to tune the engine by understanding what's happening, that's going to save you a lot of headaches and improve your racing a lot.
And it does seem like a black art though. Is
not really. It's not really as complicated as people think when you really break it down and you take the time to learn it and understand it. It's not that complicated. So when you don't know anything and you haven't looked into it, it seems that way, like it's a black art and no one really knows, but it's not. Check out that video on how to tune a nitro engine. Set your idle gap. That's number one.
I don't know what an idle gap is.
Yeah, in the carburetor, how much at idle, how big the gap is, how much air can go in there into the engine at idle. That's key. If you don't set it, you can tune your engine wrong. It still runs, but it's not working right. But you have 3 needles you're trying to adjust at the same time. If you measure the idle gap, you set that, and then you adjust the other 2 needles to suit that idle gap. So you're eliminating one of the variables, which makes it easier. It's like juggling with 2 balls instead of 3.
Right.
2 is easy.
I can
So
juggle. Yes, I can juggle 2 balls.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah.
Everyone can. But if you try juggling 3, that takes some practice.
Yeah, then
and
you end up looking like a bit of a Burke, and when you start showing off to your friends, everyone goes.
Right. So that's why I say if you want to learn how to tune an engine, eliminate 1 variable, measure your idle gap, set it to 0.5 millimeters, and now you're juggling with 2 balls, and we can all do that.
Yeah, and that's the sort of thing you get at invisiblespeed.net, which conveniently is where you need to go. I think it's very useful having a title, because you say, well, where do I find it? Well, it's invisiblespeed.net. It's very simple.
Yes. We have a discount going on this week. Euro discount.
Euro discount, which sounds like some terrible disco.
Yeah.
We've got the Euro disco. It's the
20%
Venga boys.
20% off. This week only.
This week only. And, I've got a list. I must read my list of information you gave me as well. As you're here, really, you should read your list of information.
No, you can practice.
No. Do you know? Anyway, thought for all from I deleted it. I haven't. So it is invisiblespeed.net.
Yep.
Invisiblespeed RC on Facebook.
Yes.
You have books in English, Italian, and Spanish.
Here on location, yes.
But also obviously available for dispatch as well.
Of course.
And you have of the Discord community as well. And the video course platform is 20% off this week on the full course. Am I right? The full course is in English and Spanish.
It's in English, available already, and it's being translated this summer by Robert. So there are a few videos in Spanish already.
Okay.
But yes, they are both.
And you're
on the
in time during the second week-long session of live meetings. When was the first week? Was that been a while ago?
It was in March.
Okay, that's good. It's not like you've just missed it. It's been months back.
Yeah.
Including 3 top Euros contenders. You including yourself in that?
No, I am not a top Euros contender.
We were 1 year.
Yeah, I've been a few years. I made the main 7 times.
Well, there we are. So you were a Euros contender.
Yeah.
So you said you've made it 7. You got one more chance here. Stranger things have happened.
Not this year.
You don't know.
I need a year when I maybe after I sort of retire, I have time to practice. Woohoo!
Well, I think about it. All those times where you've not made it where you still thought you should be, been really, really disappointed.
Yeah.
You'll suddenly find a year where you're not expecting it, and there you are. Yeah. Bang. In the final.
I need a second lap.
That's all right. I need probably about 20 seconds a lap, I think. That was 22. Zach, can you hear me? Can you find car 7, please, Andres Meyer? We'll just have a look at him because someone's asked us to follow him. Maybe we'll follow someone we can then talk about. Andres, we're all looking here where I can see 6, 5, 6. I think 8, 5, and 6 went past. 7 didn't go past. Of course, that'd be too obvious. There's 9. 11. This is the way. This was used to be the thing that always happened at Harper Adams. You would never see the car you were looking for. Never happened. There's 0, 2. Literally every single car has gone past looking for car 7.
This is 7.
7. There we go. There we go. White and blue. Andreas Meyer. So his friend has asked to see him, and we always. So this is obviously someone who's pretty good, or on the day very good. I mean, would you realistically, once these guys go, they would be driving round some problems, wouldn't they? Because they need to come to you and say, look, yeah, I've actually got this push, I've got this oversteer, I've got this, difficult landing. Or can you even tell that at this level on visually?
I think for me, watching video, I see the more obvious things. Live, it's easier to see more things, but this track being so smooth and consistent, I mean, just look at the times, how close everyone is. It's because most people out there are pretty much doing the same thing. If you had filmed practice rounds, then it would be really easy to spot things that are off.
How long did it take for everyone to realise you couldn't fly that massive jump on the first corner and then get far enough along? Because it looks so tempting to do like a triple or a quad, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can actually. So some drivers did double it. So that's a good line to have in your back pocket if you're racing someone then, because it's hard to overtake. You almost need a mistake from the driver in front. But at the end of the straight, you can, if you're close enough, you can set it up, you can double and get by someone.
So why are they not doubling during the qualifying? Is it too risky?
I think that's the reason. Because that speed difference isn't much.
Oh, that's literally just thrown into our that was an impressive accident there. It was completely clunked our. Why have we still got 2 cameras? Possibly not. Have we? Oh, I can't tell. Never mind.
You lost something.
Well, we may have done. I think we've lost our ambient microphone because that was sitting on the floor. But
actually, my new nemesis is in this race.
Is he?
Jessica Paulson. So David.
How is she your nemesis now?
David told me that if Jessica Paulson beats me, he's going to force me into retirement.
Oh right, that's a little bit unfair.
And then I just have to.
Isn't it slightly sexist as well?
Well, I have to work on his car just then. I can't race anymore, apparently. And now the pressure is on.
How many mechanics does he need? He's got his dad. He's got
Adrian. I don't know. But to be honest, I don't really want to quit, so I'm going to have to really try now. Because she beat me both rounds. She's ahead of me.
Oh, dear. And from a lower heat as well.
Yeah.
Well, we're doing Andrews a bit of a favour here because he hasn't been winning the rounds, but now he's on camera, he is. So he's having a reverse curse the commentator as he goes round. Drop back 1 car when we get to the normal place. And we'll just find someone different. Who's this then? This is it's a very orange machine. of number. I completely
10.
missed 10. Thank you very
That's
much. Nice. That's the Lopez machine. How Lopez?
Yes.
There's a breakdown over there. Is that the man who assaulted our equipment?
It looks like it.
Must be quite nice. Are you enjoying the air conditioning you've managed to finally get going?
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
Nicer than out there.
We walked in this morning and it was so hot we were worried we didn't think any of the stuff would actually work. It was like 40 something degrees
50
in there.
degrees.
Yeah. But they've, in fairness to the organiser, they've got us a nice little kind of a conditioning down, so we're now down to a reasonable temperature. Everything's quite happy at the moment. Even JQ, and his hair's not changing colour again. You got. Why have you done this? I've asked you off there. I'm now asking, why have you dyed your hair bright? I'm not saying I haven't got anything against it. Just wondering why you've done it. Gone absolutely bright green.
To be honest, I've always wanted to have green hair. I've never done it. It's like a bucket list thing. Always wanted it.
Always. One of my ambitions.
I mean, since a very young age, I always listened to punk rock music, and they always dyed their hair. And my favorite band's Green Day too, and my favorite color is green. But that's not; those two things are not tied together. That's not why I like Green Day or green.
Oh, okay, well, it's
so. But anyway,
it's good to know.
Yeah, I figured this Euros could be it for the green hair.
Nope. Let me see if I can get these replays to work. Here we go. Bang.
Yeah, this is a tricky section. And there's also a nail there in that pipe, so we might see some broken cars in the mains. If you do that, and you get unlucky and catch the nail there.
Oh, James is back now.
He's the replay operator.
He's everything.
Everything. Am I in your chair?
He's everything to me. James, very quickly, we just had a massive hit on the stuff outside. Can you make sure it's all right?
Jessica Paulson with a good time, 9.518. It's going to be tough to beat. She might put me into retirement.
Try and check and see if the second camera's up after the receiver got clunked. I can't see the pictures. I don't know what's going on. Very confused. You set this up completely different to how I would. Properly, basically.
I have no idea what's going on.
We're having a conversation about whether the camera's working or not. Because the receiver
There's
got
laptops
clunked.
and cables and knobs.
There are a lot of knobs. There's me, you, and James. So there's 3 knobs straight off.
Keyboards, chargers, screens.
Okay.
Okay. So this is heat 8.
Which
I'm
heat
up
are you
soon.
in?
10.
Oh, yeah, you better get going, really.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
I'll see you later on.
You will indeed.
Don't forget, one other special thing for the people who sign up during this week.
Yes, go for it.
Invisible Speed course, they get the discount, but also we're going to have a 1 week long live just for them. Only the people who sign up now are going to have a live week so that we can get them up to speed.
Cool.
Catch up with everything we've done with all the people who are already there. So that's a one-time offer. And
the good thing is, you want to do that, you just go to invisiblespeed.net. It's written on the screen in the top left.
It's so easy. You have a link in the description too.
And now, of course, we all know that we're all cheering Jessica Paulson on.
Yeah, exactly. Now I put the pressure on myself. Good.
See you, JQ. Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
JQ off to go off and race himself. Well, not race himself, race everybody really, but he will be doing some racing himself. And we have in this one Theo Lemarie, Matthew Chaffredon, Adrian Parente, the junior, Martin Valanco, who's not a junior, David Todd, Marco Natali, Gabriel Astorino, Goncalo Mello, Jürgen Trieb, and Johannes Lambers Nikolai. So obviously this heat is 8. Then we have 9, and we're back in with the top heats again. So it's a very short turnaround to top heats in this particular section. It's completely different later on when they go the other way around. It's not a quick turnaround, it's a slow turnaround, but there you go. And tomorrow morning we start with the fastest, 8:30 5, and then they have 5 hours off, but they only get it 1. So, well, quarter to 1. So track open. See, they got. Where's the chat going? Go Theo. There's not a lot of support for JQ here. Finding a non-sponsored code. Okay. And there we go, down the straight, starting with... No idea who it is. We'll find out in a second when they come back round and I can see who it is. It's one of the yellow cars. That's always a good start. Coming around in front of me now, and it is car number 4 of Martin Volanka, who's coming for fuel. Have we started? Yeah, we started. Thought we'd started. We're all excited, thinking we'd started, but we haven't started. There's still a minute to go with the countdown to Heat 8. Following this is Heat 9, and then 10, 11, and 12, which of course are the top 3 heats. There they go. And that's car 0 of Jürgen Trieb. Up and over. Right in the middle of the pack, these drivers, of course. Oof, just too much. Too much, Jürgen. That cost him probably 3/4 of a second, just because he's sitting there balancing, waiting to get to land back on its wheels again. And a lot of momentum, and then as he was teetering and a lot of drive, but he'll still feel lucky about that because he didn't go over. So one of those weird things where, oh, he's apparently not started. I thought he had started. That's, I think Jürgen Trieb has started. That was a mistake by Jürgen because he's gone through the pits, but that was all counted. So that was a mistake from Jürgen. Oh, it's Martin. Yeah, that's weird. I think he didn't realise he'd started. So he's not. I think he's got waved on going, "You've started, Jürgen," and wasted several seconds. Okay, leave him and wait one more. So next up is car number 9 of Giancarlo Mello. Ooh, ow. What went wrong here? So he comes in and, just got the line wrong. Thumped the tyre. Stayed sunny side up, so didn't lose too much time. No damage on the car. T-Pro Racing replay. He's right behind somebody else who's in very, very similar colours. At least has yellow wheels. It makes it slightly easier. Okay, it's 4 and 9. That was Theo Lemarie. So you've got Lemarie being chased down by Mello. Marie actually. It's 4 car, sorry. It's not that. It's Walanka, isn't it? Made a mistake there. I keep looking at the numbers. That's Walanka in the red car from the other colours. Let's see if we can find. When we get to the end of this one, just do the normal pause thing, and we'll try and find car number 1. But I'm not sure what car it is. Yeah, next car actually, car number 1. That's it. That's Theodore Marie, who's leading this one, Frenchman. Oh, got awkward landings there. Both cost him a few tenths of a second, and he's now got the orange car right up his backside. Now, given the fact he's leading, he hasn't got to let him through. But I don't know who the orange car is. Is it someone who's suffering from that situation? The way Theo's gapped him makes me think probably not. It's car 6. Of Marco Natale, so actually it's the 3rd place man. So 1st and 3rd kind of dragging each other along here. So Natale in the back of the screen in the orange. Lemarie at the front going more for 5.15, 5.16. He's not going to trouble the timekeepers at the top, but it was obviously in this middle pack where you go, are you going to qualify in the 64th? Are you going to qualify in the 32nd? Are you going to qualify in the 16th? Can you possibly make it the 8th? You know, it's all about that. These guys probably are looking at 16th or 32nd. Actually, they're not probably looking at 8th, aren't they? Probably looking at 8th if they do really well. And they have to work their way up through the quarters and the semis. The Lemarie certainly dropped entirely now. Reno scored in the lead. On his final lap of this run. So, weird thing is, I mean, I know if you lose 3 seconds on lap 3 or you lose 3 seconds on the last lap, it's the same loss, but it just feels so much worse on the last lap. You kind of convince yourself if you lose on lap 3 you can make it back up again. You can't, because you've always lost that 3 seconds. There is the provisional result. So it's Theo Lemarie in a 9.514.6, a 9.16.8 for Martin Valanca, Gabriel Astorino, a 9.518, 5.20 for David Todd. Then it's Adrien Parente, Goncalo Mello, Natalie Marco Natale, Mathieu Chaffredon, Jürgen Trieb, who made a mistake early on, and Johannes Nicholas Lamberts. And then you have Jorge Solar in 11, but he didn't get anywhere near the trip out after 3 laps. And that is heat 8. So now we go to heat 9, and following heat 9 will be the big ones. Hello to from Brazil. Hello to you, Jackson Menguzzi. So we've got one more build-up race, and then we've got the top races. So the next one round will be Heat 9. He says sure as night follows day, Heat 9 will follow Heat 8, but it wasn't the way it's always worked, because they've been shuffling about with the order a little bit. By not running directly through the list in the obvious way every time. So it's Elliot Marcon in 1. Jordan Lott, I think, has done quite well in the overall score. Tom Robert at 3rd. Starting 3, sorry. Wesley Van Helmen starting 4th, the Dutchman. Darren Bloomfield, for European champion, starting 5th for Britain. Jerome Igon, the French former European champion, starting in 6th. Maxime Noble on the 7, Marcel Tribe on the 8th. Ivan Navarro on the 9, Pierre Rabidon on the 10, and James Lepaveur on the 11. So plenty of revage going on. A little bit of an idea of how steep the drop off from the top left hand corner is. So it's very hard to illustrate just how up and downy this track is. You see him now just diving off the corner. Confirmation of the top right, well, not the top runners, that's all the runners and riders. I think, just check, I think that Jordan Lott and Elliot Markle are at the top of this at the moment. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, Jordan Lott's in 20th at the moment. He's got 16th in round 1. So he has decent points from that first run. He's going to need to back out with a couple more decent runs though. Darren is back, said Swordfish. Yeah, he's come back. I think he did a couple of rounds last year of the Nationals, but I think he's almost back as an invite on this particular one. I'm happy for the conversations in non-English. I can't really comment on the foreign conversations, but please keep having them. It's fine. I don't speak French, and I don't speak very poor French. I don't speak Spanish or Spanish or Portuguese at all. So that's more of an issue. Okay, right, so let's get this one up and rolling. About to get up and on the roll. So it's 3 French guys in 1, 2 and 3. In fact, there are 6 French racers in this heat. 1, 2, 3. Jerome Igon, Maxime Noble and Pierre Rabidon. So very much a Le Bleu race. pick someone up and he's miles away. There we go. So he'll be flashing in front of me in no time whatsoever, and it is the number 8 of Marcel Trieb. Marcel Trieb. The Austrian in a field of Frenchmen. Oof. So Trieb comes down here. What happens there? Oh, he just, oof. Yeah, the car wasn't angled brilliantly and just caught those various ridges and rivets a little bit badly. Let's find somebody else. He's had his time in the sun now. Can't go on the straight now, that's a 0. Of Pierre Raboulon. Pierre in the middle of the pack in this one at the moment. White in the one can style with a flory yellow wing. All expense spared there on the body shell painting. It's Darren Bloomfield who's at the top of this one with basically Van Helmen. Oh, that's not good. At least this time he didn't hit my camera, which somebody did a second ago. So, well, slap and then just for some reason the lack of rebound damping or bad luck, and he's upside down. So, Raboulon. Let's just leave him and get the next one, Zach. Which is car number 9. And this is Ivan Navarro, junior driver from Spain. Jordan Lott once again in the lead for a 5:11. It's quite reasonable, not super fast times, some reasonable times in this heat. People perhaps now getting a grip on qualifying. It's certainly be very, very close between a fantastic result and a so-so result. Let's go back one. That's the 3 car now of Tom Rabat. Another Frenchman, obviously. Well, there's a good chance he's going to hit a Frenchman. 60% of half the field is French. Saw Tom over in Ospitine for the RCGP, and he was very impressive, actually. Obviously, not quite on the same level of pace compared to the very top drivers he was in Italy, but that's obviously track specific. There they go. So there's a few seconds left. Oh, we've got minutes on them. Marcom, Bloomfield, So Jordan Lott did take that one. Elliot Marcon was second, Dan Bloomfield was third, Wesley Van Helmond was fourth, Maxime Noble was fifth, Ivan Navarro was sixth, Marcel Treve was seventh, Pierre Rabelon was eighth, James Le Pivot was ninth. Tom got a fifth in the end. So that's still slightly erroneous, but unfortunately Jerome Igon didn't start. So that's the third heat of the 75th percentile. We are now rolling into the 3 top heats. A couple of minutes to wait before it happens. Okay, so next up, so it's Bruno Coelho, David Ronefalk, Burak Kilic, Oscar Baldo, Daniel Palente, Lee Martin, Renaud Savoya, Jörn Neumann, Ricardo Montero, Hugo Tavernon, Miguel Matias, and JQ, who we were just speaking to. Overall, you have Bruno currently scored third. He's actually got second in round both times. So he's got 2 second in rounds, which obviously means when you start eliminating drops, is a very strong position to be in. Ronefalk has a 5th and an 11th. So he's both times made a mistake. Also in this one, we got Burak Kilic has, of course, taken a pole and a 4th. So Burak, so this, you have one overall. You have 1st, 3rd, and 5th in this one. So they have, because 2nd and 4th are in the next one, and 5th is in the next one. So it's relatively evenly eased out between the 3 heats. Magnus Bergen says track was awesome. Cheers to all 3 Swedish racers. Car 5 says cold. Hopefully that's this next one. So we get ready for the main finals. The last qualifying. There'll be several races after that. Hello, Tara. How are you doing? It's good to see my favourite racing mother, Tara Evening. Still got the socks, my love. Good evening, Finland. How beautiful. Thumbs up for Finnish drivers to Pecco and you, and of course for Jake. Of course for Jake. You have to go around on as an honorary member of the Finnish nation. So people say 5 and 6. I'm going to go 5 and 6 are. So Daniel Parenti and Lee Mars. I think we have shown Daniel earlier, actually. But we'll try and get some laps, even though only the warm-up laps. 5 and 6. I think 5's lead them out, actually, Zach. So there's a guy coming back towards you now. That's car 5 coming in front of you now. Pretty sure that is Daniel Parente. We'll have to wait for a second while the graphic tells you who's in this race. 2 Spaniards, 3 Portuguese, a Finn, a Brit, a Frenchman, a Swede, and a German. They all walk into a pub, start talking about racing. And Burke, I think, being the older of the kids, is actually old enough to walk into an English pub now, so that's okay. And have a nice Coca-Cola. Right, so Sheffield again. So very nicely moved there by Parente, showing you what you do, but this isn't counting for anything. This is just getting your eye back in. So if we get the best, we've had 404s, 504. No, we're tantalising close to the 10, but it's not going to happen unless something ridiculous happens. Oh, somebody see the second person's done that. Yeah, I'll go in the pits now. So this is Parente. Oh yeah, oof. Just got that around completely. Doesn't matter if it's still warm up, and more importantly, it didn't hit our transmitter, so that's okay. There he goes. Okay, let's pick somebody else up. There's car 7 coming towards you. Of Renault. So actually, we had Renault before. Hang on a second, just run with them for a bit. We had Renault for a while. Zach, can you just look at the connectivity of the SDI at your end and take any pressure off it, please? So it's hanging down. Make sure it's not hanging down. Thank you. Let's carry on going. Pick up a next car to come down the main straight. I think it's a blue and white one. It may well be. It's car number 3 of our pole sitter from last time round. So it's Burak Kilic. So Burak. So this is his first, I think it's his first running lap. I think actually it's not, I think he's actually doing it now. Right. Goes over in a 34 flat, so that's a good start. Well, in fact, 33.7, so absolutely nailing it the first lap. Norman 34 flat as well. Savoia. Coelho 34.38, so we've got them all spread out a little bit. Martin on 35.9, Quagri on 35.2. Okay, just hold it there. Wait for the next car, which is the 9 car, and that is Ricardo Montero, local guy. Got the 34 so far. No. So Montero, let's so Coelho now takes the lead from Ronefalt. They've all done 3 decent laps. So fast lap 33.4. Let's go back and reset at the top corner and take this blue and white. No, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Take this. I'm waiting for car 6 to be honest. Once again, I end up waiting too long, don't I? Never can tell when the right car's going to come along. The answer is never when you want it to. Should move forward, not back. So the car, as you get to see a few cars sprinting through. That's the round. So to Lee, we're not seeing Lee so far. This is the one now. So this is Martin. No, the pacer isn't really in with Lee. He's on a 34.4 last time round. That's his best lap. Bruno Coelho currently on for 9.503. Ronefag on for 9.505. Burak, on for 9.506. They're all round about it. You're not in third. Lee is on for 9.517, which really isn't, where he needs to be. Multiple European electric off-road champion. Okay, let's go back up to the waiting position. Got the runoff out there going anything on the 2. Oh, don't worry. Okay, next one. This is Coelho. Coelho now down the straight. There we go. So Bruno leading with 47 seconds to go. So his fastest lap's 33.7, which isn't particularly quick, but he's managed to do reasonably good medium times. He's running on a 5.056. Runner's down to a 5.059, so those two are pretty close. Burak Kilic has actually got ahead of Ronafalk again, so the three of them are very close. Well, Ronafalk and Kilic closer together. Coelho a long way ahead. As you can see, in absolute times, he's about 2 seconds or so. 5.05.979 finished for Kilic. This could well be the fastest we've seen as a run so far from Coelho. Comes over now and finishes with a 5. Yeah, this is the fastest one we've seen. That's the fastest run of the day. 5.02.278. Sorry. Ronafalk finally gets a clean run in, but it's only a 5.59. Luckily, it's 300s faster than Kilic. Lucky for Ronafalk, with 5.059.79. And Neumann on 5.071. Montero 5.089. 5.09 flat. Parente 11.6 for Savoia. 15.1 Baldo. 16.9 Matthias. 17.1 for Lee Martin. Quaggreen 17.3. And Tavernion 23.4. So that was heat 10 of 12. So, into heat 11, Juan Carlos Canas, Davide Ongaro, Oscar Navarro, Birkin Kilic, you need to put a clean one in, Elliot Boots, Andrea Trevisan, Hampersberg, Giuseppe Tesconi, Pedro Gomez, Pele Comsi, Alejandro Perez, and Carlos Duales. So really, yeah, I mean, it's Canas, of course, has a win and a break from his first 2 rounds. Ongaro, I think, has got a couple of... Is it second and a fourth? Ongaro's been second twice. No, Coelho's been second twice. Ongaro's got a 2 thirds. So both the first 2 rounds, Coelho was second, Ongaro was third. But Canas TQ1 and Burak Kilic the other. So... Justin Chang, what is the fastest all week so far? Well, this is the 3rd round. So this, and that's 5.02.278 by Bruno, is the fastest we've seen as an official qualifying 5-minute run. Kilic. So, at the moment, if it stays as it was, I think Coelho will go to top spot. But it's quite a bit of ifs and buts. More importantly, the other two have got to run their runs. Okay, here we go. They're up and rolling. Let's take the first car that comes past. It's going to be Canas. It is newly repaired S-Works. And after he had an accident at the far end of the circuit, I'll point out where it was, and it took off the rear end of the car, took off the rear right corner. Some controversy, whether it was the hinge pin or it was the drive shaft that fell out, but whatever it was, something fell out. Confirmation of your runners and riders. Just up this bit here, which you can see behind the graphic, that's where he fell off when he hit it effectively at that Marshall point. So Canas, fresh from winning the 1 hour main final at RCGP round number 4 in Italy a couple of weeks ago. Looks very, very quick and everything. Oof, I'm going to pop that point. It wasn't actually a turning point at all. Looks very, very quick, but obviously if you do hit the car, that spoils things slightly. So, not yet running. Canas showing the... who's the car behind him? Zach, just pick up that car behind him, the blue one. Probably stalling itself not to go past him. That's the 3 of Oscar Navarro, I'm not sure. Let's have a look. So he'll come up, and I'll see who it is in a second, because he'll go front of my door. It is the 3 of Oscar Navarro. So Navarro looking quite quicker though. He's kind of being backed up a little by Canas. And Canas's car, you know, is a rebuild. Let's hope he's put it together properly. And it feels like it did. No one started yet, so that upside down green car is completely unfazed by that because they haven't actually started their 5-minute run yet. So the first person to is Alejandro Perez has started. As they go light brown, you'll see them on the right hand side of the timer screen. That's when you've started your time. So Canas, Ongara and Navarro, we're with all up and running. Good. Oh, no. Not making any very mistakes with it. So this is Navarro. Just gets 1, 2, 3, lands it. Yeah, a bit of flat landing. Wouldn't have got a particularly high score in any tumbling competition, but he's back on his wheels again, and now he's slightly irritating the green car as well. Okay, let's drop back a couple. My guess is that it's Boots, who's running 4th. Just now, Ongaro is currently on for 5:01, so he's currently looking for a faster time than we've seen from anybody else, but it's obviously got to put it down for the rest of the day. No, actually, he's made a mistake. So Ongaro made a mistake in the last lap and has kind of blown himself back 4 seconds. Boots in second now. Canas on for 5:05.1 is the predicted time, but only 2 laps in, so that'll change very quickly. Ongaro right down at the back after some problems. Is Ongaro actually not running anymore? Where is Ongaro? No, he is running. He's running, got 34, so this is not a round that Ongaro will need to score. He's got some drop scores, and he'll hope this is one of them. Boots in second, behind his teammate in the S-Works team. Canas. They can't see each other, they're miles apart. Canas on a 5:05 still, so he needs to find more pace to put himself up to the 5:02 of Bruno. Okay, just leave him. Pick up the next car. That's the 6th car of Andrea Trevisan. Currently in the middle of the pack. Birkin Kilic on a 6-1, so that means he's not made a mistake yet, which is good news for him. Canas done a good lap, but not pulling into the 2s at the moment. Still on the forecast of 5:05. Trevisan goes across the line with a 34.4. Ongaro's just gone sub 33. So Ongaro's on a 32.8, but it doesn't matter, of course, because he's right down the bottom. Well, no, he'll climb up now. So he's absolutely laying it down at this point, Ongaro. But he's got a huge deficit to make up. I think there must have been a couple of mistakes. He's predicted it so far off. It must have been a couple of mistakes he made. He's 10 seconds in real time behind Canas. He had 2 accidents, and then the fastest lap we've seen. So let's leave Trevisan when he gets the normal place. Who should we pick up next? So let Trevisan go. Not this one, not the green one. We've had him before. That's car 4. Let's go with that one. That's Birkin Kilic. So Birkin doing a bit of run this time, up in 2nd place. 16-year-old from Germany on the Mugen. Birkin slides round. So he's had this problem he's had is he's been quick. And each time he made a mistake. The only thing I would say is that everyone's had problems, and Canas is leading this heat by 6 seconds, which is amazing. And Trevisan we're with in 2nd. It's yeah, this has been a dirty, grubby heat for most people. Actually, apart from Birkin. Birkin's only 2 seconds behind Canas, but the others are 6 seconds back, so not particularly close. I don't think we're going to see the time that Canas required anyway to go to the top. They will, I think, go to 2nd. Ongaro's finished in the 13, despite an absolute haulix of a couple of laps there, so he's going to be disappointed with himself. This is Birkin Kilic, who's got 2 corners and a bit of a downhill section to go, and he's done that and goes in with a 6.6. So that's a better result for Birkin, but it's a 4.6 for Canas, so he's not taken the round because the round still at the moment belongs to Bruno. So one car's Canas on a 4.6, 5.9, 5.6, then Birkin Kilic 2 seconds behind. Elliot Boots a further 3.5 seconds behind. Andrea Trevisan, good result for him because Oscar Navarro, Alejandro Perez, David Ongaro particularly, Pedro Gomez, Pele Clamsey, Giuseppe Tosconi have all kind of had problems. So, interesting days indeed.
Whilst we're waiting for our top guys,
Yes.
shall we have a word from our sponsors?
Oh, go on then.
RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
Hello again. So we're getting ready for the final top heat of this round. I'm actually going halfway through the round because there's 6 more heats, but they're all the slower people. So this will be the chance to know who the overnight TQ. Don't think we're going to have an overnight TQ. I think we're going to have 3 different people having one around. So it's going to be a bit grey. We have Robert Battle in 1, Ricardo Berton in 2, Marco Barofalo in 3, Hal Figueiredo in 4, Una Hattinen in 5, Max Gotzel in 6, Brian Bowder in 7, Johnny Skidmore in 8, Alex Enchetin in 9, Pekko Ivonen in 10, Andre Bento in 11, and Clement Boda is your 12th runner. Am I going to upset you at 12 or I'm actually a bit too cold now?
You can't be too cold. I wish I was too cold.
I've been sitting here for a long time.
Well, you will insist to sit next to the air conditioning unit.
Well, that part was fine, but now my left arm, which is literally on the outlet, is sitting there with frostbite. I'm not complaining, really.
Well, you are.
Well, yeah, but not really.
Technically.
The technical complaint kind of couched up in a, "Ooh, look at me."
So have we got one more round? One more.
This is the
round
last.
after this.
No. After this, we've got 6 heats. This is the last heat with moving cameras, everybody, because we need to. The guys have got a lot of work to do. And we're doing a lot of other things. Yeah, I need to reroute that. I think I know what the problem is. So we've got 6 more heats where the drivers will be out. I'll do a little chat with you. We probably may actually end the day just with noise and camera. But we'll have a bit of a chat. Okay, so here we are. That's your entries again. It's Spain, Italy, Portugal, Finland, the Czech Republic, Spain, Britain, Italy, Finland, Portugal, France.
Did you hesitate on Czech Republic then? Did you realise that you didn't quite know that flag?
No, I knew
fluently?
the flag, but I have a real problem with not going back 20 years.
I see.
So I have to go Czech. No, there's no. Slovakia is a different country. It's Czech Republic. So my flag recognition, excellent. My remembrance of the title of the country, not good.
It was good flag remembrance.
Thank you. One day they go, all men will remember flags that way. So let's pick up some of our drivers now. Next one across me, so I can see who it is. It's this car. Is it going for fuel? It's 9 going down the road and in for fuel. No, well, someone won't go for fuel. There's the one, that's Robert, not going for fuel. That's someone else going for fuel. No, it's all fuel. They're quite amusingly bouncy when they go down the pit lane because of all the ridges. Everyone. So right at the top of the hill there on that left-hand side, it's us. It is very steep. Is car 3 going to go and do a lap? Yes, car 3. You have one. Oh, dear, it's up there. Car 3 of Marco Barofalo. So Barofalo now. I think actually that was that his first lap? I don't think it was. I think he's actually picking up for his lap now. Nope. Slight camera problem. Still with Barofalo. Then 1 lap and 34. Got 33.8 again for Figueiredo. 33.9 for Bert. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's not what you want. He's upside down. Let's going to put Barufalo out of this, I think, actually. So let's leave Barufalo when he gets to the normal place, because that upside down moment is going to make it much more difficult to do anything particularly impressive. Next up is 11, no. Oh, there's the 1. Pick the 1 coming down the hill, because that is Robert Battle, who we haven't seen much, but he's been putting in some pretty useful results. So he's gone well so far as Battle. So this is the man who, the longer the race, the more you back him for success. Spaniard, European champion in 2010, 2011, I'm going to say 2000, I'm just guessing now, and 2017, maybe 16. But he's a 3-time European champion, 7 and 17, so it's a 10-year gap between the two of them. World champion in 2012 in Argentina. So certainly won a lot, Robert. And actually, despite his senior member of the community, he's actually current reigning Spanish national champion as well, which he won from Canas last year. And he crossed the line, but in 4th at the moment. But there's 4 or 5 of them all looking quite good. All predicted for 5.5, 5.6, 5.7. Hal Figueiredo for 5.5. Una Hatton for a 5.6. Ricardo Berton for a 5.6. Barufalo sort of struggling after that accident we saw he had earlier. So there's Robert. I don't necessarily think he's the greatest qualifier in the world. It's all about the racing for him. So just doing a little bit of maintenance at the moment. So it's Figueiredo from Burton, from Battle, from Hattonen, from Evenen, from Skidmore. So one of the car there that's retired. Not sure that's even or not. As it's a green car, stopped with a kick in the foot. And there it is, being retired. Okay, let's pick up there's another couple I don't front me. Who's that who's gone upside down? That was the 11 of Bento as well. This is the 4 of our leader, Hal Figueiredo. I love it when they fly that sideways. They're turning in the air at the same time. Figueiredo currently on for 5.056. He is leading this one. 5.056 won't beat either Canas or Coelho, but will get him a hatful of points. So he's already, this would guarantee him in the semi and relatively near towards the front of the semi as well. Berton currently second, so he's got this one and Figueiredo. This is his last lap, Figueiredo, so he's going to cross the line now in a 4.613, which I'm pretty sure that it was a 4.619 for Canas. I think Canas has been literally just tipped by 0.006 of a second into second, but it is going to be a round win for Bruno Coelho. His second round win. Is it? No, it's his first round win. First round win for Coelho, so it's 3 separate winners. With Coelho, Canas and Burak Kilic have won round so far, so no one is going to be claiming TQ for certain until the last round. So we will not know who our top qualifier is until 1 o'clock tomorrow. But there we are, Figueiredo from Burton, from Una Hatton, from Battle, from Gottsall, from Johnny Skidmore, from Brian Baldo, Marco Barufalo, and then a few of the guys who didn't quite get the trip, including the unlucky Clement Boda, Alex Sanchetti and Pekka Ivanen both. I think actually did finish. I think he lost a bit in the middle. Okay, so they'll fly in and fly out. We'll find an exciting place to lock the camera off to. Not sure there's an exciting place to lock the camera off to. And what we'll do is I will try and work out where we are qualifying wise. So the overall qualifying, okay, they're only counting one run now out of this, so this is going to be very complicated. So Bruno Coelho is the top qualifier at the moment with a win and a second. This is back up. Then Juan Carlos Canas with a win, the third. Then Burak Kilic with a win and a fourth. Now, just in this round, it was first was Coelho, second was João Figueiredo, third was Canas, fourth was Ronefalk, fifth was Burak Kilic, then Ricardo Berton, then Birkin Kilic, his first decent run. Jorn Neumann was also got an eighth. Ninth was Una Hattonen. 10th, I can't see. 10th was Robert Battle. So, yeah, there's some who've got some good backup. So basically, a first and a second is in Bruno's top two runs. A first and a third is in Juan Carlos Canas's first two runs. A first and a fourth is in Burak Kilic's. We have a second and a fourth for João Figueiredo. 2/3 for Davide Ongaro. He got 35 that time round. A fourth and a fifth of Ronefalk in 6th overall. A fifth and a 10th for Robert Battle in 7th overall. 8th overall is Marco Barufalo with a 6th and an 8th. 6th and a 9th, Ricardo Berton. Daniel Parentes a 6th and a 12th. A 7th and a 9th for... How's a 6th and a 12th above a 7th and a 9th? I suppose, yeah. Alright, yeah. So actually this is because they're only counting one right. So a 7th and a 9th for Birkin Kilic. A 7th and a 9th for Una Hattonen. An 8th and an 8th for Jorn Neumann. So all those are actually above or level with Daniel Parentes, scored 10th. You count two scores. 14th is Ricardo Montero with a 10th and 11th. 10th and 13th, ready at Boots. He'll be disappointed with that. Jonathan Skidmore has an 11th and a 33rd. Hampsberger 12th and a 19th. Oscar Bauder a 13th and a 15th. Andrea Trevisan has a 14th and a 16th. And Pekka Ivanen a 14th and a 17th. Is your top 20. Out goes heat 1 again. So we are currently seeing what we want to see, which is a lot of people doing very varied times. So back in heat 1 and the chaos that implies. Well, Jack's feeling my pain of working out who's where and when. Some of these plastic chairs are a little bit, what's the word for it? Liable to break. I'm going to leave you for a second for a natural reason, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes with more waffle. Hello again. So it's halfway through heat 1. And we have... How have we got to go? Keep pressing the wrong button, which doesn't help anybody really, does it?
No. We have a very important decision to make.
Oh, go on.
Where are we going for dinner?
I don't know. We didn't really establish dinner locations, did we?
No.
I've got an interview with the timekeeper later.
Yeah.
That's exciting. Also, Matt wants me to talk to a load of kids, but you know the problems there. People get the wrong impression. But if you've been to Barcelos or Barcelinos, which is the other side of the river we found out, and you know of a good restaurant, will feed hungry RC commentators and technical people and everything else.
Are we just going to go standard pizza?
I don't mind going standard pizza. It comes with beer, obviously. Brangier. So it's Valdemar Santos leading this one by 5 seconds from Gomez. Cunha. Oh, it's shot, don't you? So you can see the running down of the the rest of it. Hugo Cunha, Thiago Coelho, Bernardino Neto, Jose Miguel Langer Ribeiro, and Martin de Gru. The thing to take from qualifying so far, and again, it's very difficult because it's only counting one round at the moment, which is quite difficult. It's how open it is. You look at the top 7 is Coelho, Canas, Kilic, Burak, Figueiredo, Ongaro, Ronald Falcon Battle, and you can't see a reason why any of them wouldn't win, apart from the other 6 in that conversation. Ongaro's definitely, to my mind, underperformed today for Ongaro, not for any other normal mortal being. Ronald Falcon also has looked out, had a couple of mistakes. Coelho's looked incredibly strong and mistake-free. Canas, of course, had that damage, which whilst on pace. And Burak Kilic has really come strong in all 3 rounds. So it's very hard to work out who's going to be where. Battle's not got the same ultimate pace as the others, but it's Rob Battle, and you don't bet against him. Then you've got Barufalo, who, guess what, is fast, but throws it off the track occasionally. And Ricardo Burton, who is the European champion at the moment, so don't count him out. And 2 juniors, Danny Parente and Birkin Kilic, also in with a shot. Trying to see perhaps a little bit off where they would like to be at the moment. I think you have to go Elliot Boots at 15, Johnny Skidmore at 16. So the 2 Brits not probably happy where they are. But Baldo brothers not showing at all really. Oscar Baldo down in 18th, and I can't even find his brother, so I've missed him. Savoia in 26th. That's not where Savoia would want to be, and he's had 3 rounds, 18, a 20, and a 23. 3 rounds which kind of been where you expect it, which has been the same. It's like one good round and several bad rounds. So Savoia not looking set at all for direct qualification into the semis. Just kind of looking JQ. Oh, JQ is now 1 place above Jessica Powson, but only on count back, so they are nailed together, those 2. Brian Baldo's down in 50th, so yeah, the Baldo's not enjoying this at all. He hasn't actually done the 3rd lap, but it's a very, very open field. You don't get the feeling of inevitability you had. I mean, even if it didn't inevitably happen, you had a feeling of inevitability about Ongaro in Portugal and to a lesser extent also in Chile. We've been to events certainly a few years ago where you can't go, oh, Ronald Falk's going to win this one. And So that was heat 1, heat 2 coming up. There's 5 more heats to go to round off the day. Important drinks order going in there. That's the key point. Oh, some lovely music. So this one is Joel Suarez, Kim Einhart, Carlos Fonseca, Juha Salomon, Louis Rees, Yusa Cherden, Hugo Prata, Goncalo Costa, Kern Middelkoop, and Nuno Vieira Fiarara. That's not a very good way of pronouncing his name, is it? Fiarara. Should really think it's something interesting to say, but I was sitting here kind of relaxing at this point after many hours in the saddle. Ron fact would fly through the pack if he ends up at the back of the grid. I always back him as in the main. I don't know about it, Bob. I think it's very. Yeah. How hot is it in Spain today? No idea, Bob, because we're in Portugal. It's 35 degrees in Portugal. It's blooming warm. I think when it gets to finals, it's interesting. There's certain people you do backfire. I've just seen Ronafak have so much bad luck in finals. I suppose he has a lot of bad luck in finals because he's always in the final, which is a good start. But a lot of it is I think what I would say, I think if Canas gets in the lead, he's very hard to deal with. He's very good at the front of a pack or fighting for second. I'm not sure about if he gets marred in the middle of the pack, he can break out of it. Ongara can do everything, come from behind or lead from the front. Ronafant does seem to get a little bit unlucky. And that's in the back of everyone's mind. I think when you've had so much bad luck as he has, it must be in the back of his mind, and that must, I think, slightly affect your performance. The Quilts brothers, they're new to this. They shouldn't have any. They'll just have the normal nerves to deal with. Coelho is an interesting one. He's already a European champion. This isn't his main class. He doesn't run anything like the number of laps everyone else does, but he just seems to be able to turn up and turn it on. He obviously just giving a little bit more focus this year because of the Worlds in Spain. Don't forget, he is already a world champion in touring car, albeit in a rather limited competitive environment they had in South Africa. There's no touring car world championship, of course, in Italy. It's a week after the World Championship of this, actually. So we've got World Championship in Spain, second week of September, and then third week of September. The second week of September, sort of. It starts the 5th. Then starting on about the 11th, it's the, not the 11th, but the 14th, it is the Electric Touring Cup Championship from Gubbio in Italy. Do we have money, do we? Do we have money? Never a borrow or lend a beer, and currently now we owe the drinks lady €1. Shocking news. To be honest, at this point, there's not a lot going on. So if you want to just perhaps, guys, ramp up the chat so we can have a conversation, it would probably help. Chat to me, want me, love me, need me. Love bit's optional.
You always talk to me and I haven't got my headphones on.
No, I was talking actually to the group.
And I put my headphones on and you don't talk.
Because there's not a lot going on at the moment. We're just watching the slower people trundle through their laps today. We've obviously got Zach out doing a lot of work, so kind of moving cameras. I thought we just start a conversation, but I don't know how many people are actually are on the chat.
Quite a few.
I need to start the conversation. What would you like me to talk about?
Start a competition.
We haven't got any prizes.
True.
Talking about things discount. Oh my lord, was that that fell over?
It was a blind.
You didn't knock over the thing? No.
No. And we're still streaming, so
that's fine. Yeah, it's a blind. I'm thinking, why is there a blind leaning against the wall that's now fallen over? But it's a rolled up roller blind sitting in its box.
Rolled up roller blind.
Rolled up roller blind sitting in its box. BG Room, so rounds 4 and 5 tomorrow. That's absolutely right. Very good point, actually. That we start tomorrow.
Excuse me, I couldn't get to the mute button quick enough.
We start tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning.
It's going to be a quick breakfast.
Yeah, it's going to be just in and out, isn't it? 8:30 when we start, and we start with the top heat straight away. So the rotation for tomorrow is... I should now find the right piece of paper again. So if we look at the... just do the time schedule for tomorrow. So we start with 10, 11, 12. So the top 3 heats are the first 3 heats out at 8:30, 8:42 and 8:54. Then we go into an interesting period called 4 hours of nothing until just after midday.
What do you mean 4 hours of nothing?
Well, 4 hours of lower heats.
Oh, I see.
Before the final round of qualification is on at about half 12. This is all quarter to 12, about quarter to 1 local time, which obviously quarter to 2 in the mainland Europe. Then that all finishes at about 1:15, and then we have an hour and 45 minutes of nothing until we start the lower finals.
Oh.
Which run until 6. So an early start
Yeah.
Bit in the middle where I'm not sure what we're going to do, and then a finish. So if you want an offer, there is an offer. If you go on invisiblespeed.net, our sponsor, invisiblespeed.net, you get a 20% discount if you sign up today.
Just today?
Well, during this event. You see those two pen cells?
Yeah.
AAs?
There's 4, but yeah.
Oh, can they go in the charger?
Yeah, where'd they come from?
I don't know is the question. Robert Jackson signed the blind fellow because it's blind. So,
That's right, Nick's having an off-air conversation with Zach, our cameraman.
I was talking to you then, but I forgot to take myself off mute, which kind of limits it. Thank you to S-Works, thank you to RCGP. S-Works calls make fine radio control car, 1/8 scale and 1/10 scale. I think they're very touring car as well. Chassis. RCGP produce a fine championship. And invisiblespeed.net, who are your key sponsors for this, our key sponsors, not your key sponsors. We heard from JQ early today, and we'll be hearing from JQ again tomorrow, I hope.
What was JQ saying? I wasn't here for that conversation.
We were talking about setups and stuff.
Yeah.
What you can gain from invisiblespeed.net. What you need to do to improve. How you can take some easy things to do, make quick response. It's got quick results.
Yeah.
All sorts of things he says, you know. And he had very green hair as well.
He did.
Which is now two-tone green thanks to the sun bleaching effect, which is very amusing.
Have you finished with your charging cable?
No, I'm actually literally only put it in a few minutes ago. It's on USB-C as well.
Oh.
Important to have. I think it's very important to have a conversation about how we're going to charge our phones up. I'll be in trouble if I had this. If I say the next thing, it counts as a production chat on air, and Matt will shoot me, so I won't say anything. But it's about, of course, temperature coming off that.
I know. And this is the colder part of the day.
I know, with the aircon. So heat number 3 about to go out, which will encompass the talents of Fernando Almeida, Thomas Rezadaritz, Remy Babillon, Fernando Cabrera, Costas Agrafoitis, Jose de Silva Daniel, Thomas Nunez, Raul Infante, Sergio Gonzalez, and Kota Serafim. There we go.
Thought I was good at murdering names.
No one is in my league for that. I've murdered international names for many years now. But the point about it is, I always give it my best effort.
It's the thought that counts.
Well, in that, it really is, because you could, of course, just set the Mickey, couldn't you? And you know.
Would I do that?
No, you wouldn't, actually. But I've just had a minor success in throwing the pie case into the little metal thing into our bin from a distance.
We should get. Oh no, we're not going to have time to get some more.
No.
Although there is a little on the way.
We haven't got time to stop.
Oh, we have.
Might we get breakfast? Breakfast is very important. Well, it's not the breakfast that's important, it's the coffee that's important. I just don't function, love. Does Matt still want this meeting later, by the way?
Yes.
Right. So, somebody start a conversation up, or I'll just literally start talking to myself.
What other events are we covering this year for EFRA?
Oh, excellent. Let's
obviously
start looking ahead.
Matt is
on the road.
On the road as of Sunday.
On the road again.
He meets us when we land.
Yes, he's asked me to. I must remember to text about the information.
What? 9 o'clock.
At services in the A1. The A1 M25 services.
Oh, is that where we're meeting us?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, he goes off for a month on a road trip covering various events. So where is he going?
He is driving from his home in Nottingham. Oh, gosh, that's more stuff I've given away.
Oh, dear.
Down the motorway, across the Channel Tunnel. Hopefully it is, in fairness. And all the way down to Italy to go to Fiorano, which is near Bologna, but of course is known for what's famous that comes from Fiorano? Begins
Chocolates.
with F.
Fuel.
Fried
rice.
Right, it's Ferrari, obviously.
Oh, Ferrari, sorry.
Fiorano is where they are built and have their test track and everything in the museum. So, but there is also a model pista in Fiorano, and there we'll be enjoying the 1/5, so large-scale touring car championship. Then that goes on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and includes a second of our Super Saturdays.
Yeah.
Production meetings. Then he gets in his car and drives to Austria, L'Autriche, to Fairing, which I think is universally one of our favourite tracks, with the fabulous...
I love Fairing.
I know, with the fabulous Punta Gamer.
Yeah.
With those annoying speed cameras that caused both of us last time.
Caught me twice.
Have I told you the story about that? I haven't you?
No, maybe.
Well, I got a knock at the door at 11 o'clock.
What, whilst we were there?
No, at home, several months later.
No.
Okay. We've got time. So, I'm in my house in unnamed city for
so you get a
in Milton Keynes. I'm in Milton Keynes in my house.
There you go, yeah.
Thank you. And it's about 11 o'clock, and there's a knock on the door.
PM. Right.
And you're obviously thinking, what's the cat done?
Yeah.
Or, what's going on? What neighbour's got a problem?
Yeah.
So I open the door. It's the police.
Right.
Two members of the police.
Right.
Said, Mr. Damon. I went, yeah, we need to talk to you. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I went, oh, okay. So then I thought, something's happened. They want a witness statement. There's something going on. There's been youths around. So they come into my kitchen. Dog's going ballistic, as you know. And they say, we've been asked to deliver this to you, and you have to sign for it. It's from the Home Office.
What?
And I was thinking, well, it's very unlikely they're going to revoke my citizenship because I was born here. So it was actually the Home Office delivering a "you've not paid your driving fine" notice from Austria for those trips.
What?
Yes. Do you know what the most annoying thing was?
What?
I had paid the fine on those trips.
Oh.
I paid it twice. I had two as well. I paid them both, and I got the receipts from TransferWise for paying them. But they've made a mistake, and so the Home Office sent me a letter saying we've been asked by the Austrian authorities. Interestingly, this was during the Brexit handover period.
Right.
So we're still friends. We've been asked. He said, "We're just giving this to you. The letter was great. Here you are. The letter. There is no legally binding requirement in this country for you to pay this, but it could affect you next time you go to Austria."
Yeah.
I was going. So I got this letter. I've got this police at the house, and the whole family go, "What are the police doing here?" I was thinking, how much money did that waste?
Yeah.
Sending two policemen out, on the night shift.
More than the fine.
Well, the fine was €60, which I'd already paid. I'm thinking, this is just what a complete waste of people's time. What a complete waste of everything. And they actually got the Home Office involved because I hadn't paid a speed. Well, I had paid it, but it hadn't gone through. I mean, I've not paid a lot of things. I'm wanted in the Netherlands for not paying a fine from 2012.
Are you?
Yeah. But again, that was slightly grey, as they all are. because I thought they had been paid, but I didn't do it. I'll give that one. That is probably fair enough that I hadn't done it. But yes, it's quite funny because I got that driving back from the DAC 12, which was an RC large scale event we did in 2012, and I used to go. I've run the previous job in the Netherlands quite a lot, and then one time the queue was quite long, so I just went through getting out. I went through the passport check on the auto passport.
Yeah.
Got pulled over. They went, oh yeah, sorry, yeah, you owe us X amount of money from 2000. This is about 2015, 16. I went, I know nothing about this, and I didn't really know what's going on. I knew nothing about the thing, whole too. So they went, okay, it's fine. This is the piece. This is the people. These people you need to talk to. We'll let you go, and then you have to, if you don't pay it next time, we'll make you pay it, or you can't leave. So obviously, being responsible, this is what I do.
I didn't pay it.
Completely ignored.
Yeah.
And I've since been in and out of the Netherlands at least 5 times, and every single time I've just used the manual passport check, which doesn't do anything.
Ah.
So, also, I've now got a different passport and no reason to go to Holland for many years.
Oh, fair enough.
But, yeah, so...
Well, I paid mine promptly. I think I got 2, though. I got a 60 and an 85.
I got a 60 and 85 as well.
Oh, you got both?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the same night I got done.
Because they had that machine on the entry, it was right on the entry into the village.
Yes.
From fast, I think one was like 45, they're 50. So one must have been 60 and a 50, one must have been 70 and a 50.
Robert's asking, how fast were you going?
I think not massive. It wasn't stupid. It was like 15 clicks over, something like that, 10 clicks over.
Yeah, I think I was driving a bit too fast.
It was one of those things. It wasn't an attempt to break a speed limit. It was just like, oh, didn't even know they were there. But they got their pound of flesh out of me twice, and they've activated the home service. So there we are.
Activated the home service.
So luckily, obviously, I'm not going to be joining Matt in Austria for the large-scale off-road Euros, which he'll be doing in a couple of weeks' time, because then, of course, he then drives back to Italy, to nearer Rome, to Gubbio, for the 1/10 track Euros.
Gubbio, I don't think I've been there. I know the name.
We go there quite a lot, actually.
Yeah, I think I've done.
And we're in. Well, that's there. Of course, we're actually back at Gubbio. Well, you aren't, but some people members are for the World Championship of Electric later in the year.
Yes.
So he drives back from Gubbio. And does he then go straight to RCGP Nemo as a week off?
I think he's out there constantly, I think.
No, because he's back now, you see. I've driven him back from doing Gubbio. No, he comes back from Gubbio. So he drives back from Gubbio, and then he's straight off on them. So he should get back the Monday. And then on the Wednesday, he's back with you starting to set up for RCGP.
Oh.
That's interesting, because I'm going to need to get all sorts of kit off him. So yes, he's quite busy for Matt, in fairness. And then obviously RCGP finishes, and then he flies out for the 8th track Euros in Valencia.
He's a busy boy.
He is. He's a very, very busy boy. Then we have a couple of weeks off. We do the Hearts GP over Bank Holiday Monday. By we, I mean me. And then we go off to the Worlds on the 5th of September.
It's really weird, yeah. I've only done, this is my one and only, well, no, because I've done RCGP as well. This is my one and only EFRA that I've done this year.
I know.
That's the first in, what did we say the other day?
Well, how long you've been doing
10
it?
years.
A long time you've been doing it. 15, 14? 13 actually that you've been doing.
It's about 13. So 13 years, this is the first time I've only ever done
No. You've been doing it you've been doing it since 13. You've been doing it for 9 years, I think.
9 years.
Yeah.
Something like that. Around 10 years.
Well, the really, really weird thing was when we first got the EFRA contract in 2010, due to a really weird combination of things, we weren't doing live streaming then, we were doing reports. I didn't do any of the events. I did the first 2, which were there used to be a winter indoor electric TC, and then of course there was 12.
Yeah.
Did both of those, and for a complete clashes of dates and everything else, I didn't do any others.
Is that the winter indoor where Matt's outside in the snow?
Yes.
Yes.
It's very exciting. So yeah, and then after that I was doing all those.
So, yes.
Oh, Ads Racing wants to know, will RCGP be happening next year? Yes, RCGP will be. Well, in fairness, that's what we all believe will be happening next year. RCGP.
I
That's
don't know.
what David's been saying.
I'll just go where I'm told.
Well, David certainly say yeah, it will. It will. I've no reason to think it won't be going. So it's all going fine. If you got deported live on the stream, that'd be quite amusing, actually. You certainly clip that out for the highlights of the year, couldn't you? Man deported whilst on racing stream.
I've come to locked horns with the security guard, the same security guard here.
He doesn't like you, does he?
No, not at all. On a number of occasions, he does not like me at all.
Did he feel threatened by you?
I don't know. It's very strange. I'll tell you the full story over a pint later. It's not for airing, but I've had another run today with him.
That's impressive. Carl Jackson, with a high track being high grip and lots of jumps, is chassis wear high? I don't think it is particularly. They're not slapping. There are lots of hoppity skippity jumps, aren't they? There's not a lot of big jumps with big landings, which is going to ground the rear end's going to ground out. Almost their rear end ground out, do they?
No.
So. A long while ago, Asmit was saying, what's the most popular engine, what's the most popular tyre, trait, telling compound? I don't have any of that information at the moment to AMC SMB. I know there's a lot of people using Hot Race. There's a big T from 6MIK here. Obviously, you're going to get your Pro 9 runners, and you're going to get your Protoforms, and you're going to get everyone else. But my guess is that there's going to be a large number of Hot Race runners, and then in the finals, and it'll be more mixed up. Engine-wise, obviously, it's as varied as ever. Reds, a lot of reds. You've got Corsa Tech, and you've got the LRPs and all those sort of things that people are running. I think you've got a situation now where there's so many people who can make a good engine, and do make good engines, and with the really tight tolerances on machining now, with computer milling and everything else, that I think you can. There's many engines which are very good. Many obviously based on OS blocks anyway, and the elements are different. Ads RC Racing, will you guys be covering the Worlds? Yes, we blinking well will. We are the live streaming partner for the Worlds. Not that if Mark give us any money, so we're going to raise all the cash ourselves. So if you'd like to sponsor us, no, we're fine. So it's the Worlds is being done by us. I haven't seen the timetable yet, which is quite amusing, but we are getting there on Monday. I don't think it's going to be one of those ridiculous long events like the Worlds was in Australia. One of the reasons being everyone said it was way too long and everyone got fed up, and the other reason being they actually did have a warm-up, and having the warm-up shortens the length of the Worlds apparently.
Oh, right.
I guess I think they were looking for, because the point about it is because they didn't have a warm-up, they said that everyone needed more practice when they got to Australia. But it was a profligate days of 2018 pre-pandemic, so who knew what was going on? So I think the World is going to run from Saturday to Saturday. It might actually only run with track action from Sunday to Saturday.
Right.
Like a registration day on Saturday and a turn up and everything else. But we'll be there on Monday. I'm pretty confident that no qualifying will be starting before Tuesday. They'll either do qualifying Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, then lower finals and finals, or they'll actually do qualifying over 2 days. They spread it out quite a bit. In Australia, they did 2 qualifying rounds a day for 3 days. But you don't have to have 6 rounds. You can do 5. So they may try and shorten it by a day.
Sorry, I've disengaged from conversations because I've had a puzzling email I'm just sorting out. But I will be. Is
it puzzling in a relation to the EFRA European Off-Road Euros 2022 1/8 sponsored by Invisible Speed, S-Works and RCGP, or is it a puzzling email about a completely different subject?
Completely different.
Excellent. General Keys, everyone just wants to spend more time here in Perth. That's why. I don't think anybody had an issue about spending time in Perth. I think they had an issue of being the track every blooming day for 11 days. I mean, let's be honest, if you're going to spend some time in Australia on the beach, you don't necessarily want to be in a nice track, but it's probably 7 days if you've got a 2-week holiday, you spend 7 days at the track and 7 days relaxing. It'd be quite a good mix. 11 or 12 days at the track and then just the acclimatisation day the other side. Not so much. Jonathan Wolf, 10th races are almost always controlled tyres. Yes, top races are always almost controlled tyres because it's just too expensive not to do that in 10th. But it wasn't that cheap in Robin Hood because everybody ran new sets every race. What happens with 10th international races is that in two-wheel drive, the rear tyres are mandated and the front tyres are free. And in four-wheel drive, all four tyres are, so the tyres on both axles are mandated and are nearly always, in fact, always the same compound and design. But for example, if you went to a two-wheel drive race and you had, a Proline tyre at the back, you could put a J Concepts tyre on the front or anything on the front. You're absolutely fine. You don't have to. You can just, You're talking about the tyres that take all the wear, which are the rears in two-wheel drive and all of them in four-wheel drive. Thank you, Robert. We do our best. The question is, has the mystery problem been sorted out? Doesn't look like, is it? Oh dear.
I don't know.
Saggy.
It's just a weird. I had a conversation with someone regarding something. They went, "No worries, leave that with me. I'll get that sorted." And I've had an email from someone else from the same company going,
"It's not sorted.
It's not sorted."
Oh dear.
Joys.
Oh, Ads is doing gags now.
What's he saying?
Adsy asked, "Is Phil McCracken racing here?" Oh, we're doing funny names. I'll find out for you if you like. He's a top Irish racer, obviously. It's Phil McCracken.
Oh dear, it's got to that stage. It's
What
been
accent?
a long, warm day.
How is he doing? He's not finished me. I've got to go and talk to the timekeeper.
Yep, so we're going to talk to timekeeping. We'll be doing a quick feature that will be played into Saturday's show. In case you've missed it, we are doing a show on Saturday. A produced studio-style show.
Double studio.
So rather than just the footage from the track on Saturday, we'll have Matt and Frank in the studio. Myself and Frank, we're here. We'll have some content.
What, Frank's here and in the studio?
Did I say Frank?
Yeah.
I meant Nick.
Yeah,
Sorry.
please do.
Sorry. You're very similar. And lots of other stuff going on. So it should be good and looking forward to that.
Yes, so am I.
I'm
looking forward to having it all explained to me in detail tomorrow, though, as well.
Yes. I'm looking forward to dinner, although where we're stopping is a lovely town, and I think everywhere is as posh as that one place we went to last night for a beer.
Oh, no, there must be a...
I can't find one.
Well, you can't find a pizza place?
Nope.
I put in pizza and loads of places came up. They're across the river.
Yeah, all right, well, follow your lead.
Well, yeah, and then we'll get lost and I'll be in trouble. But just so you know, if you are planning on coming to Barcelos, you're fine because it was market day today, so the traffic will flow much better tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, not market day.
Not market day or large sewage lorry reversing down the back of a thing and then not letting us go. I mean, you're actually right. He could have been telling me you've won the lottery to me, but I wouldn't have known because he had no English. I had no Portuguese. It looked to me like he was saying, "My big lorry is not going forward, Mr. Foreigner."
He might have said, "Just give me 60 seconds, I can move it," but you put
know
your arms in the air and shook your head.
We know that's not true.
No.
Because Mr. Van also had to go up there.
I've been told off by producer Paul.
Why?
Because he can hear the cans being opened in the background. And we were just chatting. He reckons we were drinking beer and just chilling out.
No, it's not. It's Coca-Cola Zero. Hang on. What is producer Paul? Sorry, producer Paul is now saying we can't relax.
Hey.
Shocking, isn't it?
Don't shoot the messenger. He said the track looks great.
Well, thanks, Paul. Knowing you think the track looks great makes me feel great.
No, it is a beautiful track. Could just do with being 10 degrees cooler.
It's all right in here. When I walked outside for my natural break a minute ago, I thought, my God, I've been hit in the face by a blooming hairdryer.
The Portaloo's like some kind of challenge to get in and out as fast as you can.
Sweatbox, isn't it?
Yeah.
The sort of thing that, after Steve McQueen has misbehaved, you're stuck in there for a week.
Yeah. It's not the smell at this place, it's the heat. It's so hot.
It's remarkably verdant and green.
It is a great setup here. One thing that you haven't seen yet, but you will see on VTs on Saturday, is they've got they've had these boards made, designed and printed with all of the previous 1/8 Buggy European Championship details.
And Worlds as well.
And Worlds, all the way down the corridor, obviously going backwards in time, so it's really cool. You can see, you forget, it's quite nice, like, oh yeah, I did that one, or remember who did do that one. And
my backside's on one of them, isn't it?
I don't know.
One of the pictures you got, it's a picture of me in my natural position,
yes.
bending over, going, "Why is the satellite not working?"
Frexidas, Portugal.
Yeah, that's when the satellite actually collapsed on us.
Yes.
You weren't there. You don't remember that one?
No, I remember it, but I wasn't there.
I think you may have been given, "No, it's not working." We found out it was actually the satellite network had gone down.
Yes. Oh, that's not the one where it blew off the roof and ended up
No,
like the shape
that
of a
was
Pringle.
Chile the first time around. I have that satellite dish in my garage, even though it's supposed to be a prize in our competitions. No one ever won it.
Okay, Ofcom telling us off.
Well, not really.
I found out that
Brian Crawley. Brian Crawley has put in an amusing name. Okay, if you're in the chat, you can see the amusing name. I genuinely, in my first job, worked with a chippy whose name was that. That was his name.
Oh wow. Yes, we won't repeat that one.
First name Mike. Second name the 1976 world champion.
What was I going to say before you rudely interrupted?
Sorry.
Rudely. Oh, the track. It's underneath is obviously all soil, and there's 40 centimetres of clay on top, all over. Yeah. And when they changed it round the other day, it took a week and a half after they changed it after the warm-up, and they literally ripped everything out. They scraped the clay off, then they remould the mud underneath, and then they apply clay back over the top and then paint the clay. And also the brown parts of the track have a special coating on, so when it rains, it's like a hydrophobic, but probably not as advanced as that. But the water apparently slides off and goes down to the bottom of the track, but they can't race on it if it rains because something to do with the additive or the coating that makes that happen either gets taken off the track when it's wet, and then the clay comes through, or it messes the cars up. I can't remember what he said.
Wow.
But yeah, it's a lot of work that's gone into this track. It's very firm, considering it's clay. It's like walking on concrete.
No, it's some pretty impressive design and structure and everything else.
Yeah, it is a good design. We'll get some more cameras out as of tomorrow.
Well, blooming heck.
Oh, whoa.
Thank you, Ads RC Racing. You didn't have to do that.
What?
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, quite touched. Actually, that is good, because that is about, in Portugal, that's about 6 beers.
That's I think the biggest fan donation we've ever had on RCTV.
Yes, he's donated $17.99. I think it's the biggest fan donation by about £16.
Wow. No, there was £2. Was it £2 this morning? Oh, yeah. So £16. Yeah, sorry.
Well, thank you very much.
Quick maths. That's Ads RC Racing. Thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it. Much obliged. That we will enjoy a nice cold beer tonight. No, we'll put it back into equipment.
No, we won't. We'll put it into beer. Brian Crawley, going back to that name again, we had that announced, Mike, on a ship, asking to find him. It was a Danish ship, and her announcement made us all laugh out loud. It's a military requisitioned. See, now, this is the interesting thing, is that what's happened is that Keenan's back with a key question here. Of the beers, are they Sagres or Superbock? Are you a Sagres man or a Superbock man?
Anything, as long as it's cold.
Superbock's got a really big range. And I know that because when we were staying in a different part of Portugal, we actually stayed in a place where we had a kind of a... Marna came over.
Yes.
And Rachel was there as well. Oh,
Yeah.
Everyone's wife's name out there now.
Oh, no, we're all going to get cloned.
Yeah, and I remember I think Maya just bought a load of beers in bottles and just stuck them in the sink and keep them cool. And there were so many different types of Superboc. There was like a lime one, there was like a Radler, there was like, Superboc crazy.
Eduardo Rossi, where can I see live timing? If you head to myrcm.ch on the first page there, you'll see the Barcelos race. Click that,
European
and then
Championship.
From there you can either look at the live timing, you can look at the current rankings, etc., etc. Everything is there.
Yep. So it's yes, so it's relatively easy to find. I find it now because when you get to the weekend, there's lots of other events. It gets lost in the middle, but there's only about 3 events on the moment. It just says European Championship Barcelos, and you've got a choice there of online timing or all the results and the timetable. So everything we see timing-wise is there for everyone.
Everything we see, you say. I feel bad now that we're talking about auxiliary things after we've just had a donation.
Well, I think sometimes the auxiliary things are what people want to talk about. I've got a feeling that I'll be doing for some of the lower finals tomorrow. I'll be doing radio commentary. I'm quite looking forward to it.
Radio commentary?
Yeah.
What do you mean radio commentary?
Well, you've got fixed cameras.
Yeah.
So you have to do radio commentary.
Oh, I see.
I've done that for a long time.
Le Mans style?
No, because Le Mans style, that's endurance commentary. That's really different.
Yeah.
Endurance commentary is like this. It's a conversation with, and now it's time to look at the top 6. Or it's now time for a new set of pit stops. After the first, so for Le Mans commentary, the first 40 minutes is done like a Grand Prix, everything's going on. And then you slowly drift away into conversations and opinion and everything else, just coming back to the order, or coming back if something actually happens, or coming back to pit stops, or people being repaired and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's very, very different. Robert Jackson saying Sagras.
Will these motors be similar to the OS40 I used in model aircraft?
They were. They no longer are.
Oh, right.
So many years ago, the 2-stroke motors or the nitro motors were all aero. It started by repurposing aero motors because that's what there was for cars. And slowly they slightly changed. Like for example, it would be the same basic engine but with a different cooling requirement.
Right.
Because obviously you have very different cooling requirements for planes than you do for vehicles. But then it changed entirely because you think about what an aeroplane needs is runs mostly at constant revs.
Yeah.
So only a burst of power perhaps to take off, and then you mostly run at very constant revs, a very narrow range. Where of course the racing engine is running from very low, because these are no gearboxes. They're running from very low revs to very high revs, and they need to have that kind of torque pull. So what they started doing was adjusting the way the engines worked. I don't quite understand the intricacies of 2-stroke tuning, but you change where the ports are, and that changes how the power characteristics. And then they started throwing exotic materials at it, and these things are way more expensive than a plane engine.
Right.
Because a plane engine, it doesn't have anything like the requirement for power to weight that these do. And don't forget, with a plane, you're not limited. There's no rules say you can only have this, that, the other. If you want to put another bigger engine, you just put a bigger engine in your plane. It's fine.
Yeah.
Whereas this, you have a limitation of 0.21, and you've got to get the most out of it, both power to fuel. So no, absolutely, they started the same. Now they're completely different, while still running off the same sort of fuel.
Isn't there some random fact that if these engines were scaled up to the same as a car engine, they'd have a ridiculously high brake horse or something?
Yeah. The 1/8 track versions are producing around 3 horsepower from 3cc. From 3.5. So they're just around 3.2. So they're just shy of a horsepower a cc, which means that if you had them scaled up to the size of a Formula 1 engine, they were producing about 1,400 horsepower, but without any hybridization or anything, just the uppy-downy bit. However, it doesn't quite work that way in reality, because when you scale things up, you get a huge amount of extra losses you get with heat and everything else. So it's not quite how it works, but they are very, very powerful and very noisy and very exciting. Top 10 cars, let's break down C-Hub and Pillable. Don't know the C... If you told me, Ken, which is C-Hub and which is Pillable, because I have to look otherwise, and I can't actually offhand remember who's what now because they keep changing. We'll find out for that. What beer were you drinking at RCGP?
Was this the Italy one or the?
Yeah, is it the Italy one? Ads, because we were drinking the stuff they had in the. It was just the stuff they had in the.
In Italy.
Yeah, there was a tap at the club because we were drinking. We had a nice couple of beers at the inside track conversation. Well,
Yeah.
I had a beer, Elliot had a beer, Lee had a beer, but Davide and Max Hess, who are on the younger end of the professional sportsman level, weren't having a beer.
Are they old enough to? How old's?
Oncar, yeah.
Oncar,
yeah.
yeah.
19, 20 now.
Oh right. Pro then. Didn't want a beer.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Can't help think he'd do some good. Hot day.
Oh, it's
Bit
no
of
nice
beer.
than a cold beer.
So they would. That was it. Is it direct drive? Yes. Yes, they are. They've got a clutch, but they've only got single cylinders. There is a clutch, Brian. But
It's not belt drive.
It's the clutch is not. You can put them down. You could do a standing start with them, so they're not constantly running. So for example, some cars, you can't do that. So it's a centrifugal clutch system, like on your lawnmower.
Yes.
Obviously a bit more advanced.
A little bit.
My lawn, I was really chuffed with myself. My lawnmower stopped working, and I fixed it myself. I had to clean the whole fuel system out.
Oh, well done.
I know. I was just going, well, I've saved myself at least 70 quid. Admittedly, I stank of petrol for 2 days, but you know, what can you do?
I should hope you'd be able to do it though, after being in the RC industry and.
I know. I am quite good at that sort of thing. I did do pads and discs for Ash as well.
Oh, I used to do my own pads and discs.
Pads and discs are theoretically really simple until you take them off a car that's done 60,000 miles over 9 years on the same pads and discs and has got dirt, gunk and crud everywhere, and getting the screws undone is virtually impossible. We were using a mallet and then we were using a sledgehammer to whack the thing around. You're still confused by the same problem. You're back on again?
Yeah, I think so.
What time did we go on air today, by the way?
We went on at 10:15.
No, that's fine. Because that means that the Facebook streams will run out at 6:15. But this is the last heat, I think, coming up of the day.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Finishing a bit early.
No, we've got one more heat to go. So now 12 minutes.
Yeah. Oh. What time are we due to end then?
Now, about 6:15, 6:10 past.
What's the latest thing with the whole nitro fuel? What's the final?
Well, they're sticking with...
Explain the story for the people that
it's
don't
not
know.
really a story. It's just that nitro, which is the thing that makes the fuel go super bang and keeps the engines cool, is obviously nitromethane, which has other uses, and it's quite a dangerous substance. And used to be 40% or more of the fuel used to be nitromethane.
Yeah.
And it's been slowly reduced by regulation. So as it went down to 25 and 20%, and now the rule for the EU or Europe is 16%.
What is it for the UK?
16%, I know.
Oh, they've kept it.
Yeah, we haven't got out of every single thing. But it's 16%. But in the States, it's... I think their minimum is 20, their maximum is 25 now, might be a bit higher. But IFMA's rules are 25% nitro. So the World Championships will be to 20... Well, whereas this event is 16% nitro. The World Championship will be 25% nitro. I'm not sure how they must have got dispensation for the fuel or something for the event.
Yeah.
And so, yes, it's one of the reasons why they say they're not running an hour-long final here, is because it won't be a direct comparison anyway to the Worlds, because the fuel's different. So it'll make a big difference. It makes a big, big difference.
Has it made the cars slower?
No, it makes them faster.
What, having less?
No, having... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so yeah.
So less, yes. It makes them slower, and they run hotter, which makes them slower again, because you have to make them richer.
Oh, right.
So... might actually be having gone down to this low, might be the reason why we're not seeing the massive long run times. I hadn't thought about it till then, because no one's getting any super run time. Shane Pollock, had a USA racer race in the Euros like a Tebow? Oh no. Good question. No. The European Euros is for European residents on the whole. So this class absolutely You have to be European to run it. Or resident in Europe. In fair enough, if you were a permanent resident, even if you had like an Australian passport, you could still run it because you'd be a member of a European federation. If you're a member of AMSCI in Italy or FEPRA here in Portugal. However, there has been exceptions made, and they were made for the large-scale off-road championship.
Yeah.
And we've had Australians and Canadians running in the European. And the reason the exemption was made is because there's no world championship for that class.
Oh, it's not like Eurovision.
No.
That includes Australia.
No, there's no world championships. They say, well, you can't really say, well, enter your own area. Well, there isn't one. So, as that class is quite Eurocentric, there were a couple of people doing it. A guy called Callan Gunn did it, and a guy called I forgot the guy Canadians in that game. Yeah, they both entered, and they Canadians did it 2 or 3 times. The Canadians did it once, and I think there's a couple of others who were just out of Europe in the end.
So for those of you watching, this is Heat 6, the final heat of today. We come back tomorrow.
We do, early,
at
8:30.
8:30
UK,
local time.
9:30 mainland Europe.
8:30 local and UK time.
Yes.
9:30 Europe time. And then from that work out, based on your country of residence.
Yeah, basically, if you're in California, it's like staying up a bit late, 'cause it's 12:30.
Yeah.
If you're in New York, I just watch it when you get up.
We'll be back on air in 14 hours and 26 minutes.
Oh, jeez, really?
And in there somewhere we've got to eat, sleep, shower.
Have several interviews. Or not have, make several interviews.
Are you going for a job?
I think another one at the moment. Yeah. Yes, it's always like we put it that way. That's why I was talking earlier about the Dirt Nitro Championship. You know, something, well, do you want to go and do that? I said, well, no, Live RC, welcome to it. They run 21-hour days.
Oh, God. How?
I assume they got 2 teams.
The
Thanks, Paul.
Neo was always a killer. Neo was the absolute killer for me.
The thing about Neo is at least you were 2 minutes from your bed and 2 minutes from get up in the morning as well. So you got up and you were at the event, and then you had to send someone out for breakfast or go to Dorset's finest curries. I do miss those races. They were great. Though I must admit, I can't remember one of the ones we did was so cold. So cold. I've kind of worked out that most of working for RCTV is complaining about the temperature. It's either too hot or too cold. Nope, man laughing at
It's because I had my son's school report yesterday.
Oh.
And it wasn't great. And I'm glad he wasn't scorned for it because they've sent the wrong letter out.
It's the wrong one?
Yeah, it's now a lot better.
They sent the wrong report?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Is there an apology involved?
Oh, I don't know.
Do you know what? I'm pretty certain in my day I would have had to get the wrong one because that would have been way better than mine.
Yeah. Same here. What was Paul saying, by the way? Sorry.
He was saying hard luck. Interesting, the timings needs a reset.
Do they?
Yeah, it's counting down but not counting the laps up. Did this earlier.
Oh. Hang on.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Oh,
it's me. That's all right. If it's only a simple restart, everything, that's all right. They've just been particularly slow. Iago de la Glacia. So we're coming to wind down our coverage today, which I believe was comprehensive, if just in audio. Just remind you, we had 3 fastest qualifiers, so each round had someone different. One of them was Bruno Coelho, no surprise there. One of them was Juan Carlos Canas, no surprise there. One of them was Burak Kilic, which was quite a surprise. On Garo, 2 decent heats and a bad one. Hal Figueiredo, the local from around here, has had 3 reasonable runs, including a first run which was completely stymied by somebody else. Runafount, not really put together, missed a couple of decent rounds, but he's still there in 6th overall. And you got Rock Battle in 7th. And Barufalo, Burton, Parente, Birkin Kilic, the younger of the Kilic brothers, is in 11th. Yuna Hackman, Jorn Neumann, Ricardo Montero, Elliot Boots, and Johnny Skidmore are currently your straight into the semi-final qualifiers. All right, Restream just sent me Restream sending me an update mail saying how to make money out of live streaming. Well, I wish I knew. Thanks, Restream. They were made 18 quid today, so that's been pretty impressive. Thank you very much to the very generous ads, RC.
Nick C, please do follow Car 10. Unfortunately, we can't at the moment because our cameraman is busy off doing other things. But if you tune in tomorrow and request, we can do that for you. No bother. Obviously you have already, but make sure you're on the RC Racing TV YouTube chat.
Yes.
We will see your comments there. Brian Crawley, thank you. Excellent coverage. Thank you both. I don't know if he's been sarcastic.
No, I think it has been excellent coverage.
I'm only joking. Thank you.
I'll tell you why,
the
track looks really nice. So even when on static, it looks really attractive. When you get some of these ropey circuits, they look like they've been slightly carved out of a rough-hewn Welsh moor, and no one gives a damn about them.
Wait till you see the more of the drone shots that I got, which will be in Saturday's show.
He's made himself a little bit overexcited, to be honest. It's lucky he's on his own in the room, that's all I can say. He's that excited about his drone shots.
It was at its second outing. I've taken it further than I've ever taken it before today. I went 800 metres down that valley.
Interestingly, in telling you to fix the timing, it broke the timing.
Did it?
Yeah.
Is it broke?
No.
Oh, hang on.
No, it must be on Stefan's page. It's not on Stefan's page.
There you go.
Yeah. There's so many things hanging on various different internet connections here.
Yes.
I'm currently running all my stuff through my phone.
Yeah, me too. I'm on my phone. You're on your phone.
So that's using upload, isn't it, from there?
The timing is going through the router,
right,
and the stream is going through a SIM card and the track internet.
Right, so it's not going through that at the moment,
then?
No. Okay. Crunchy Dates, the camera people you guys have are really good, Nick. Well, thanks for mentioning that.
Usually. He can't hear us, I'm only joking. No, we're quite lucky to have a good selection of crew around us, aren't we?
Sometimes not enough.
That we've worked with for many an event.
What I think you need to really enjoy is the problem is that some of the crew commit to events and then decide to get a better offer.
Well, they are going to the to Venice.
Apparently, the Venice Film Festival is a better offer. Can you believe that?
Than what?
Well, apparently, than going to the Worlds. That's what I say as well. So you come up with a minor solution.
No Name RC podcast.
Keenan.
Who are on the cameras? We've got
no one
Zach.
at the moment.
No one at the moment.
There's Mr. Static and Mr. Not Moving.
It's myself, Nick, and Zach this week. So we've got Zach on cameras, but he's also going around getting B-roll and filming other things for us. Mr. Gimbal Legs. And we've got Nick, obviously, on commentary, and myself on tech and drone flying and...
Oh, I love his added drone flying.
I'm now a drone pilot as well. Yep.
You got the license.
You know how I used to do camera and then I did more tech and then I went, I'm not doing camera anymore.
Yeah.
I think I'm now going to have to go, well, I'm doing drones, I'm not doing tech anymore. I'm just a drone pilot now. Drones are life.
Ads RC, can you do a track walk show them better? We've done the track walk. Wait till Saturday. The show that has been done.
Mr.
Whole thing's been done on the Saturday show. It will be played out, Ads. So your wish is our command. Realistically, you've given us $17.99. You get anything you want. Bar mitzvahs, wedding, anything.
Try the veal.
It's finished. The day's over, everybody. Okay, thank you so much for being with us. I really appreciate your company. Thank you for the chats. It's kept us going. We'll be back tomorrow at, as we said, 8:30 local. It's really key to set your alarm because we start with the top heat. So it's the top of round 4 straight away. There's no warm-up for anybody. They just turn up in the morning, drink an extra cup of coffee, and they are straight on it.
And if you're in Europe, don't forget Portugal. I'm sure you know, but Portugal is the same as the UK time, an hour behind. So it's not European time. We are an hour behind you.
We are. So thank you all. We've got a lot of yes.
It's in front, isn't it?
I don't know. Basically, it's 9:30 in Europe.
There you go.
And we will see you all tomorrow morning. But we're going to go off and go and talk to lots of other people to make Saturday's show even more exciting.
RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.